on the weekend.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, at my core there's a war. Time is a melody, mine's in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The darkness lives strong, a trait I don't wish on anyone, but there's life under these roots, something more. Time is a melody, and mine's in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. Time is a melody, mine's in a minor key. You could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The end of the world.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la.
seasons returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the fall. far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip that drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, the night is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our cares
tonight.
behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing to
one.
and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light.
and the sound of the band.
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
The music might stop.
if we get a little
Her
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. on the weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know what we get. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why.
Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah.
I can take you wherever you want. See the world like no one else. I can promise you'll be undone. Only adventures wait ahead. Nothing can stop us, no one will. And underneath the stars above, I'm sure we can find some peace of mind. Tell me where to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la.
comes returning. Nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to
Seize in the moment, fight till the end. I was born to be champion. It's a war, it's a war. Got that fire in my bones. Gonna knock you down, hit you where it hurts. Gonna knock you down, hit you where it hurts. Hit you where it hurts.
Welcome in, everyone. We're here for another wonderful night in the LPL. We are kicking off week number 3. I cannot believe we're already to that point. And I'm joined by the wonderful, the legendary, the Dagda. My dude, it's been way too long since we've gotten to cast together, man. I'm so happy to see your lovely face.
Yeah, I was actually looking back and trying to figure it out. It has been a hot minute,
It's
man,
been
since
a
we actually got a
while.
cast together. And it's not at like some silly o'clock time for me as well. I mean, it is silly o'clock time for you, so I feel like we're now
Silly o'clock
swapping
is
what
all
was
I live
spring.
for,
Yeah.
Dagda, all right? That's all I live for. We're in the LPL. But we did, speaking about the LPL, we are here. We did have a fun chalk of games yesterday, although maybe a little bit tiresome for the casters as they were going a little bit crazy. It was a fun day of games nonetheless, as we did have a 2-0 victory by AL over BLG, and then LNG continue their streak 3-0 on a 2-1 victory over TT, Dagda.
Yeah, I love that Anyone's Legend are starting to come together over like the last few splits, because I know a lot of people ever since their Rogue Warriors have kind of had a little bit of a soft spot for Anyone's Legend. The panda is just a great logo as well, so I'm delighted to see that they're able to take down BLG. And then as well, LNG versus TT. I think my favorite part of that was all the messages that I got from the two lads absolutely losing their collective minds during that series.
It's always a wonderful thing to watch it tick as it goes down and craziness ensues on our casters. But I'm just saying. I know I tweeted already. It's the year of the Betty. It's the 50-foot Betty coming back to haunt the LPL from Spring Split. But we do have our standings, which we've finally been able to get since we've actually had some games going. As you see, it's a little bit different from last split, Dagda, where we have 5 teams in total with no wins on the board here coming into week number 3, and a decent amount of strong teams at the top of the table.
Yeah, last split we end up having like a little bit more of a mixed bag where there's a lot of teams kind of sitting in that tight little pack, but already you can start to see a bit of a juncture happening where you got many people sitting towards the top with JDG, LNG sitting at 3-0, whereas like teams like FPX, unfortunately, sitting 0-3, bottom of the pack. It has not been a good start for the Phoenix.
Has not. We'll see if they can turn their season around, as you know, rebirth is a part of the whole process, ain't it? As we do, we get the utmost honor of giving out some awards to kick off week number 3, as we have been in 2 weeks of the LPL already. This is best of week 1 and 2. Some big names up there. 369. That Penta probably helping his case a little bit. Got Kanavi, who's been integral to JDG's success, and a lot of things going right in that direction. Doing B in the mid lane. That Kled probably got him a lot of votes. You also have Hope in the bottom lane, who has been absolutely nuts himself. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And On actually coming in as the support as best of week 1 and 2, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, when JDG are sitting 3-0, they get 3 people in the MVP count. Doomby as well, representing LNG, that other 3-0 team. And I have been massively impressed with On this split. Like, we kind of had a lot of doubts about him in summer 2021. Spring, he got to answer a few of the question marks that were sitting around him. But honestly, in summer, his engages on the rel were absolutely incredible in that game that he had. His like series have been really, really clutch. Like, I'm delighted to see On stepping up to the market, especially when he's got Sword Art in his back, to be able to perform. But this is our rookie of the week. Dream has had a incredible performance. Trying to replace rookie is no easy task, and definitely there were some growing pains in the first few games, but Dream has really stepped up to be accounted for, and the ability for him to find engages on things like the Lysandra have been incredible, and also just stepping up as a carry, where I think a lot of people were kind of going, well, you know, this is the rookie waiting room, but Dream kind of showing that he deserves to have eyes on him.
He does indeed. I am a personal favorite of, you know, seeing development happen and seeing Dream step in to the shoes of rookie and be able to perform in that way. We'll see how that continues to go for V5, though, as the best player of week number 1 and 2 is a face you all know and love. It is Super Carry Doomby.
Doomby has been awesome for LNG. Picking up things like the Corki, where he's able to step up as a carry, and kind of the only person that we've really seen stepping into the shoes with the Corki, but also having things like the Swain, we can play more of this bruiser frontline. Doomby is kind of shown that once more, like, he can have his own little twist on the meta, and it can work out so damn good for him.
It absolutely can. I'm loving the fact that we get all these pocket picks that he's known for, but it's also the gameplay that he's known for that I love to keep seeing here in summer 2022, all those years later. Here we are, though, today's matches that will be taking place. Our first tail of the take will be OMG versus JDG. And we'll have Ultra Prime taking on Rare Atom. 2 very fun games, maybe a little bit one-sided in the first series.
Yeah, I mean, JDG on a hot streak, OMG, well, looking a bit cold, to be honest. We'll have to see if they can try and fix that, though. And then with Rare Atom versus Ultra Prime, this could actually be a low-key banger. Like, I'm kind of hoping that this is going to be a pretty close game, because we saw that Ultra Prime, unfortunately, going 1-1, not able to pick up the win the other day. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to fight back against Rare Atom.
Yes, we'll have to see, but we do got to get right down to it here, as we got games to get to. We got a long night ahead of us, so make sure everybody's strapped in and ready to go, as we're going to be kicking it off with OMG versus JDG. And for OMG in particular, it's been an interesting tale the first part of the season, and it's a little bit of a mixed up mid game here for them as they go into their strategies of play.
Yeah, OMG are like, their early game isn't really their issue. They tend to have a good amount of movement between lanes. They tend to set up dives and stuff relatively okay. But it's when we get to the mid game, that's where OMG really struggled to get the ball rolling. And a lot of that is kind of coming from like their inability to set up side lanes and set up the map correctly in the way that they want to. And we'll have a few clips to kind of highlight this as we start to roll through, where they will try and make plays, but oftentimes they end up costing more. Like, as you can see here, right, they go for the dive here on top side, but they don't actually have any sort of pressure in the mid lane. They have no presence on bot lane either. So Rare Adam are easily able to move reinforcements up towards this top side. They quell the dive, and as well, they also managed to get this bot lane turret. And like, this is kind of what we're talking about, where they can't set up the map correctly, and then as well, kind of coordination and what they want to try and achieve on the map is a bit messed up as well. In this clip, we can see OMG actually do a really good job here of denying the Baron, right? Nobody dies. They actually kind of deny the 4 versus 5. It's really good. But if you look at where Shanji is in the map, Shanji, instead of actually pushing in this bottom wave, has gone and taken the red buff, is clearing out camps in the jungle, instead of actually putting pressure onto the tier 2. And that should have been the main focus for Shanji on this play. And instead, they end up not being able to get the win on the map, despite the fact they've done a good job in winning the 4 versus 5. And here as well, they end up committing all 5 members to try and kill Cube on the bot side. But as you can see, it's all gone disastrously elsewhere, because Leanne is able to push in. But mid, you've already got the push in. Top coming through from Strive as well. So by the time OMG actually mount the defense, that top lane tier 2 is already gone. And this is kind of the problem that we see a lot with OMG, is that they just don't really know how to play the map. So I'd like to see them fall back to things that are much more kind of dive focused, team fight focused, where they don't have to worry too much about lane states and can just play for objective fights instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And trying to keep it simple and see what they can do in that avenue. But speaking of, and diving a little bit more into OMG as a whole, right? And it's been a bit of a tale of 2 starts for them across 2 different splits, right? We had spring, where they had a easier start of schedule for themselves. They came away with 2 2-0 victories, very dominant start for OMG. They keep the same roster for the most part, besides 0909 coming into sub in every now and then. But we did have in summer a decently easy start to the split, but they come away with 2 losses here, Dagda, and a much different story to tell.
Yeah, and I think that's because they're still trying to figure out what their style wants to be. In spring, they had a very simple style of, hey, look, we're going to have Shanji on some sort of frontline bruiser, tank. We can look for team fights, look for engages. Cold was looking great on these roams in the early stages, and they could end up kind of putting a lot of resources in towards Cream in the mid lane and have him step up to be a massive carry for the team in these fights. In summer, though, we're not kind of seeing the same story, right? Shanji picking up things like the Kale, trying to play more of a carry style, and it feels like as a result, they haven't been able to get their eggs in the right basket where they can turn these early leads into team fight victories, into map victories, because as we said, they're struggling really to play the map, and without having the kind of bruiser frontline that we've come to know them for in Shanji generally, that's now where they're falling behind in team fights as well, where they're lacking a lot of the big engage tools they need.
And Cream will be coming in today as well to start off the match, so we'll see if the redemption arc can continue for OMG, if they can actually pull something out here to start off the summer split. But JDG on the other side, it's like looking and walking into a nightmare. This team is terrifying, but the question you got to ask is, how long can this streak last, Dagda?
I mean, look, I'm pretty high on JDG. I think the streak could last a little bit longer.
Just a little bit.
I think we definitely have seen some inconsistent games from them, right? Where they end up falling behind the early stages, and then you're seeing like Yagao caught out of position, like they're still trying to play the game almost like they are in a lead. But I definitely think that what we've seen is when this team gets ahead, they are absolutely unstoppable. They're so good at playing at the map state, they're brilliant in team fights, and they tend to have a very nice identity that they kind of set up for themselves with like 369 playing these kind of top laners that can buy a lot of space, like Gangplank with the GP barrels, with the Cannon Barrage. We got the Cannon as well, the zoning ultimates that can come by. Like they've then got Hope onto these like late game kind of carries where he can set up as a big team fight victory for them after getting a lot of presence on towards him from kind of in the bottom side of the map. Like there is a lot here where JDG just understand exactly how they want to play the game, and honestly I think they have the most defined style that we've seen of any of the teams in the LPL so far.
Yeah, actually, I think it's crazy to see the adaptation coming in, and especially Kanavi himself, right? Specifically looking at this jungler who has been performing very well for JDG, but is also, you know, had a very interesting track record in the LPL itself. In his competitive career, really. He was lauded coming over in the LPL as like the next magic jungler in the LPL. He went quiet a little bit, but now with JDG, they're starting to really fire on all cylinders, and I think that comes off the back of, you know, Kanavi himself, but as well as this bot lane performing extremely well here. We got to see There are 2 plays in 2 separate weeks that Hope and Missing pull off a play just like this, where they are breaking people's ankles and destroying their minds on our screens. And it is terrifying that they are able to perform this way on top of Kanavi being there to back them up.
And that's the thing, Kanavi's been so good at setting up the bottom lane to find those victories. And this is why we're looking at Kanavi as well off the back of this, right? Because it feels like so much of the early game and the mid game revolves around this guy making plays down in the bot lane to get Hope into an advantageous position. And then we get into team fights, particularly in things like the Wukong. Kanavi has been unstoppable. And it feels like we're falling back into kind of a meta style that suits Kanavi a lot, right? Like when you look at when he was at his most successful back in spring and summer 2020, where he made it to both finals and took an LPL championship for himself, it was on these more carry oriented picks, with like the Silas being his big pocket pick. Now that we've got like the Wukong back in meta, Viego a style where he can also set up himself up as a team fight carry, this is where we're starting to see Kanavi thrive once more.
Yeah, and it's as you were kind of mentioning earlier, it feels like the perfect meta. Also, got to shout out, I know it's early in the split, it's week 3. He's got 3 solo kills. He's first in jungle. I don't know. I mean, that's maybe just GG easy on the rest of the split, but in all actuality, Kanavi being an important and integral piece for JDG here. I think across the street here for OMG, Aki's gonna have a lot of trouble, and maybe not a lot of trouble, but a lot of climbing to do to really make sure that they have something to say in this game, especially early on in those skirmishes in the jungle, and where Kanavi really wants to lead the game early on.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that you know that there's going to be a lot of pressure from JDG down towards this bottom side of the map, where Kanavi's going to want to link up with Missing. Like, either so it's kind of interesting in the way that it works, right? Because they don't actually go to like, hey, we are deliberately going to get Hope ahead. Yeah. It's more of a case of, hey, we're going to get this small advantage, so then we can have Missing link up with Kanavi, set up deep vision, start to look for picks in the enemy jungle, like start to very much control the pace and the tempo of the game, and give them enough vision control so they can understand, where are the best places to place the resources on the map. And I think it's really interesting to see how, like, almost as a byproduct of that, Hope has been able to pop off so consistently, even being able to beat Viper in a 2-0 already, the guy that replaced him on EDG. So definitely going to be looking forward to seeing this.
Not making Jackie Love kind of look like a chump in some ways, I'm just saying. Yeah. Like, I mean, this guy has been on one this split, and it's incredible to see develop as we do get into the first picks and bans. I will point out, back just a little side note for the jungle matchup, very differing jungle pools for both these junglers. So I really want to see what we get here into this first matchup as we do OMG on the blue side, do ban away the Talia, Lucian, and Ahri. JDG on the red side will ban away the Akali, the Gwen, waiting on that last ban, Dagda.
Yeah, I think nice bans coming through from OMG. We see the Talia banned a lot against JDG, 63% ban rate against them, the most banned. It's just such a good champion at the moment, and Yagao quite proficient on it as well, alongside the Ahri, just giving the Yagao these opportunities to roam and like work with Kanavi as well. So getting these champions off the board already, but that does mean that the Viego is going to be locked in pretty much straight off the board for Aki, and I imagine we'll see a Lee Sin answer here for Kanavi alongside an AD carry.
All right, I don't get my fun Aki jungles. I don't get the Vi. I don't get the Trundle. I don't get the Zed. All right, fine. I'll just settle for the Viego. We'll see what JDG are going to pick up here. I feel like they have a lot that they can choose from. I think there's still a lot of very powerful picks on the table, even with the meta that we've seen. We have seen a prevalence of ADCs picked early, and they'll go ahead and grab that Ezreal.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see the Ezreal. I would have preferred the Kalista, but one of the things you got to be worried about with Abel is like how good he is on these short range AD carries, right? Like, a big fan of the Samira, looks great in the Kai'Sa as well. So I think the Kai'Sa more than likely going to be the lock in here to answer back against the Ezreal. And I think that's where you're going to start to see a little bit of problems here for Hope on the bot side. Kai'Sa just such a good pick into the Ezreal, and also sets up really nicely if OMG want to try and go back towards that team fight style that we were talking about in the desk.
And especially trying to find that comfort in the simplicity. Again, trying to make sure there's that. Kanavi, though, is terrifying on the Lee Sin. I will not discount him on that one. We'll have to see how that works out earlier on, as double pickup in the duo lane here as Kai'Sa and Nautilus picked up by OMG.
Yeah, I mean, this is generally what we see paired with the Kai'Sa, just because that point-and-click CC for the Ezreal is just fantastic, and the ability to lock him down on the follow-up with that dredge line is so difficult for the Ezreal to deal with. Does mean you end up with the Braum answer, because Braum can kind of block a lot of that follow-up, but you always have to be careful, because Kai'Sa can just slip straight by with the Killer Instinct, and also then you've got the opportunity to dive the backline if OMG want to go for this full dive with like Aki on the Viego. You could look towards something like the Nara on the top side if you want to as well. Cream has always been particularly good on these more dive oriented picks as well, which is why we're seeing like the Silas taken off the board. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like LeBlanc ban as well.
Exactly, and trying to keep some of that mobility in the mid lane. I would love to see it. I just want to see activity, right? I still think, and I'll get on my soapbox every time. I got to go to LCS over the weekend, and I will just say, you know, watching the LPL tackle this meta is heckin' fun. That's all I'm gonna say. Yes, it's been a blast. This Braum, that very, very secure lock, and the LeBlanc actually does get banned away by OMG.
Yeah, I still think we're gonna see something like pick the first rotation here for 369, something like the Gangplank or something along these lines, and then keep that counter pick for Yagao. Because honestly, Cream has been the major focal point for OMG, even over the last few splits. Cream has just been such a standout mid laner, a standout performer for OMG. So keeping that counter pick for Yagao so he can be comfortable is probably going to be the most important thing here.
Exactly that. I do appreciate the heavy priority on some of these solo laners, though. The Akali, the Gwyn, the Kennen actually also banned away from 369 as he has piloted that champion to some terrifying results there. But we do still have some very important picks on the table. Our solo lanes are still available. We'll have that final pick, the counter pick for JDG, but here they're just waiting to see what they can pick up to kind of set up one of these lanes, and that will be telling on where they kind of want to play to, Dagda.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we actually see the mid lane lock in. I mean, the Azir can fit well, a lot of range, a lot of poke, especially against what OMG have is a relatively short range composition, but it does mean you can go towards something like the Corki here for Cream, where you just have to answer that kind of like slow mid-game lull where you can power up on your Corki. And then Shanji as well. I'm actually curious to see what his plan is. We've seen him bring out the Kale a couple of times, and there is always that combo that we saw a little while ago where like Kale ults the Kai'Sa and Kai'Sa just sends herself flying in towards the backline if you want to try and go for something like that. But honestly, I think something like the Gangplank could actually work out really well here. Just try to like get space, find engages, or even something like a Gnar, maybe something along those lines. So like you just need something that can help with follow-up engage.
Okay, well, we'll see if they actually do get that. The Corki locked in, I do find a bit interesting for Cream. See how that works out against the Azir itself. The Gangplank locked in for Shanji, throwing the gauntlet down a little bit against 369. We got to see what he did the last time he got the Gangplank with that Penta last week. It was a little bit terrifying. So what is the answer here for 369 as he does have the counter pick up on deck?
Yeah, I mean, I actually like the Aatrox pick here. I just think something that can be a bruiser frontline is perfect. Like, you already have a lot of damage. You have a lot of ways for you to kind of like absorb the pressure from OMG, and having the range means you don't necessarily have to have big engage tools on towards OMG's lineup. So actually going to go towards the Vladimir here. So still kind of having that opportunity to like buy space and buy room for this backline to fight back against OMG is going to be perfect for JDG. And now it means there's a lot of pressure on OMG to find these good engages, particularly on cold, to set those up so they can actually find moments to fight back against JDG.
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking at the carry potential here, a lot of scaling aspects for OMG, right? But I do feel like you have a lot of response to that on the side of JDG, but I do feel like it's going to come down to that early pathing of both junglers. I know we put a big focus on that earlier on, but now after the draft, I feel like that's even more so important because the Viego versus Lee Sin can lean to a lot of things, and especially early on, like first couple objectives, especially their first Rift Herald. I want to see how that kind of works itself out and how much of that headbutting we actually get in this one.
Yeah, I imagine that we'll see JDG trying to maneuver around the map quite a lot. Like, they do like these early objectives quite significantly. So I think they will look towards Rift Herald. The only thing I'm worried about is, like, In the mid lane, they should have decent push. Top side, Gangplank should have an all right time shoving in this Vladimir. He just has more wave clear with the barrows. And in the bot side as well, Kai'Sa should be able to have that push thanks to the Akathian Rain. So finding moments to actually move around the map early is going to be a bit of an issue for JDG. But honestly, I think once they get to the mid game, JDG should be perfectly fine, right? Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Nautilus as a solo engage tool, especially against a team as slippery as JDG, because, I mean, every single person has some form of mobility or some way of denying the depth charge. And that's where I find that Nautilus can be a little bit lacking, which is why I think the Gangplank can work out to a certain extent in like helping to slow people so you can try and close the gap. But again, there's just so much mobility on JDG's side.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We got a level 1. Missing has the flash. Missing is down. They've already gotten a kill for OG Abel, but it's a cluster afterwards. We already got a trade back. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of OMG. Shanji up and above right now. That is huge start for OMG.
Yeah, two kills, 2-1 for OMG, and crucially the kills going over towards the Kai'Sa as well, and also this Gangplank giving both these lanes a little bit more control. And you can just see here, right, early ward goes down from Aki, and they're just ready for this. So Missing completely caught unaware, just ends up getting focused down, flash in as well. And Aki, the fact that he steals the Braum, gets the Q onto Yagao as well, means that they get to proc the concussive blows onto Yagao before Aki falls.
That's a lot of summoner spells burn. I see 2 flashes, a heal on the side of JDG. They're going to want those back for sure. As OMG have struck first. The ward was integral. They JDG thought, you know, with the Braum, we got the level 1, right? No. It's OMG's time to shine in that one. But that does throw a wrench into the works of like the early game plan that we were talking about. Things are going to be a little bit reeling for JDG at this point. Shanji knows he can play with some reckless abandon up here.
Yeah, especially now that he's got the boots as well, has the ability to continuously like move in, as you can see, get these parlays off.
That's so
going to
dirty.
help him out a little bit. And in the bot side as well, the cold start for the Kai'Sa is going to give her such a big boon in this lane. It's why it's a bit of a disaster when you end up falling behind like this for JDG. But as we said, right, late game, they should be in a pretty good spot. Vladimir are going to be monstrous. These ears should be great as well. And I think, again, just the fact that you have so little engage tools on OMG is going to make this game a little bit easier for JDG.
It is indeed, especially, that's the thing is like, if JDG are playing the way that they have all split long, this is no big deal. Like, they will come back into this, it'll be fine, they'll right the ship, right, and they have found a way to pull out games even if things go a little chaotic.
You say that, I mean, LGD took a game
all right,
up,
they
and,
got
you know,
one game, come on! They got one game!
You know, hey, they were one game away from beating them. That's all I'm saying, you know? The match checks
You're right.
out.
Results-based analysis. That's what we do here. It is all about it. Aki is passing up to the top side. Oh, barrel. Little cheeky barrel there from Sanji. Stein is in some trouble, though. He doesn't have flash. He pops the ghost to try to get some movement speed, realizing the mist is here, so Aki must be around. That ghost is going to get him to safety. Will be another summoner spell burned.
Yeah, nicely done. You can see there, because you're in the mist, Aki was ramping up with the stun, and you wouldn't be able to avoid it as 369, because by the time you see that stun hit, it's already too late by the time it comes out. But, oh, they're just going to catch him.
He's going to go all the way back. Okay. We'll just be a little bit here. Oh my god, no way. No way. 369 dies to this. Aki and Shanji are masterminds with an evil plan.
And because you've no teleport, because he went for the Ghost Ignite, he's going to lose so much on this top side. Look at 7 CS to the 18, 19, 20 of Shanji. And he's actually, oh, it's actually dirty as well. He's going to let it go out as a slow push as well. So Shanji will be able to freeze that wave. You can have Aki try and refocus on that top side of the map as well. This is a disaster for 369.
Great start for OMG, trying to put the brakes on the JDG train. Do not want to let them go 4-0. And also OMG want to pick up their first series win here as we kick off week number 3. And we'll see a little bit of that XP differential coming to fruition maybe, as mid lane Cream does have a little bit of advantage over Yagao. But again, we've gotten to a point where we've seen early blood for OMG. We've seen them kind of control the map. It's exactly what we wanted to see. But again, the big focus here for OMG is the mid game. And we're not even close to there yet, but we got to keep that in mind, that things get a little mixed up there, as we said at the A block.
And that's the thing. I actually don't mind OMG's early game. I think Aki has been incredibly strong for the team. I love how aggressive he is in the early stages and being able to find these plays. But as you say, it's like, okay, well, how do we actually try and set up around objectives? How do we try and play at the maps thing? And that's where JDG's one of their biggest strengths lies. So we're a little bit curious to see if OMG can keep this ball rolling now against JDG.
Gotta keep the ball going. 369 actually was a very big wave of their pushing into the tower against Shanji. We'll see Kanavi maybe getting his first taste of blood on the Rift, but won't be able to find anything to back off for the bot lane of OMG. Nice time, I would say, as they had a little bit of intuition there. Kanavi might be looking for this early dragon, though. As we said, JDG do like to set up their early objective.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to be able to snag this one off the reset. So at least JDG kind of playing towards what has been not only just the composition, or sorry, not the composition, the team strength over the last couple of splits has been these objectives, but we've even seen as well, like for JDG, if you're looking for team fights, if you're looking for ways to try and find poke around neutrals, the best way to do it is by having these big dragon leads, like forcing OMG in towards these fights, and that's exactly what JDG wants. If they can keep vision control around neutrals, just poke away at OMG, it becomes a lot easier to take these fights.
I will say, besides this top lane, everything's pretty evened out for JDG, but that top lane is a sore spot, I will say, and Aki wants to continue to make it more sore, as he will just perpetually be up towards this top side. He already took the Raptors there from Kanavi, now he's working on the Krugs, but 369 is in some serious trouble here.
It's level 4 to level 6. They can just dive. I mean, you can even use the Gangplank go to it to get the pool out from 369. That's why you can see him desperately trying to heal up underneath this tower.
No.
Code is on the way, as is missing.
Come on, OMG, just let 369 be there. He'll be fine. It's fine. Oh, no. Kanavi's going to walk right in. Okay, he will just get the ward over the wall there. Nicely done. OMG don't want to commit or anything. Missing is right there on the side. Will not be spotted out on his transition up here to the top side. 369 has to use the pull as the barrel was about to do so much damage. Missing just kind of walks through, just says hello, ships in the night.
You still get the plate, though, on that top side. So nicely done, at least for OMG. You're not really losing out on anything else around the map, right? You still got push and bot side. Abel, totally happy to go in the 1v1 against this Ezreal. And Kareem has been left alone getting pushing mid as Yago had to reset. So overall, it's still a win for OMG.
It is indeed, and I think, you know, as OMG come into this one, they had started out very strong. They find themselves at 2,000 gold lead about 7.5 minutes in, but you got to keep pushing that forward. You got to keep going. I know you got the scaling aspect here with the gangplank, with the cream Corki here coming in, so they got to keep the ship straight on its path, as we will see both bot laners get back towards what is important to them, which is this bottom lane, and we'll get a little bit of a lull here as 369 finally hit level 6. Woo!
Oh, my God. Oh, it's heartbreaking. He's so far behind. But that's the thing, right? Like, this is why I was surprised to see JDG not pick up the gangplank on that first rotation that they had after this second ban phase. Because there's very little counter picks towards the gangplank. Like, he does pretty well almost across the board. You can even see here, like, because that early gank, 369 is now really struggling, and this is where you could have had a bit of an easier time in that top side, and Shanji would have had to been the one that picked out some sort of weird pick, but unfortunately now your top side completely gone for JDG. I just don't see how you can try and contest Rift Herald, but they're going to do it anyway.
Yes,
and I think OMG should just go fight them.
Hey, it's the early objectives, man. It's a candied apple in the eye of JDG. Is actually OMG get bluffed, I guess. They're not even going to contest it, and that'll be the Rift Herald and the first dragon going to JDG.
Yeah, Abel and Coles instead just deciding that they wanted to go for the turret plates on bot side, but honestly, I think the Rift Herald a little bit more valuable. As we said, like, you've already got this nice lead for OMG. Try and just run through it with those advantages. Like, this Vladimir would do nothing in team fights compared to Shanji, but instead, they end up backing away and kind of giving a little bit more breathing room to JDG.
They do. That is a scary prospect, right? There is a reason why they're 3-0. There's a reason why we lauded them so much. Like, how long will the streak continue? How strong can this team be? Because they have been dominant, even in series that do go the distance, which have gone a lot of the time. It still is JDG who comes out on top, and that's something to say in the durability patch, because they themselves are a little bit durable. You like what I did there, Dagger?
Nice. I like it, yeah. 10 out of 10. Would chuckle again.
Oh my god, that was great. Cold is chuckling here as he gets the engage. Aki right around the corner. Won't be able to do anything. This bot lane, we've seen jungler pass. It's just a bunch of window shopping down here, though. Nobody can get in.
Yeah, Hope absolutely destroyed Abel's health bar there. Kind of goes, well, if you want to fight, there's a chance we're going to get the pick onto the Kai'Sa, so maybe you want to back the hell up. Now, Yagao getting good damage onto Cream in the mid lane. I mean, JDG at the moment, like, despite how the top side are going, are still fighting back relatively well. I just think the biggest problem is, like, Shanji essentially getting a free lane. You got the Cole about to pop from Abel, which is going to give him his Kraken Slayer here as well. Like, you're just going to have so much gold coming in quickly to OMG that you have to be so careful as they do find these engages. There's going to be a lot of damage behind that.
Yeah, and there's been a very interesting state of game so far for this one where, you know, it is a later game patch. It feels like we're not getting as many risks taken. But OMG, we're taking risks early on. And then we've hit this moment where both teams are kind of just playing the game. Cold is still taking risks. He's the wild one of the group. But it's still leaning towards these objectives, leaning towards these big timers on the map, which now we see pings coming down, another dragon on the rift, and a lot of bodies coming to the center here for JDG as well.
Yeah, you get the TP back in from Yagao to make sure that he's able to push, but this is only Cloud Dragon. JDG don't really have to fight this, but also JDG do like fighting, so maybe
They
we get
do
that
like
regardless.
fighting. 369 doesn't like to fight. He's saying, no, please, 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 back away. The Hemo Plague is not going to save him. Actually, it does for a little bit, but the Cannon Barrage, it's not enough. 369 survives, and that is actually gigantic.
Yeah, I mean, just about able to survive, but really just didn't need to take the fight. Even though he does get at the Cannon Barrage, like, JDG weren't trying to take a fight on the bottom side. Like, there's no reason to be pushed up that far. Getting hit by the barrels as well means that now there's another wave that's about to be lost to his tower because he has to run his way back to top lane. Again, no teleport, so Shanji just getting more and more of an advantage in this top lane.
Yeah, 30 CS up is over 369. We do have a Rift Herald that needs to come out pretty quickly here from Kanavi. Wonder where they're going to try to utilize that. I would expect anywhere but top lane, Dagda, as it does look like Kanavi wants to try his luck mid.
I think your best bet is to give it towards, I was going to say Yagao, so then at least if you can get this mid lane turret down, maybe you can start to lean towards 369, give him a little bit of breathing room. The other option, of course, was like if you wanted to try and get Hope to those mega book stage where he's just incredibly strong off the two items. But I think at this stage, trying to get your late game carry in Yagao as far ahead as possible is going to be your best call, just because with 369 lagging behind, maybe having a bit of damage here as well, he's not going to be able to
Oh
help
my
out.
god,
he's
Shanji
dead.
is just doing so much. Yeah, 369 has nothing to get out of this. He's burned everything, and Shanji comes out on top again.
Shanji is destroying 369. This Vladimir counter pick not working out at all for them. And just a nice job from OMG to try and like set that up early, right? We had Aki helping Shanji in those early stages, and now it is paying dividends for the OMG top lane.
You're going to get more plates on top of it as well. It is just really nice as a Shanji right now for OMG. We'll see how it all pans out, though, as they still do need to continue to press that advantage, finding themselves still at that 3,000 gold play there. We'll get the replay as well as 369, walked into the bush, just wanted the ward, ended up costing his life.
Yeah, and you can see now you've got a major problem for JDG, because even though you could try and go for the 5v5s as OMG, you now just have a split push option. You can just literally leave Shanji in the side lane. He's going to beat 369 for the foreseeable future. And now you've got a way of like actually forcing your fights away from neutrals that can either set up for OMG to like win out in the 4v3 because JDG have had to commit members to dealing with Shanji, or you can actually just have Shanji use the Cannon Barrage and play that little bit of an extra helping hand in these fights, but still keeping pressure inside. So JDG need to find ways of shutting down Shanji, but
Look
I
at
just
that
don't see
build.
how they can.
The build is disgusting as well. Like 369, I feel like just has no hope at this point. Speaking of no hope, this is some trouble for Yagao, and he is dead himself. This is an incredible start for OMG to kick off our best of three.
And this is why, like, I'm a little bit hesitant when people are trying to start the conversation of JDG is the best team in the LPL, because we see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh, God.
Oh, I missed the Void Seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh! No way! The killer Killer Instinct to go through the True Shot Barrage to get the outplay. Abel, you're nuts.
That was insane! Abel styling on JDG's bot lane. JDG lose Ganko, lose Hope, lose their mid lane tower. They're losing the Rift Tower. They're losing this bloody game, Mizel.
I gotta get a replay of that. I need to see that again. Hope has been lauded. He has been popping off, and Abel just put him in the dirt. And that's going to be Rift Herald for OMG as well. This game is turning up, and it's all white and black.
Phantom Dancer now picked up for Abel as well. With the Kraken Slayer, he is so incredibly strong. It's only 15 minutes into the game, and he's already got 2 fully complete items, and we'll see it here in the replay. Go absolutely breaking ankles here. So I like this from Hope, right? He goes, I can get this really good damage off, but because he'd already taken one tower shot, the ramp up damage is insane. Killer Instinct in, and watch here. Heal and flash. Flashes over the True Shot Barrage. Has the heal there to keep himself topped up. And it's only just a shame he didn't get missing as well.
That's actually insane. The cooldown usage from Abel, the fact that he was able to go in twice with the Killer Instinct, then flashing over the True Shot Barrage. What a play from the OMG bot later. But we got to calm down a little bit, all right? That was insane. That'll probably be in top playlist a little bit later on.
Don't you tell me how to live my life. I'm going to be hyped if I want to be hyped.
That was actually insane. I need to calm myself down. I'm going to be yelling all night. People are going to get real tired of me real fast. But we did have a crazy start for OMG here. It is 16 minutes in. We're getting to that mid game. We got to see where OMG, if they do falter, if they can kind of take this to JDG in the fashion that usually JDG is doing to other teams.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, with the position they're in, they should be in a good spot, right? You've your Gangplank just about to complete his Mortal Reminder.
Oh.
You've got the two, oh, hang on.
He's got the Hemo Plague utilized. Oh my god, 369? This is not good for Abel. He's got a decent amount of damage, but he just gets taken out by 369. That'll be level 11 for the Vladimir, while the Dragon goes down to OMG.
I want just as we're praising OMG, it starts to go a bit topsy-turvy. This mid-game hits it again, like Abel overextends the bot lane. That was a bit of a shutdown goal going over towards 369 as well, so much needed help for this limping Vladimir. And OMG, just these are the small mistakes that can cost you.
He's playing a little hypey now, Dagda. He's playing a little hypey. He flashed the ulti. He's like, I got everything now. Oh no. Hope though. Both ADCs are just getting 1v1'd here. Shanji's playing with his food at this point. Oh no, the package, and he gives it to Cream because that's delivery service.
Yeah, good guy Shanji helping at the mid laner. Says, you know what? It's not fair that you don't have a kill. Come on, son. We'll get you that ice cream that you want. And now Cream picking up one for himself. You do have to worry about this mid lane though, as a lot of members of JDG are around, but Code there to help means that Cream will be able to get this top lane on not needing any sort of attention.
Bounties up for JDG here. We'll get a replay of that top lane. Hope just bites off a little bit more than he can chew.
Yeah, and just great barrel placement there from Shanji, right? Like, able to have both barrels that he could use to detonate the one that hits Hope. And even here, like, Shanji could have flashed in to kill Hope, but instead opts to give the kill across the Cream. It's a nice guy, Shanji, helping stuff out. And now, as you can see, Cream sitting there in the top side, he's going to be in a pretty good spot. You got Shanji, who's an absolute monster, and I don't think there's very many people who can deal with him at all in that side lane with the Mortal Reminder now complete. And Code is going as well!
The Killer Instinct, and there you go! Hope is obliterated again. Cold gets the kill, and now Yagao just goes and gives his life. He's like, I guess I gotta go down with the ship. Aye, aye, Captain.
We salute you, Yagao, but that play sucked. That was not the spot that you wanted to be in, and we're still going, Mizel.
What is going on here? JDG are just getting the hat pulled over their eyes. The Rift Herald comes down, and mid-tier 2 is now in trouble.
Screw the mid-tier 2. This could be an inhibitor turret in trouble as well, but looks like instead they are just going to let that charge move up to meet the Corki on the top side, because Dream is already pushing in there. This is so much better from OMG. This is what I wanted to see from the mid-game from OMG when they can get off these early starts. They are controlling this game so is there a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes?
This is amazing, and I'm just saying, example right here why LPL does it best. I mean, it's 19 and a half minutes in, and I've been having a blast here. It has been absolute chaos, but all in favor of OMG, which is incredible because coming into the day, it was all about the underdog story. OMG didn't find a series win yet this split, and JDG were looking so confident, but it has been a snowball and all in favor of OMG.
And there's your demonstration of why Kai'Sa is such a good pick into the Ezreal, right? The Nautilus is able to get that lockup. You get the Kai'Sa with the killer instinct to finish him off. Heal and everything tried to be burned by Hope, but can't do very much about it. Now, OMG, minute and a bit until this next dragon. They're getting control over the area. They're going to start getting deep vision down in JDG's bot side. Like, OMG, we talked about how good they can be if they can find these engages. You can... Ooh, hang on.
They're looking for it, but Cold goes right back in for the engage. Now you got to deal with a front-to-back fight. Cannon Barrage comes down as well, and Missing is just dead. The reset comes out for Aki. Here comes True Shot Barrage on the back. 369 got the flank. The Emperor's Divide doesn't do much, and Yagao is just taken out. The resets are coming back a plenty, and OMG haven't even lost a single member here. They almost wiped the floor with JDG, but they take out 3 members to boot.
Yeah, that could have been great for 369 if he had any damage in the tank. He's just no threat on the backline right now, and OMG, they're smelling the Baron with 3 members of JDG dead.
This is confidence. This is pit boss level stuff, even if Set is not here. It is all about the Baron right now for OMG. Kanavi, can he make a miracle steal? Can Hope do anything? Nope, Cold goes over. Killer Instinct comes out. Abel's trying to take on 2v1 here, but the Baron will end up falling, and OMG secure it.
And that was all that they wanted, to get JDG away from the pit. And now, OMG, this mid game has been spectacular. Reset, 30 seconds till Dragon. They've got the Baron buff. There's nothing JDG can do, and I don't know why you can test this. Like we just said, OMG are going to be looking to establish vision control on the bot side, and JDG just throw bodies into the play when they just don't have any sort of defense to mount here. You got Shanji, who's already in the bot side as well, so he doesn't have to try and TP in. Abel is massive, able to play so well on the backside. He even still has the killer instinct as well. Like, there was never a hope that you were going to be able to take that fight, JDG.
I saw what you did there. I like it. Even Hope himself missing the True Shot Barrage because of the wall there from Aki having stolen missing, which I think is actually crazy. Dragon does end up going down to OMG as well. True Shot Barrage way too late to try and steal anything. That'll be sole point for OMG. Now they have Bear it up for another 2 minutes. They pretty much have their pick of the litter of what they could possibly want to do. Look at that gold on the side of your screen there. That is insane, and a major reason why we're at a 12K deficit right now for JDG.
Yeah, and now OMG on the bot side, they pushed in mid. They're all going to group onto this turret. You can see Cream trying to get some good poke down, but not really having too much map pressure means that JDG is in a good spot to protect this bot lane turret. You're waiting on 369's wave in the top side to crash before you fully commit here as OMG.
And what's crazy to me is so much chaos has happened. We haven't progressed that far in items, right? We're at 3 items now for Shanji. He has the Hole Breaker now, and he's all by himself in a 1v3. Yagao can't get the Emperor's Divide. The Shuriba Shuffle goes a little bit wide there. Kanavi has the kick back, but can't get the angle here. There he goes. He gets the kick back, but Shanji is tanking up a storm. Hope has died in the base. JDG are losing everything here. They get 1, but what did it cost? Everything.
Yeah, I mean, their inhibitor in mid is down. You've got the wave nicely prepped here on the bottom side as well, so they can go and get bot tier 2 if they want to. JDG realize that they're just going to lose out across the map if they don't do something, so at least they stop the pressure from Shanji in the top lane, but it will still cost them so much in their base.
They will, and they will lose more as another outer tower goes down. It'll be a tier 2 in the bot lane. They will not continue it as 35 seconds remain just about on the Baron here. It's a 3,600 Baron power play itself. Now we get to see what happened to poor Hope in the mid lane.
This is why I'm surprised nobody has learned from MSI that just you can't blind pick Ezreal with Kai'Sa's open. Like, this combo you can see there, it's just too easy to operate. Point and click CC with the Kai'Sa follow-up means you just one-shot the Ezreal, and unfortunately Hope kind of learned the hard way that that's how this matchup goes. So OMG now, just in a great spot.
I will say that that's the second time we've seen Abel use the Killer Instinct. Might be the third time. Use the Killer Instinct, try to use the Void Seeker afterwards, and can't find it. It goes the other way after he uses the Killer Instinct. We'll have to keep an eye on the Kai'Sa mechanics for Abel for sure, but he has been tearing it up besides that, especially those Killer Instincts right when JDG are on the back foot, and OMG find themselves in such a dominant game. I mean, it's just a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, and you can see right now OMG trying to corral the minion line in mid into hit the turret at the same time as top, but they haven't quite got the timing down, so JDG being able to dance between top and mid to clear out these waves, but OMG looking to find the play.
It's not a while till another objective comes on the table. True Shot Barrage comes out, but it's 2 minutes for both objectives to come up. We have an Ocean Soul on the row for OMG, or the Baron available, which with the Baron, it would be a sure and clean closeout. It is kind of interesting, you know, how respectively OMG are playing, even with this gigantic gold lead, like 14,000 at this point. But they realize there's always a chance for JDG. They can find picks if they, or if, you know, are caught sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so hard, right? Like, you look at the items across the board for OMG, and then you're looking across at JDG, right? Like, even the build from Yago, right? The Andries and the Demonic Embrace. This is much more of like a poke build, where it's like, okay, cool, I can get some burn damage down, but I think it was Vagar V2 actually did the math on it, and it's just like, this build actually doesn't do a huge amount more. When you actually have the double burn damage, you're much better off kind of going for the all-in potential that you can get with the with some of the other builds where you're actually able to get good damage down. Like going for a Void Staff second rather will probably give you a lot more damage in this scenario, and especially since right now, like, poke isn't going to win you this game. You need some sort of all-in potential. Like, I think that would have been the better option for Yago.
Definitely would have been more interesting, at least, as it is right now. OMG buying their time, waiting on these objectives to come up. They're positioning around this bottom lane. They're keeping vision down here. They're pushing, or pinging rather, down towards this bottom side. Look for picks while they wait for the Dragon Soul to come up, and that Ocean Soul would guarantee a lot of things and potentially another nail in the coffin for JDG.
Now JDG will start to push, but as you say, right, like, at least they are getting control in mid, but you got to be so careful of these barrels from Shanji, of the poke from Cream. At least being able to control the vision means maybe they can separate out OMG.
Cold goes in for the engage. That cannon barrage is getting so much worth. Look, Cream on the back with the package. Hit burst divide from Yagow, but again, there's just not enough damage. There's nothing that JDG can do, and they've lost everybody. That's a clean and total ace. A quadra kill for Abel, and the end of game number 1 for JDG.
All right, Cream, look, that was a really nice package, but you didn't need to steal the Penta. I could see that Penta from a mile away, and they end up taking it right out from underneath the Kaiser's nose. Will be the game end for OMG, and JDG just got destroyed.
They absolutely did. 19-3, 17,000 gold lead for OMG. They wiped the floor with JDG in a series that we thought was going to be very one-sided. It was going to be a quick first best of 3 here for JDG, and right now they are on the ropes. They just got a haymaker to the face.
And that's the problem that we've seen with JDG, right? Like, they have not looked as consistent across the board. Like, in their wins, they look great, but in their losses, we've seen a lot of these mistakes, like losing their first game to LGD, losing their first series of the split as well. Yes, we got the 2-0 against EDG, and I think a lot of us kind of going, well, maybe we can see this start to come back where, okay, we get that consistency from JDG, but this game was a mess.
It absolutely was, and I think JDG themselves will be looking back at that level 1 a little bit and wondering how much of that game was decided from that early blood, that early craziness. But I feel like it wasn't just about that. There were multiple moments, especially in the early parts of the game, where JDG were still in the driver's seat, right? They were still at least in the co-driver's seat and still having potential decisions that could have affected the game. But Kanavi really didn't have any say on a lot until, besides those first objectives. And the kills just kept coming for OMG. They kept finding picks. They kept finding Aki being involved around the map.
Yeah, we didn't get the defining hallmarks of JDG, right? Where Kanavi playing around bot side, unlocking missing, looking for picks. And I still think you had the opportunity to go for this, right? Especially since you'd got the Cole build from Kaisa after that first kill. There were still moments you could have tried to fight in that bot side, but opting not to, I think, was a bit of a mistake. And honestly, I think OMG played this game spectacularly, right? Like, we can talk about the mistakes JDG made, but at the end of the day, OMG played this spectacularly, right? Exactly. They had strong early game. We got Aki playing around top side, making sure that Shanji could get these these big wins. And then when they actually got in towards the mid game, there was one overextension from Abel. But apart from that, that mid game was great. Like playing towards objectives well, trying to set up their vision control well, like catching JDG as they tried to contest that vision. Like this was really well played by OMG. Like that's a clean goal grab.
I'm getting tired even thinking about climbing that gold grab. That is a hill. That is a mountain. But it is a steady mountain, so you know it's got a path upwards. But that damage from Shanji, I feel like, and the damage from the rest of OMG comparatively to JDG is insane. And this whole team kind of coming together to make this win possible, right? It wasn't just the one part. Look at those KDAs. Like we have 3-1-10, 4-1-8, 3-0-8, 8-1-5, 1-0-14. Every single person on OMG put something into this win.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at that damage percent, though. You can see it there, 33%.
Hey, you know what? Those barrels are
Gangplank.
cheating, okay?
Yeah, GP barrels when you've got like that massive lead are definitely going to boost those numbers a little bit.
just a tiny bit. We'll see if the barrels keep on burning, though, or if GP gets banned away in game number 2. JDG versus OMG continues right after this break.
JDG keeps his flash, but for how much longer? As Doonby's coming in, and he will charge up into the top side. He's looking for the gangplank, and he will not be able to find him. Yes, he will. He flashes forward and picks up the kill.
You got the flanks, you got a little bit of damage. Yeah, G very, very low. He goes gold, and he gets faded a little bit. The cannon! Oh my god, the barrels! The barrels! Dream is taking him out. V5. Okay, Asim at least gets the Baron here. Fearness goes down. Asim's gonna go down as well. Can't even pick up Rich.
That's got to be the next play here. As you can see, all of a sudden, Anyone's Legend on equal footing, pushing forward here, making sure that the side of them go in as they try and catch him out. Fate's Call is going to be used straight away. They're going to try and re-engage here on top of Iwandi, and with the barrels coming down and with the cannon barrage, you can see how difficult it is. That's a great hostile takeover, but look at Light. He's absolutely shredding through these players as Anyone's Legend just cannot deal with this Aphelios. As I say that, you can see Xiaohao trying to come back on top of it, but it is an ace, and finally LNG will find their fight.
Shiliu with the dredge line. It's into a wall and over they go. LWX forcing out his flash. Culling as well, but the dunk down. Yue Kai once again. The rookie vibes are there, but Care's in the middle with a demonic ascension. The flare fires through and Care is on a steamroll, but he has to escape now as Shun can't close the gap. IG still in control of this one as Counter-Strike. Flash down. Dredge line again.
Desperately want to fight for this one. Okay, are we actually just going to flip this one? The answer is yes. JJ finds the spike for himself. Walks away with a little bit of HP, but that charm. Again, Gaga with these charms. And Kanavi once more on the fight as well. EDG being corralled here. 4 men strong, but they're outnumbered. And another charm lands. Barrels come through from 369, but JJ trying to answer his one. Is a triple kill. Comes for 369. Flantre goes down for the quadra kill. And 369 charging JJ down. He wants himself the Penta, and Mystic's there to give him the movement speed. The blast cone ain't enough, and 369's rolling only 9s today.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window. And we
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. The beauty of Shanghai before you, but the beauty of competition right on the horizon. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again as we get into our second game of the first series of the night. It is OMG taking a dominant game number 1 over JDG, and it is none other than Cold who gets the MVP.
Yeah, Cold did a really good job in this game of making sure that he's able to set up these fights, find those picks, and as we talked about, like, Hope was basically getting locked out every single opportunity that Cold had. It's a really nice job here from the OMG support to find those plays.
Not too shabby. Love to see the supports getting some MVP appreciation. It was a lot of the engages, and I was hoping you were going to make an able pun somewhere where, like, you know, Cold is able to, you know, something. But it is Cold on the Nautilus that really set himself apart with the rest of the team. All of OMG, we already talked about it, like, they all were performing so well in this one, but Cold did earn himself that one with the Nautilus. A lot of the engages, a lot of the forefront came from OMG's Cold.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about, right? Was saying, look, for OMG, a lot of the ability for them to take over fights is going to rely on Cold, right? Because he is the main engage tool for them. Yes, you got the GP barrels to, or sorry, the GP cannon barrage to make it a little bit easier, but certainly Cold had to be on point to find these engages, and you can see that he definitely was consistently finding the dredge lines, getting the depth charge as well onto Hope pretty much every opportunity he could. Like, Cold's engages were absolutely beautiful in this game.
Yeah, they were. And we'll see, you know, if it continues into game 2. As I don't know if that Nautilus, I mean, I'm sure it'll be available. It's just a common pick in the LPL, but he made it look so good. The question now is, how do JDG bounce back from that first game? Because they were losing by over 17,000 gold in the end. It was a dominant victory from OMG, and it all started off that level 1, and it continued to snowball. JDG just kept getting caught unawares, and especially as we set up into the mid game.
Yeah, I think not coin flipping is definitely a successful strategy that we've seen teams employ, and I feel like JDG might have to do the same here, because that level 1 definitely caused a lot of issues for them. But I do think, like, going back to the draft, right, like, when you saw Hope hovering the Ezreal, or could have gone towards the Kalista, I think the Kalista was 100% the better option. Kalista is such a strong pick at the moment, and especially when you know that Hope can have some really good engages with missing on that champion. I think it's a mistake not to go for that. The Nautilus is going to be banned away by JDG though, which I'm kind of surprised at.
Indeed. JDG on the blue side changing it up this time around. Need to get on the good side, at least, as Corki also joins the Nautilus ban from JDG. Don't want to deal with Cream's packages, as we do have the Wukong and Lucian ban with the Taliyah from OMG. The Gangplank also bans. So 3 bans from JDG from Game 1's composition of OMG. They realize respect needs to be thrown down here, and now they get the pick of the litter, as they do have first pick of the game for Game 2. It'll be Viego.
Yeah, and I mean, look, as we said for Kanavi, these kind of carry champions in the jungle are going to work out great. OMG going to go towards the Ezreal here, so I think we might see a Kalista from Hope maybe going back towards the opposite side of the equation here, but we'll have to see. And I imagine Aki again will probably go towards something like the Lee Sin, maybe the Vi as well, as we have seen Vi come start to creep back into the meta too.
I would like to see the Vi. I'm always a big Vi fan, especially just for the point and click, being able to lock down somebody, at least, as the Ezreal does get locked in. The Ahri also locked in, which was banned away in that first game.
Yeah, so here it means that Yagao could go towards something like the LeBlanc if you want to try and answer this. You imagine you're going to get the AD carry here locked in for Hope. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to go for, but I think a LeBlanc could work out pretty well, like get good damage on towards the backline, decent poke, and it's just a pretty good matchup into the Ahri. But we have seen Lissandra also start to teeter into the meta as like one of these big answers to the Ahri, taking that electrocute build, and it looks like that is going to be the plan here for Yagao.
I can appreciate that one as well. Coming in here for JDG, trying to find a little bit of stability in the mid lane potentially, but they have a ton of CC already with their first 2 picks, at least the setup from Viego, and then multiple forms of CC from the Lissandra. We'll see if they do also want to go with that extra aggressive style ADC that might fit them a little bit better. The Kalista does get locked in, so you get your wish, Dagda.
Yeah, I think Kalista is just an incredibly strong pick, and at least with JDG, the way that they've set up this, it is going to be all in on this mid game, right? Like Lissandra being able to set up these engages for the Kalista to fling in her support. Like, you are very much looking at JDG trying to play these dive style. So having the opportunity for the Trundle now to come in for Aki might try and dissuade that a little bit by trying to like steal some of these stats from what you imagine would be like a tanky support, or even from the Viego as well if Viego tries to go in too deep. But Renata taking off the board, such a good pick with the Kalista, but I still imagine something like an Alistair or something like a Leona is going to be what JDG are eyeing up in this bottom side.
I do really like the fact that Aki is willing to bring out the Trundle again this split already and have that kind of tank shreddiness available to them. I do wonder, JDG, if they're kind of wondering what to go here, if they do go with something a little bit more CC heavy to finish it out, if they do continue to grab all that CC that they've already gotten in the first 3, especially with the Fate's Call added there on the Kalista. We do get the Rumble ban by JDG, and it is a Kennen ban again from OMG.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. Like for what JDG want, they're going to all be grouping up into one area, and they want to try and like very quickly win out in these team fights. Kennen working super well with that idea of playing into those mid-game team fights. I'm also curious to see if JDG bans something like the Kale. Actually going to take away the set, because in my eyes here, I think OMG, if you take an engage support, like take, say, the Leona away from JDG in this scenario, right? I think you can then look towards the Kale in the later portion of the draft as well, depending on the matchup against 369. And then I think whoever you have this like JDG lineup try and dive in on top of gets the Kale ults, you can save them, try and like find your footing in the team fight from that point forward. And then you've got late game scaling with Shanji, which is once you have like one unit here that, or one champion for OMG that can have that later game scaling, that can pretty much just be your win con. Even against what looks like the Gragas top,
Yeah.
I think KO could definitely be an option here.
Very interesting. They go ahead and grab the Gragas. They also lock in the Gwen
okay.
here. So nice little double combo from JDG. We didn't highlight, though, as the Alistair was picked up for Cold and OMG. So a lot of the engage, a lot of tankiness there to go in the front line for a lot of the damage dealers we've already seen, the Ezreal and the Ahri. Now we do have Shanji with the final pick here. Needs to figure out what he can go in this situation. He does lock in the Kale, like you said, Dagda. Big brain Dagda on the desk.
I think this is a really good shout, right? Like, I think the Gwen can do reasonably well in the early stages into the Kale, but when you look at the late game, right, Gale shouldn't be in a great spot for these team fights. And I like the fact that you have so much kind of range in OMG as well, because yes, you've got the Lissandra who can be that engage tool for JDG, but Gragas not great on the engages, like much better as kind of a disengaged champion, so trying to deny like follow up from Code on that. But I mean, from the perspective of like the cast and stuff like that, you really need to be on point here as missing and following up with Yagao if you want to actually make those picks stick.
And I think the sticking is what's important. And when you're looking at JDG, especially coming out that first game, it is stability early on. Hopefully not getting any of those flip situations, those early 5v5s that they think they can come out on top with. But it is about stability for themselves and finding a foothold in this game, in this series itself. Because, again, JDG are one game away from taking a loss for the first time in their series score, at least in the summer split. And I think that's important to say, as OMG, this could be their first win of a series in the split. And the way that they came out in game number 1, I think is so important. But again, it's a bit of a reset. And JDG are still JDG, and we have to give them a benefit of the doubt. I know you're saying, you were very hesitant to call them one of the best teams in the LPL early on in the split, but we have seen their track record early on in the split, and it does get good as it goes further on. So I'm very excited to see if they can turn this around, make this a full 3-game series, because that's what I'm here for, at least. I know that's what I signed up for when I came to the LPL, because I want to see the back and forth. I want to see JDG put up a fight here and not go quietly into the night, as we do have our second game on the table and we hit the rift.
Yeah, I definitely think JDG are one of the best teams that we have in the LPL, but I think it's a case of, are they the best team in the LPL? Because that's a conversation that's been thrown around a little bit, and I still think like OMG, that's adorable.
A little bit of advance. You got to get the cowbell. We need more cowbell.
With RNG coming back off of MSI, we just haven't seen enough of what they are capable of, and the inconsistency, as we've seen from JDG in their losses, has just been a very standout for me. So I want to see JDG. I want to believe in JDG. Like, I've been a fan of this team since like 2020, where it was like the top esports versus JDG era when I joined the LPL, and like there was so much fun and so much back and forth between these two teams. But now having that kind of slip in 2021, honestly, kind of starting from the World Championship in 2020, where JDG really underperformed, ended up losing out to Suning, and Suning ended up going on to represent LPL against Damwon in that World Championship. It feels like JDG have kind of been on that slow decline, but now coming into 2022, we're seeing rising back to what old fans would hope for JDG. We just need to see that continue.
Exactly that. It's also telling as well that they have hope on their team. I think, there's never been a better name in the moment, but we will see as the game continues on and starts off at least. 369 having heavy trades against Shanji early. Needs to try and get ahead of this Kale as best as possible. You would want, as I had that whole conversation with Ox the other night that, as a play-by-play, I know how to count, and Kale is really easy for me because I can count to 11 and I can count to 16. I get to do that again tonight, which I'm very happy about. Again, makes it very easy for me. But 369 himself wants a bounce back from that last game, right? Like, you do not want to go into a Vladimir match like that and get handled the way you did and not come into game 2 with a little bit of gruff.
And he's doing a really good job here at the moment, right? Like, in the early stages in top lane matchups, the level is so much more valuable than those early minions. And you can see there, right? 369 denying Shanji access to where he can get experience from the minions. So still sitting at level 1 despite the full wave
Aki
already
knows
being
this is
gone.
coming.
So here we go.
He gets the red buff. There's the missed out. Kanavi is not going to get the red. Does just spend a little bit of time in OMG's jungle. We'll start up the Krugs here. We got a bit of a 2v2 action going on the top side of the map, but Aki doesn't want to just let the Krugs go. Skirmish might not go their way. Those smites do come out as well. And it'll be just Kanavi cleaning up a little bit of gold up here, while Shanji still level 1 up in this top side.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, right? 369 doing a really good job of denying Shanji access to minions, but I don't think... Oh, we are looking at a dive.
Oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know, though, that the ward will spot out Yagao, but they're going to go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0.
Yeah, Shanji going to TP back in, but the juggling on the wave was so good. That terror damage never got to strike anyone down. And I mean, for Yagao, right, he just resets now, can always TP back into the mid. He hasn't really lost out on too much, and just a really nice dive from JDG, because if you actually look, the cleanse is on Ari, so you're not having the ability for Cream to try and move back up towards this top side. And just the dive, so well coordinated, right? Yagao ends up being the one that just tanks up the terror damage here, so Kanavi can finish off. Yagao knows he's got the red buff, so waits until he ends up taking that terror aggro with the red buff burn, so that then Kanavi can finish off the kill.
I'm just getting so many clips and moments in my head here where I'm just justifying the fact that the LPL does it best in this patch. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, we do it best. And it's JDG who bounced back from that early game of game number 1, now with their own early game in game number 2. And I think that's huge to set up the rest of the game itself. We're looking at some scaling aspects on the side of OMG. I still really like that mid game. And speaking of, JDG want to continue to get a lead. And now they're looking at bot lane as Abel has to get away. No summoner spells used by the OMG bot lane, though.
Yeah, Missing getting clean with it though. Sticks the barrel in behind Abel, so in case of even when he arcane shifts, he still takes the damage, which sets up for the belly bop. So nice job there for Missing to get some good poke. Did end up igniting a bit early though, as Hope did get knocked away by Cold, but still will give control to JDG in the spot side, and that's all that Kanavi really needs to start up this dragon.
It'll be first dragon going to JDG, just the Ocean Dragon to go, and it'll be the priority in bot lane that helps do that here. And I think the early game focus for objectives for JDG last game was okay still, even if they were losing those early picks and getting picked off in certain ways, early skirmishes as well. But it's about continuing that here. That first drag will be a good start for JDG, as they have already had a good start in this game. About 1.5K in the lead, just under 6 minutes, which, not much to write home about, but it's something if you just want to say hello to mom and pa. But it's an incredible start for JDG after, that detrimental start last game.
I love the idea of 369 just going, "Dear mom and dad, today I did a thing. Shanji missed out on a ton of CS, and now he needs help from his jungler. Aki is gonna try and gank me, but I get to walk away."
I have so many friends. Cold goes back in for the double engage. Does get slowed up here, though. Oh, the Q misses from Hope. The stun also flashed away from Cold, and because they had those summoner spells up, they get away.
I mean, honestly, this is actually kind of nice for JDG, though, right? Like, getting summoner spells out from that bot lane means when Missing and Hope do hit 6, you have the opportunity to make some really nice plays. Cold as well won't have any sort of flash engages for something like the Rift Herald in just over a minute's half time. So kind of making things a little bit easier for JDG in these early stages. Aki, though, already getting some deep vision established, as we might be looking for a bit more.
JDG just... the bounce back, man. They are going for tower dives. They're pushing under turrets. They're early on. They did not take that first game very well. And I wouldn't have either. I'm just saying, as a play, if I were a player. We do get 369 up into this top side, though. Just keep trading down against Shanji, who has hit that level 6 mark now. We do have junglers backpathing in this bottom side of the map. Aki himself coming out onto the map, but it will be a reset for Missing, so the timing just a little bit off. Won't be able to really find anything down there. Just going to keep clearing.
Yeah, I think Missing and Hope's just going to reset now, send Missing up towards the Rift Herald, so then he can try and help out with taking that objective. Hope, I imagine, will still move down towards the bottom side, where he's going to just try and match the 1v1 push from Abel, and making sure that that's all fine. So at the moment, I mean, JDG kind of just playing their bog standard game, right? This is what we talked about. Kanavi putting some pressure down on the bottom side to unlock Missing. Now Missing and Kanavi can work together to get Rift Herald, and continuously just playing for more and more of these neutral objectives.
You see Missing in mid lane, giving Cream a little bit of worry there, as it is already Kanavi taking the Rift Herald to start it off. We do have Cold going that way, as well as Aki. I won't be spotting it just yet. We did get the Missing ping, and now the engage. Cold gets stopped in his tracks, though. Double stun there. Yagal almost gets the kill here. He does end up getting killed. Now you have to worry about the frozen thralls, and it comes right for Cream. Cream one tap away, and there's the barrel to finish it off.
Great disengage from Missing. The second you get that headbutt coming in from Cold, Missing gets the belly bop, interrupts the dash, and it means that JDG now get the Rift Herald. Actually going to end up picking it up here for 369, and Missing gets killed. So well played. Like, watch it here, right? Cold is on a ward, so Missing ready for that engage, and then Yagao in the perfect spot to get the double lockup. They get the kill onto Cold, which lets Kanavi then set up for the play onto onto Cream as well. Just really well orchestrated by JDG.
That was really good, and they got the Rift Herald at the same time. They got their cake and ate it too. We'll see if they can use it in this top side, though. 369 still putting up pressure. They definitely want to keep that pressure up onto Shanji, as Kanavi will stick around here in the 2v1. Shanji does have some help from Aki, who's pathing up towards his top side, though. Rift Herald is going to be something to keep an eye on, though, as 369 will have to utilize that sooner than later, I would say. But it's just going to lend out here as Cream moving up towards his top side, just making sure to be available for those roams, which we've seen Yagao be able to do so far.
Yeah, especially because they spotted Kanavi on that ward that Aki placed earlier. So that's why we're seeing Aki moving up here as well. They're just making sure that Shanji can crash this wave and isn't going to fall even further behind. You can see already a significant CS advantage for 369 and a large portion of like where that big 3k gold lead is coming from.
And that 3k gold lead, not too shabby. It's a 10-minute mark here. We do have another dragon coming up in 35 seconds. Will be the second dragon of the game. If JDG want to put priority on that, they already have Kanavi down that way, while Aki needs to stop the bleeding up in this top side a little bit. Get some flexi seal up in this thing, as he's just waiting and biding his time, hoping that 369 takes the bait.
Yeah, you can even see they're moving code up here as well, but they're trying to trade this for presence on the dragon, but 369 isn't taking it. He's like, look, I know that we're going to win on the bottom side of the map. I'm not going to risk running into any sort of issues on the top side. He takes it slow. He's avoided everything, and it's just a lot of wasted time for Maki.
It is indeed, and now Rift Herald's still available for 369, which means now we'll more than likely see Aki go to the other side of the map, which gives 369 a lot more room to work with up here as Yagao now as well. Frozen Tomb comes out. There's the Everfrost. Righteous Judgment comes out, but it's only going to delay the inevitable here as Shanji goes down to 369.
I mean, JDG winning out everywhere on the map. Get the play on Shanji top side. Dragon on the bottom side. Mountain Dragon available now for them as well if they're looking towards that soul. This is JDG now getting angry after game number 1.
Which is, you know, fine by me, because that's exactly what I would expect from a team like this. Missing is going to miss the body slam there. A little bit cheeky. Try to go for the engage. Kadavi onto this bottom side. There's the Rift Herald and some free gold into 369's pocket, and there's no real response to come out from OMG because they really just can't respond. Aki gets caught up by Kanavi. He's already got half his health missing. Subjugation is going to come through here, though, and the healing's going to be nice. The tankiness as well. Cold coming over the wall. Cream is on his way, too. Can they get out? They go for the engage. Nice engage, though, for Cold on the other side to back them off. Cream gets out alive here. Kanavi goes down to Cold.
They try and go that bit too far now. JDG get caught out. Kill onto Kanavi, and that's going to give a little bit of breathing room to OMG on this bottom side. And some lovely goal back in the hands of OMG. It's just unfortunate that the kill does end up going to Cold in the end.
Let's see the task used there on the bottom side near picture-in-picture. Was not able to get able himself. Blue buff will be secured by Hope here in the bottom side of the map, though. It will be another jungle camp taken away from Aki. Finds himself pathing towards the top side of the map. But for now, it will be just JDG pushing in this bottom side as we take a look at that unfortunate circumstance for Aki and for Kanavi in the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Aki, I think, rightly goes, cool, I've got Subjugate. I'm actually totally fine to go against Kanavi. And you don't have the bot lane of Missing and Hope moving quick enough to go and support Kanavi. Code is actually the one that gets there first. Cream is able to move across as well to help out. So you just end up with a big numbers advantage for OMG, and they're able to get away before Hope and Missing are in a position to take that fight. And if you can delay this as OMG, slow down the pace of the game, that's good, but not happening.
Cream doesn't have Spirit Rush. He has nothing available. The double CCs come through, and Cream will die. Kanavi picks up his second kill of the game.
And this is where JDG, again, just trying to pick up that tempo again. Make sure that they're speeding up this game, because if they end up going super late, that's where Shanji can come online. So they go instead to make the play mid, try to get this presence on the bot side in this mid lane as well, and start opening up the map in favor of JDG.
Let's take a look at item completions there. We've seen multiple Everfrost already, such a cheap item. Gonna be completed there, but we're still working on our mythics across the board. We got the Riftmaker available for 369 now as well. We're waiting on these ADCs to really hit that precipice. Essence Reaver has been completed for Abel, though, and that's going to be a nice little damage spike, but you're still waiting. You're still buying time as first tower goes down 369, getting even more gold in his pocket.
And JDG just getting control of this top side. More control wards going down. Missing, pushing in on the bot side with Hope. Kanavi, they can play mid.
You find the Everfrost again. He still does. He does have the Everfrost up. Also gets out with it. So there you go. The utilization of the ultimate gets Cream to safety and needs to be careful on the bounce back again. They did target him last time. He didn't have the ulti up. Abel and Cold in some trouble, but will get themselves out of dodge.
Yeah, you still have Kanavi, though, and Yagao with presence in this mid lane, right? you end up getting Cream out of the equation, but I don't know if you want to try and commit to this, Aki.
We get fights, but nobody dies. We're
Yeah.
just getting like the trade backs back and forth. Another tower might fall here for JDG though.
Yeah, I think Aki just trying to see if he can disrupt the 1-2 punch that JDG were trying to set up. Yagao pushes mid, and then they roam bot to try and look for a dive, but it doesn't really matter. Abel and Cole back away, Hope and Missing still get the tower, so all 3 outer turrets now down for OMG, and you can already see the vision control for JDG being established on this top side. They're looking for the Rift Herald. They want to make sure that they're snowballing this game continuously.
Yeah, and it's really rough, right? Because we saw Aki actually hover down towards that bottom side as the bottom lane for JDG was extending a little bit, but they back off. Perfect timing. Aki wastes some more time. He loses some of the vision control in the top side of his jungle, and now Kanavi himself is going to be there ready to go for the Rift Herald fight if that comes to be. As we do have a dragon spawning 15 seconds, but the Rift Herald itself is another unlocking tool for JDG. We have a ton of response from OMG up this way, though.
Yeah, I think this is where OMG are kind of going, right, if we can try and get this, if maybe we can get a pick beforehand, it could work out for us. You can see a lot of darkness in and around that objective. So maybe Cole can get the engage, has his flash, and a lot of it, again, relies on the support engages for OMG.
It does indeed. The pillar does come out, missing on the side here. This could be a huge cask. It does separate the team a little bit. Everfrost comes out. Yagao over the wall, though. Double root, double knockup for the Fade's call as well. Cream in some trouble. Everybody's dashing away, but they're all dying at the same time. Missing, burning, but will not die. They get a second kill as Hope claims Cole.
And that could be the game-defining fight for JDG. The fact that OMG got nothing, couldn't find the engage, now gives them Rift Herald the opportunity to swing over towards the dragon as well if they'd like. And it looks like that is actually going to be the call. Continue stacking these dragons, more so than getting that Rift Herald.
It will indeed, and I can appreciate that stacking there. Aki just wants to get the Scuttle Crab before he dies, and it will be secured by Kanavi. So you don't get anything this time around, Aki. It will be another dragon going to JDG. They'll be on Soul Point, and I would expect them to transition this into the Rift Herald as there are already tons of pings coming that way.
Yeah, I mean, that is basically like a kid saying, no, you can't play with this toy, it's mine for Kanavi. Like, smiting the Scuttle Crab away from Aki when Dragon is up and available is just like, no, you can't have this. My mammy said this is mine. But you can see here, OMG, as soon as they realize that there's multiple members of JDG here, they just realize they can't go up. Great Everfrost from Yagao to set up the engage. Missing, then instantly flashing in to make sure they can get the kill. And I mean, from here, there's very little that you can do as OMG. They're just running for the hills, hoping to mitigate the losses on the
Oh my god, I just saw that Missing survived by casting Body Slam over there because he healed from the ability use. He was going to die to the bird. That was so close. Cold almost got a kill. They almost got their second kill of the game. They do not do so. I know it's almost, and that only works in horseshoes and hand grenades. But we'll see how this works out for JDG. As now OMG are trying to make a play in mid lane. They go for the cold play. They get the engage. The cast comes out though. Missing separates the fight. And now we got double TPs being completed here. Cold is out in some trouble here, and so is Cream. What is going on? OMG are just getting decimated. The needlework comes through. Righteous Judgment is not doing anything yet again. I feel like I've said that so many times. A double kill for Kanavi, and JDG are up 11-1, 10,000 gold, and they are pushing in mid lane.
And there's still that Rift Herald there if they want to go over for it. Will despawn in just over a minute's time, though, so it would need to be quick if they want to try and get it. But honestly, they're already getting the towers, and Yagao's looking for more.
He wants more. He flashes. The Everfrost connects. The damage also connects. Abel. Fate's call comes through. Hope gets the kill. Aki gets away. The tower shots don't really mean much here, and another tower is going to die.
I mean, the solo laners for OMG are just getting bullied at this stage. 0-3 for Shanji, 0-4 for Cream, and the first death of the game now for Abel as well. Thanks to Yagao, Hope, and Missing. Kanavi will manage to get the Rift Herald, and I mean, you're already looking like one tier 1 down, potential tier 2 play with the Rift Herald, potential inhibitor play. But Cold on this replay tries to flash forward to get the knock up onto Hope, but even if he did, I just don't see who follows up, right? Like, Cream made... could have looked for the dive on the bot side, backside, but not really there. And Yagao with the TP in as well just locks up the area before she can really do it.
Shanji realizes, he's got nothing left in the tank. He's going to have to buy some time. Hopefully the Abel gets out, and the rest of the team did get out, but it still is hugely in favor of JDG. And we've had two very one-sided affairs here in this series so far, but that's exactly what I love, because that means game number 3 is going to be the culmination of awesomeness that this series has been so far. But it is about JDG crossing those T's, dotting those I's, finishing this game off in a little bit quicker fashion than OMG were able to do with a bigger lead last time around, but it's still got a lot to work through. 2 minutes for a dragon that comes up. That will be Mountain Soul for JDG, and that would be another nail in the coffin, as was the Ocean Soul for OMG last game into this second one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just JDG's game completely. Like, we were already kind of looking at that big lead for OMG in game 1, but as you're saying, like a 12,000 gold lead at 20 minutes is absolutely absurd. And again, they've already done like the good job of getting their vision control in the spots they need, right? They have the Rift Arrow in the back pocket. Okay, we want to use it in the bot lane tier 2. Let's just make sure that we can actually get vision control on bot side to make sure that's safe. And OMG are going to try and desperate play for this.
They're going to do it.
Looks like in response to the inhibitor taking bot side.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really they could do besides make these kind of crazy plays. Yagao is waiting, though. He knows that if he gets in the pit, they are all doomed. Kanavi over on the side. Baron about 5,000 health here. OMG are committing to this tower. Falls to the bottom side, but it's all about the Baron fight. Who's going to get it? Kanavi tries to get into the pit. It is going to be taken by Cream, but afterwards, it's the Fate's Call that's going to be unleashed, and OMG are deleashed as they take out everybody just about. OMG are forced to run out of the Baron pit. It's a double kill for Hope, and they're losing their entire base. They've already lost the inhib. They've lost one Nexus tower, and 369 gets out with no scrapes.
I was going to say they got the Baron at least, but already you can see that gold not really equaling out because of how much 369 was able to take on the bot side. Inhibitor gone, tower in front of the Nexus gone as well, and 30 seconds until soul for JDG. Shanji won't even will just about be up, but no TP to get there means he'll arrive a little late. You can see here, right, JDG, they don't get the steal with Kanavi. The kill on the Baron does go across the Cream, but I mean, the health bars for OMG have just been absolutely decimated. Kanavi and Yagao in a great spot there to threaten the back line. You've got Missing, who's having a field day with these AoE abilities on the CC. Like, there's OMG at least gets something, but it cost them a loss.
I will say, I do actually really like the Shanji play there, the Righteous Judgment onto Aki, just to make sure he's immune to try and secure the smite. It didn't work. Like, he didn't get the smite off to secure it, but Cream got it anyways. But I think that's such an interesting combo. One of the little things that OMG can look at coming out of this game. But it will be the Mountain Soul, rather, getting stuck in game number 1. The Mountain Soul for JDG, and slowly but surely, it's going to be a crushing mountain for OMG to come up against.
And you can't even leave your bases, OMG, because...
Oh, there you go. You left your base, and what happened? You got caught out, you got killed, and that is Yagao with a 4th kill of the game. OMG do get a pick back, though, and it is an overextension for Kanavi. Now a TP coming through here. This will be a full on to Cream. The charm connects, Missing, doesn't get the kill. Spirit Rush is nice, but the Ignite cleansed out by Cream. Pops up the little Yubi. What's going on?
And that's the thing, is that yes, you're losing members, but there's a big double stack super minion wave on the bot side. So 369 will move back up the top side to clear out the last remaining outer turret. And this is what I was talking about for OMG, because you've got the super creeps pushing in the bot side and only one turret left. You're actually not able to leave your base because someone always has to deal with that super minion line, and that's what JDG are playing around right now, knowing they basically have that invisible 6th man on the bottom side thanks to the minions.
Shanji's at level 14. I need 2 more levels. Okay, Dag, I can count 2 more levels, but they cannot lose the game before that happens. Maybe they'll even lose it after they get to level 16. But it is a terrifying fact that you have to deal with the side lane pressure. We'll see that play again in mid lane.
Yeah, just really nice engage there. Kanavi flashing up the wall to get the setup on towards Abel. I mean, because Aki's able to steal all the resistances back from the Diego, it does set it up a little bit to get that kill back. Cream surviving as well is pretty clutch here, because I think if Cream goes down, there is a potential here for JDG to just try and outright close the game there with the double stack super minions on bot lane. But for the moment, OMG holding on. It just feels like it's a matter of time, though, until they eventually lose out, because the noose is slowly but surely closing around them with all this pressure that JDG have around the map.
It is a very similar game number 1 and 2 here as we go into it. It is a full engage from JDG. They're getting engaged on, though, as Yagao gets into the back. He goes golden, survives for so long. Cold with a massive knock up here. OMG, but here goes 369. And that is a little bit of an oh my god, because he is terrifying. He's looking at the tower, though. Apparently, that's all 369's job now. He goes into the fight. He just wants to attack the tower.
Again, though, you can see the super minions on this bottom side, and that's where OMG have got to run across to. Shanji will take care of them as 369, and it looks like the rest of JDG going to try and move up towards this top side and see if they can crack the top side instead of mid.
Shanji's farming up those super minions, but that tower is worse for wear here as Creep tries to go in. He just gets taken out. Righteous Judgment comes out, though, and that's going to be huge to save the day, but it's 369 with the needlework to get a kill. Double for himself, the top laner for JDG. Another inhib as well going down, and JDG want to move towards mid lane to get these triple inhibs unlocked.
Yeah, but OMG have now got to 3 kills. They've got so
Let's
many
go.
more kills. This is where they can do it. JDG, all inhibitors down. The minions are there. OMG, their last breath is coming.
Frozen Tube came out. Yep, it's going to be it. JDG deja vuing what OMG did in game number 1 as they come out with a 15,000 gold lead to finish out the game just under 26 minutes in. Another iteration of why the LPL just does it best, but both these teams leaving everything on the Rift here and leading us to a game 3 that at this point, I don't even know what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're expecting to see from JDG, though. This is why it can be a little bit frustrating when you see those happy-lucky games in game number 1 of their series, because they are so clean when they get leads. Like you can see here, when they have a game plan, they know exactly how to orchestrate it. It's just a case of not falling behind in the early game.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, especially like both games now. We've seen something happen crazily early, leads to that team kind of winning the game. And I think that's a super telling fact to go into the third game as like, are we going to see another level 1 shenanigans that we saw from OMG in game number 1? Do we see something to just tilt the table a little bit to kick off game 3, or do we just get a slobber knocker going back and forth? Because both these teams have shown their willingness to fight, their willingness to be aggressive even in this durability patch. We had double dives in that last one for JDG, and I think it's very, very crucial going into game 3 that we continue to see that for both teams, but in different iterations.
Yeah, I think the big thing, though, is that, like, you're kind of seeing when JDG are on form, how well they can do. Because as you said, right, like, they went for this dive on the top side, but a lot of that was already Yagao had control in the mid lane, had forced the reset coming through from Cream, so there was no teleport for Cream, which then allowed them to play up towards 369 and set up for that really cool dive, right? Like, you're seeing that the pieces are starting to come together for JDG, and when they do get those early leads, their mid game's unstoppable, right? Because chances are they've already picked up 1 or 2 dragons. They're looking at the Rift Herald because of the early advantages that they have. They're very good at like getting these neutrals to work in their favor as the game goes on. And unfortunately for OMG, they just couldn't quite keep up pace the second they started to fall behind.
And the conversation of what the mid game is going to look like for OMG, those guys, we didn't even have to ask that question because it was so one-sided. They didn't get a say in it whatsoever. And I got to go back to this top lane, man. We've had such a back and forth topside matchup. And this time around, 369 does not want to let Shanji have any advantage. And I think that matchup up there is going to be super, I guess, a little bit volatile going into game 3. I expect both these guys to come out swinging here.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that we've seen it heavily in favor of Shanji. We've seen it heavily now in favor of 369. And even though you look at the damage, you go, well, 369 didn't do very much. It was that kind of unknown presence on the top side where it's hard to put into stats, but he was so good at like actually getting pressure on side lanes, keeping Shanji out of the equation. And he'd show up and you could see like instantly everyone at OMG is like, nope, not dealing with this dude. 3 items on the Gwen. She is terrifying. And wasn't really up there in the damage percent, that happily going towards Yagao on this Lysandra. But the impact that he had on the map could not be understated.
Yeah, and this composition from JDG outright just looked pretty terrifying. We were talking about the CC, the mid lane, the fact that they got the Lysandra for Yagao and were able to pilot it so well. I'm very excited to see what the response is from OMG, because at this point, we've gotten the response we were looking for from JDG. Now we just got to get to the culmination of the series. As we do send it off to a little break, do not go anywhere, as one of these teams will be coming out with game number 3 victorious.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Sunlight bleeds in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, and my core, there's a war. Time is a melody, lines in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you
darkness descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. Another beautiful sight of Shanghai as the competition has never been more alive. I am Mazel, joined by Dagda, and we are in our first series of the first day of the third week of LPL. And I hope you're as excited as I am, because it has been a very interesting start to the day. Yeah, the numbers add up, I promise. Don't check my math. The first two games, though, of this series have been absolutely crazy. We've seen very one-sided affairs for both OMG and JDG. And now after the second game, it is Yagao who comes out with the MVP after a monster performance on the Lissandra.
Yeah, great play from Yagao. As we talked about already, like getting that early, like level, well, what is it, first 3-wave lead essentially over Cream means that he's able to roam up towards that top side and help out on the dive for 369, setting up that big win for 369 in the top lane. And then every single time they needed an engage tool, Yagao was in the perfect spot with that lockup to set up the win for JDG.
I think that's the crucial part, is the Lissandra worked out so well because the rest of the team were functioning around that mid lane, right? Those early roams top, that early dive that JDG was able to secure, I think was so huge in the momentum that they utilized to go through with those objectives. The mid game into the I guess, the late game that technically we didn't have because they just ended the game too quickly. But we've had some seriously interesting games in the fact that we just the other day, had our 50-minute banger of a game, and here we are having very, very tilted affairs that are ending pretty quick comparatively. And I'm still wondering, what could we possibly get going into this last one, as we have OMG back on the blue side, JDG there on the red side, and a lot of similar bans coming off the board, Dagda.
Yeah, the Kalista taken off the board here as well by OMG, so very much trying to target that bot lane and see if maybe, just maybe, they can get Abel into a good spot where he can try and set himself up as a big carry for this squad. But honestly, I think you're kind of looking at, like, still these big picks like the Viego being left open, opportunity there for OMG to try and take that one away again. Oh, wow.
Do we get the JDG Gangplank ban? Oh, the Gangplank's still open. Shanji, let's see if he gets it. It will be the Viego, though, banned away by JDG. They first picked the Lucian. They say, come at me, bro, if you want to pick the GP.
Yeah, I mean, the GP I don't think is too big of an issue. I think that Lucian is definitely going to be an issue, though. Like, able to pick this up with Nami for calling the bot lane means that you're going to be in a really good spot for OMG to try and play around this bot side and kind of make things a little bit uncomfortable for Hope. I will say though, I think when Cold has been such a good tool for OMG to use in engages, like on things like the Alistair, when he was on things like the Nautilus in the past, this is where I think OMG are going to be a little bit caught out, where they now need to look at someone else to take over in that role.
The Karma and the Ezreal are the lock-ins for JDG. They want to go ahead and get that bottom lane secured. I was wondering, maybe there would be that flexibility with Lucian. I like how you just put it straight in the bot lane. Fine, Dagda, your analysis is better than mine. LeBlanc does come through for Cream. That is a scary thought as well, as the Nami comes through, more than to justify your right analysis there.
I mean, it's just such a strong pick in the bot side, and there's very little that can really deal with it, especially past level 3. This lane just takes over. But yeah, I'm going to opt into the LeBlanc Ari matchup, so pretty happy to go with that. But with no junglers locked in, I definitely feel like JDG will start to target some of these jungle picks, so then they can get a first rotation there for Kanavi. But actually more worried about this top side and making sure that 369 is going to be okay.
Hey, I appreciate the Gangplank ban from that first game. The Vi actually is going to be taken off as well by OMG this time around, so they'll take that away from Kanavi if you wanted to go for that one. Do you have any thoughts about this Ari versus LeBlanc this time around? And we got to see the Ari last time around for Cream. Didn't end up in the best situation, but now it's not the Lissandra, it's the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it can do pretty okay in like trading very effectively with the Ari. The only thing is it can be a little bit harder to try and get control over the wave, because you have to use your distortion on the wave, which means you don't really have trade potential against the Ari, and you've also got to use your main damage source in the wave versus on towards your opponent. So it can be a little bit tough, but should be okay as long as you're able to get that jungle attention from Aki. But I'm just not really sure exactly what Aki and Kanavi are going to go for here. It feels like to me for JDG, they're nearly setting up as this like long range kind of poke damage composition. So maybe 369 is going to look for something like a Jace or something along these lines in that top lane. But I'm kind of curious as to what Kanavi wants to go for in the jungle. I think that something that has like the option to peel but also be a decent engage to could work. So you could actually look at something like the Jarvan if you want to try and lock up. But it looks like he's actually just going to add in more of that kind of long range damage with that Graves.
It is locked in here. Very obvious focuses for both these teams as they came out of the second ban phase. The Lee Sin joined the buy for OMG. The Rumble joining the Gangplank as top lane bans for JDG. And now we have the final pick, the counter pick for JDG, which will be towards that top side. And we'll have to see what OMG just feel comfortable grabbing, right? The Kennen is something we've seen banned away multiple times that can make it through here. And it does end up getting drawn by OMG.
Yeah, I had my aha moment for like JDG going like, what top laner would be perfect here? And I was like, oh, Kennen would be perfect for 369. And obviously OMG were like, hell yeah, it would be. That's why we're not letting them have it. Shanji takes that one away. But it actually works out well for Shanji as well, right? Because having that extra engagement that we talked about, someone else that's going to take on the mantle of getting in and being the setup for the team fight is perfect. And here we go, the talent
I just
locked
ran
in for
away.
Aki.
I just ran away from my setup because I just saw the talent locked in and I just screaming my head off. Oh my God, we get it. OMG. Oh my God, it all works out. And it is the talent to come through for Aki. Aki himself, having already played the Zed, trying to bring out some of these assassins and the durability meta. And it's the Scion to round out the JDG pick. I just got real hypey.
Yeah, I love the talent. I think it's really, really strong. I think you can do a lot, and especially when you're looking at a pretty squishy lineup on JDG side, apart from that side in the top lane. I think if you got like the two assassins both working in tandem to try and find these picks, it can work out really, really well. So we'll have to see if OMG are going to be able to find that though in these early stages, or if you're on JDG's side, if you can find these early leads, get your vehicle control down, and make it really hard for OMG to actually find passages in towards the fights. Because if you're able to control your flanks, you know, LeBlanc can't really get in, Talon can't really get in, and even then you're looking at Kennen as well, the last ninja to round that out. It's still going to be incredibly tough for him to find good moments to find flanks.
And I see a lot of aggression on the side of OMG. Maybe they need to go to like some aggression counseling or something like that. But they definitely opted into that one for this third one. But I love it because you're trying to throw a wrench in the works of what has been a very back and forth series here, where we've seen, you know, skirmish heavy bruiser junglers already take the scene in both these first games. And now Aki is willing to say, we put the game on us, on our decisions in game number 3. Can we get a snowball? Can we get ahead? This Talon will do that if we can get the right resources on it. And I think it has a little bit of boomer bust potential here for sure for OMG. And I think that's something we have to keep an eye on, Dagger.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited to see. If OMG can find that, we've seen them get those early leads in this series already. It's just going to be a case of Aki and Cream trying to link up, play through the mid jungle, punish Yagao, and then try and spread that influence across the map.
Let's see, as game 3 already onto the Rift, we've got OMG trying to take down the would-be Titans in JDG and trying to take this best of 3 in a 2-1 victory. We have gone the distance already. JDG looking for early blood. Will not find it, though, in the bottom side of OMG's map.
Yeah, just trying to make sure they can spot out where Aki's going to be at these early stages. Ensure that they're able to make sure the Talon can't get into a position where he can get ahead. Cream going to spot them as they leave as well, making sure that there is actually a bot side that Aki can take.
We'll see how that all starts out, but we got to keep an eye early on. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's the early trade. It's the Spell Thieves. Missing has won the game. JDG, it's over. No, in all actuality, it's just a little bit of vision game. OMG, we will see opting into the top side. Split map so far for both junglers. And something we haven't necessarily seen that much of in this split.
Yeah, nice job from Cream, though, to, although he traded his health bar for it, get that ward down that spotted JDG. We're going for this invade, so they know there is going to be the split map. 369 just trying to be a bit of a nuisance on the Scion, but will make his way back up towards the top side. So it kind of works out in favor, honestly, of JDG going for the split map. Because, as you say, we don't see it very often. But when Aki is trying to play towards squishier targets, when he's trying to find ways to, like, influence the map, the fact that now he's kind of stuck onto the top side against 369, who is already in that tanky position, is going to mean that his ganks aren't going to be as strong. Even you can see Kanavi as well now moving back over, so you don't even get the second camp as Talon because of how quick Kanavi clears, and now Kanavi's got just a little bit of advantage for himself.
And that's a huge heads up play from Kanavi, right? Like realizing, I just need to assert myself, walk across this mid lane, force Aki, who is on this assassin early on that can't do much, to see the jungle. And now he gets that extra lead up, the extra camp so far, but the Graves can get terrifying with the amount of clearing he can do and the amount of damage I feel like can be present on this composition for JDG. As speaking of damage, we got a little bit given from Abel and Cold over to Missing.
Yeah, and that's only just off the level 2 as well. Missing needs to be very careful because level 3 is really where this bot lane comes alive, but Kanavi should be making his way down towards that side of the map as that level 3 is hit, so might be able to give some much needed help to the JDG bot.
And I wonder if we do, both games so far we have seen both junglers going towards this bot side. A lot of it has led to window shopping, as I called it, where they just gotta have to wait around, see if anything's gonna happen, walk away because nothing happened. But in this one, I expect a little bit more, I guess, all-in potential down there. Maybe see if they can actually get something instead of just window shopping, as it will be Scuttlecrab achieved first by Kanavi. Aki is down here, has the wall jump over, but Hope already gets the kill. Don't even need him. Cold goes down. The squishiness not working out in favor. Missing almost dies to the shots from Abel, but it's first blood for JDG.
That was so much damage on towards Cold. Cold completely caught unaware there. And I mean, look, that's something that we've kind of seen with Cold prior to this as well, where much happier on these tanky engaged supports and not expecting how much burst could come through from JDG, and Code just falls. You see it here in the replay. Like, Code only level 2 to the level 3, and just the 1-2 shot coming through with the Ignite and the Essence Flux as well to deal the damage for Hope.
Just not expecting the damage, kind of focusing on, Aki coming in, what's going on between the junglers, how is Abel, Abel's stunned up there, like, oh no, we got to fix him, but Cold is the one that gets all the pressure put onto him, and that's a big lead for the bottom lane of JDG. Gotta look back towards the rest of the map, though. We did get resets coming out for both junglers. I would still really need to see Aki getting involved on the map some way, but he hasn't really been able to because of what just happened on the bottom side, and it spends a lot of time for Aki.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about how JDG had kind of made this game uncomfortable for Aki off the get-go, right? The early invade means that Aki has to split the map. He ends up falling behind in the CS department and in the camp department, and it means that he's not actually able to find these windows to try and influence the game. And now you're looking again at like, okay, well, what do you do as Aki, right? Like, you are sitting about 2-3 camps behind, so now you're going, okay, maybe I can try and like play up towards this top side, maybe I can actually try to farm up a little bit of these advantages, but the more time you spend farming, the less time you're actually getting these leads and using that first strike.
Cream able to get out with the distortion there. Kanavi will be seen in the mid lane. We have Dragon on the board now for about 20 seconds. We'll be in Hextech Dragon to start off. Cold in some trouble yet again. The Exosploit's doing a lot of damage back. It will be a root, though, onto Abel, and nice damage traded. Kanavi down here. Do we see another JDG tower dive as Abel walking away from the tower only has 200 health? The smoke screen comes out. They're still trying to commit to this, as it will be the end of the line, doing a decent amount of damage. Kanavi forces OMG off the bottom tower. It'll be turret plates, a boon for Hope.
Yagao is here as well, though, level 6 on the Yari, which is why OMG can't try and contest the wave. Cream, especially with his wave underneath the tower, isn't really in a position to try and answer this.
Aki doesn't really have anything to do down here as well. The minions are still spawning in his jungle, and they've kept the pressure up down here. Dragon also is already started for JDG, but look at the bot side. Cold and Abel, they found missing. He flashes forward, missing the shield. The ignite isn't going to be enough. Not enough today. JDG's missing, gets out for the second time with a sliver of health. It'll be a Dragon for JDG as well.
Aki trying to see if he can find Missing, but too afraid to go into that bottom side, not really knowing where Kanavi is. So OMG unfortunately come up empty-handed again. That was so close, but unfortunately just not enough damage in the tank for OMG.
Yeah, find ourselves in a very similar position down there yet again. With the ignite burned by Cold, all the summoner spells for the bottom lane. We'll get a repeat of that and see how Missing just survived with such little health. He gets hit by the bubble to start it off.
Yeah, good job from Cold to land that, but you see there the shield just in time to heal from Hope as well, making sure that he's able to just about stay topped up. But I mean, there you can see Missing takes that step too far and it can cost him, and that's been basically the story of both supports in this bot lane, right? Every time you see Hope trying to go aggressive onto Cold, Missing is already tethered with Abel, which means that Abel has to put himself in harm's way to try and trade back, because he knows he's going to get CC'd whenever he tries to trade against Hope. But you're seeing when Cold is able to get some damage back onto Missing, land that CC, suddenly OMG are able to put up a fight. So we'll have to see how that back and forth is going to continue to go. But right now, it's JDG who are coming out on better.
We got pings from OMG themselves onto the Rift Herald that'll be spawning in about 20 seconds. Not much they can really do about it, though, as priority in mid lane, as well as the presence of Kanavi up towards that way will just ensure that they can start up this objective. Would be the second objective in a row for JDG in this third game. Some nice things to have, at least to start it off, as Cream trying to trade into Yagao a little bit. Actually, Kanavi opts in, since we still have a little bit of time for the Rift Herald, to take out the blue buff here, and Aki can't really do anything about it, and that is the scary point at this point. When does Aki actually be able to do anything here? And I think that's a very provocative question to be asking at this point for OMG, because that's the mainstay of how they're going to win this game, it feels. I don't know if this is the trade, though. They go in. They might be in some trouble, as the ultimate from Aki is going to do enough. Cream is the one that picks up the kill, and there you go. Aki finally gets on the board.
And I was about to agree with you. I was about to say, I don't feel like there's many situations where Aki can actually get these advantages because of the way JDG are set up, but JDG end up overextending, and now 369 running down towards this bottom side, but OMG, they've already got away scot-free, so really nice job from Aki and Cream to get that kill.
I can appreciate that with a little bit of cast and curse in there on JDG's side. But it'll be something on the board for OMG, as we've tied up 1-1. Much different stories than we've had, and exactly what I was expecting going into this third game, where in the LPL, when we have very one-sided games for game 1 and 2, it's always a banger for game 3, because it is everybody coming from very one-sided games into very respective game 3s, and everybody taking a little bit of extra time with it here as well. So want to keep seeing how these comps play out. It'll be Rift Herald that started, but Shanji in trouble, needs to call Aki over. 369, he flashes, he gets the kill, and he'll give that all day long. He might just go for the Scion play under tower here, but won't do so. Aki slowly chasing him down. Does he even get him here? There's the bird, the bleed rather, and he does finally get the kill to 369. 369 trading back very heavily onto Aki, though. One more auto attack would have done it, but he can't find the time, and Aki jumps over the wall. Cold is just dead. Abel tries to find Missing, but Missing gets out with a sliver of health again, and Abel just dies under tower. That's a double kill for Kanavi.
I mean, Kanavi just saying, anything you can do, Aki, I can do better. Double trouble in the bot lane for OMG as Abel and Cole both fall. And that's just so well played by JDG, responding well to the pressure that Aki was putting on top side.
I can't believe they were able to pull that out on both sides. Now we do see OMG going back to the Rift Herald because they can actually do it this time around. Be more plates going over to the bottom side of JDG, and especially Hope. But at least OMG get an objective back, and this will be a big one to utilize somewhere, some way, and hopefully in one of these solo lanes.
Yeah, I feel like they need to try and use this mid. Like, Cream and Aki are falling behind, and the Assassins went behind, don't do particularly much. But we're going to get a replay of this solo kill from 369. Really nicely done. Gets the knock up onto Shanji. The ultimate as well to keep him locked in place. And even predicting the movement here from Shanji when he flashes forward. Manages to get the decimating smash. And then here, he survives for so long that Aki ends up overextending to try and get this. The minions are doing a good bit of work. They're actually slowing Aki as well as he goes through, and that means you're able to get Aki low. So
man.
JDG make the play happen bot side.
Yeah, that Cole just stepping up a little bit there, getting some vision, but yeah, stepped up just a little bit too late. And Abel is taking out our tower. He was very close to getting Missing there with the culling, but can't do so.
And now you've got 2 kills picked up for Kanavi on that bot lane play. He's in a great spot. Dragon is going to be going their direction as well as they pick up number 2 here. I don't imagine OMG can try and make anything.
I mean, he's got the Eclipse. He's got the Eclipse now, so I guess a decent spike there. But yeah, I mean, this is the play we would have expected. OMG backing off, giving the Dragon to JDG. Will be continuing the objective stacking for JDG in terms of Dragons, which I think is important for them. But Cold and Abel still on the bot side can be terrifying if they find the right pick at the right time.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Now you're in a position where the only way that Aki and Cream could really make this game work is if Cream was able to land some early chains on towards Yagao. You get Aki diving in towards the mid lane. They're picking up a bunch of kills, and then you snowball this game out of control. But now Aki hasn't really got these big leads. Cream is kind of looking all right, but not too far ahead. And JDG are starting to get control more and more.
Here comes Aki, though. The Maelstrom already utilized there. And Unstoppable Onslaught will be a ticket out for 369. Nicely done from the top laner of JDG. Kanavi takes this opportunity, as they did see Aki up there, to get the bottom side jungle of Aki's and continue building up this CS differential between these junglers, which I think has actually grown to a very scary number, at least if you're trying to find a way into this game for OMG.
Yeah, you can see Aki's trying to respond, but again, means that Kanavi's now positioned in the bot lane, and Abel and Code are the ones falling behind. And the problem is, you're playing a bot lane that needs to snowball, but Yagao might be caught.
Cream does get charmed there. Yagao double chain connects here. Kanavi's coming to help him, though, and Cream realizes they need to back off this one. Cold and Abel coming up to help as well. Again, that potential is scary. They find Yagao over the wall.
Yeah, Yagao holding onto that ultimate for way too long. Code will send an Ami wave wide, but still OMG now. They're the ones with the Rift Tower in mid, and they're going to get some nice damage down. Hope, though, because of all that early pressure, will get first tower bot side as Aki
look at this.
Here for Missing.
Ooh, Missing. Oh, the play over the wall. Jump over. Now they're in some trouble here. There's the ultimate utilized. Missing flashes away. Kanavi. This is a 2v4 that they feel confident in taking. 369 is on his way here. No unstoppable onslaught to speak of, but there's the exhaust utilized just to try and get Abel out of. Oh my god, he takes so much damage there. And now, what? How did JDG force this into OMG? Cole dies again.
Yeah, Missing able to get the speed up there to set JDG up, and now they're the ones on the mid lane turret, and Abel
taking so much damage there. The tower itself is now in the ire of JDG. A couple minions left here. See if they can get it. One knockup would have spelled the doom of Abel, but they don't get the outer tower. JDG have to walk away. Nice defense from OMG.
I mean, you still have JDG posturing here, though. A lot of pressure created on that bot side with the turret going down. You even got Yagao as well, who's cleared out a wave top, so that's dying to the turret. OMG are not guessing these minions that are just dying to the turret, so they're going to try and make a play instead.
Yeah, they're trying to collapse here. Shanji has Slicing Maelstrom available there, but they can't find the angle just right. Chains do connect here. They'll get the stun CC down. Creep backs away to the distortion. 369 not going to go down. He's too tanky already with that Frostfire Gauntlet. We get a replay of that Yagao catch out there, trying to see if Cream could do something here.
Yeah, spots him on the sweeper and goes, oh god, I don't want to be here. But at this stage, right, Yagao is holding on to the ultimate. I think he just ult over the wall, especially when you realize Code and Abel are on the way as well, but holds on to it for far too long. Abel's able to get the empowered double shot with the Vigilance and the Tyconner's Blessing, so you are able to pick off Yagao.
That was a nice pick off and much needed gold given over to Cream in the mid lane. Sitting at 2-0 on the LeBlanc himself actually is not too bad, as he now has completed the Luden's Echo as well. We'll get the transition of the bottom lanes going to mid, and see that as we transition to the mid game here, what OMG can do, as Aki himself on the Talon has had some influence when we thought maybe it'd be much more difficult for him to.
Yeah, the problem though is that, like, what you already kind of mentioned at the start of this game, Mizel, like, you're kind of early game or bust here as OMG. Like, your Cream and Aki are not going to kill 369. Abel, because he's gone for the Gale Force as well, isn't really going to have the damage to get through this Scion. And realistically, as long as JDG are able to keep up this tempo advantage that they've already gained for themselves, they get to establish vision. They get to make it hard for OMG to operate in towards these neutral fights. You can see with 30 seconds until the next dragon, you've already got river control for JDG, and 369 can start to rotate down now. And how do you try and push in here as Aki to find picks alongside this LeBlanc when you just don't know where JDG are sitting?
Yeah, it's so difficult for Aki to really have any say. He just has to wait for the opportunity to arise to do something, right? You don't have the engagement potential, the I want to go now, so let's go, into a team like JDG have right now, where they've set themselves up with a pretty strong lead early on. It's Dragon started up by Kanavi. The rest of OMG are here. This is turning out to be a potential 5v5 with Yagao on the side with the flank, but they don't find it just yet. 369 taking a decent amount of damage. Dragon getting low. Aki does not get it. Kanavi gets the third Dragon for JDG, but Slicing Maelstrom might just get the fight. That's huge for OMG. They've got to take the rest of it, though. They get obliterated. Yagao is there, but Kanavi gets hopped on, and here comes Aki. They've got a decent amount of team fight damage, and OMG just don't. There's the big bubble, and there's another pop as it's OMG going down into the night. Cold is still alive, finally surviving for once, but he will not for long. Yagao with a triple kill.
And it was so close to being good for OMG. Shanji had a great engage as JDG were separated, but it's not enough. JDG find the picks, find the tower, and that's going to be more gold in their pockets.
Rift Herald, a number 2 on the table here for JDG if they want to go ahead and take it. Kanavi's just blowing up this gold lead for the jungle matchup. He's taking all of Aki's jungle camps. He's taking everything that Aki could possibly hold dear, including the life of his teammates. And Aki just barely missing 28 there on the smite.
Yeah, great engage here from Shanji, though, realizing, look, they're separated, we can make this play happen, but Kanavi is just too big, finishes off Abel. Now you've got Yagao as well in a great position to actually hide behind 369. As we said, nobody kills 369 in this fight. Just really, really nicely played. And I'm going to as well talk about it because I didn't even cop. Kanavi has gone for a gore drink. Kanavi on his graves has just gone, you know what? Everyone's going to be jumping in on top of me. I'm going to make sure that I'm able to get this healing. And I think this is just the funniest build. This is just amazing.
It actually is. That damage ain't no slouch either. Oh, man. All right. Cream is already dead. A little bit of cream of the crop there for JDG. We'll see if hope can continue here, as they've already taken down the outer tower. 369 pretty much has everything you could ever ask for in the side lane, as Shanji doesn't really have a response there. They're on the tier 2 tower in top.
Yeah, and it's going to be gone. I mean, you just don't get to try and hold this one up. You've even got the Rift Herald still in Kanavi's back pocket, so he can use that if he wants to, but they just know, hey, look, we've got control here on this top side. We can move over whenever we're ready into this mid lane as well. They're just taking their time again to make sure that this mid game is going to go perfectly on their side.
Yeah, trying to stay away from the mid games that OMG have seemingly had some trouble with to start off the split. JDG themselves not having any trouble in this game. We're hoping for a little bit more of a back and forth for this third game, where we saw OMG come out of the gate swinging in game 1, but JDG have seemingly woken up from a little bit of a slumber in that first game and come back to exactly how we kind of expected this series to go in the first place. Very dominant map control from JDG.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you're just running out of targets here as Cream and Aki. Like, as we said, the Gourd Drinker there for Kanavi means that if Aki or Cream ever try and jump in on top of him, he's got that initial burst of healing that comes through from the Gourd Drinker to keep him topped up. Yagao is going to get Sonya's coming through. Hope is going to be very slippery and also just have some of that his own defensive items coming through shortly as well. So for OMG, the double assassin build is just not working out for him.
It is not. Tier 2 in the mid now also falls, so we'll have more towers fighting with us here. Kanavi caught out a little bit. There's Abel getting some decent damage put onto him. Here comes Slicey Maelstrom on the back. It's a series of events here for OMG, but Kanavi gets away. Now you got to be careful. Oh, they do find Kanavi at least, but now they've spread and run for the hills, but the hills have eyes, and they're always looking because JDG are always hunting, and that'll be more kills to JDG. Cream gets out. Shanji trying to get out, trying to escape here, but the base is in tatters. JDG actually spending time to just chase down everything they can at this point because they say, you know what, might as well have some fun with it.
Shanji trying to run towards Aki.
Aki's
Going to help me,
still
brother.
down.
I need help, but he's got his spotted.
Oh, no. Aki's still going. The beauty of talent. This is why he picked it, because he knew that even if the game does not go right, he can still have fun. He can still parkour.
I mean, start the Benny Hill music. JDG are going to chase him
When you
down.
need him. Oh my God, he's still got Aki, the greatest magic showman of all time, will finally die.
I mean, he gets the flash out from Sion, but the problem is you've now got your jungler dead for 30 seconds, and that's sold for JDG in 15. So JDG reset, will run towards the objective, and look, this has just been all over the place. Abel tries to get the damage onto Kanavi, but remember what we're talking about here, right? As Shanji comes in, the Gourd Drinker gives you that big burst of healing, and alongside the magic shield as well from the Hex Drinker, keeps Kanavi alive for so long. So everyone has to overcommit to kill Kanavi, which means JDG can find the play.
OMG caught again. Very, very good stuff from JDG to bait them out here every single time. It seems like Cream needs to be careful. Cream, you got to get out of there, man. Kanavi's chasing you down, and Kanavi's coming to town with a shotgun.
I mean, he's got a shotgun, a flail, a sword, and a glaive. Like, there's no escaping from this Graves. That is a loaded weapon if I've ever seen one. And now JDG will get to crack open the base as Kanavi takes that soul.
Appreciated the talent pickup. Appreciated the confidence for OMG to draft the way they did in game number 3, but you got to respect it. And now the Slicing Maelstrom, you thought it was going to do something. Doesn't even get a kill. They've lost another member, and the snowball continues.
Yeah, now Yagao going to see if he can find the pick. Not quite able to get the charm. Aki going to be forced back. I mean, the soul is there for them now. They're just waiting on waves. And honestly, they don't even care about them. They're just going, hey, look, Shanji's dead. Aki's been forced back. Let's just take the Baron.
The Baron will be nice. It'll add to the almost 10,000 gold lead that JDG find themselves in now. And it's just about crossing the T's, dotting the I's yet again. We're having a little bit of school class here in this first series of the day as JDG found themselves in a bit of a fight against OMG for this Baron. OMG's realizing, you know, there might be something to fight over here, but they are also just disappearing. I don't know if they're all magicians, but at this point, Yagao is going to be out of the fight because of the health bar decrease there from Aki, but Aki chases and dies himself, and it's a little bit all over the place at this point for OMG. Seems like the wheels have fallen off the train a little bit, and JDG just keep on going.
Yeah, I mean, 369, just playing front line there. Now going to push in mid. Got the wave there. Looks like we're getting resets, but no TPs for JDG. Means that will kind of be the end of the play. But, I mean, it's only a matter of time now. I mean, 369, kind of hilarious that he is still out on Summoner's Rift. Like, he's never going to get this tower. He could probably spend some gold and actually, like, link up with his team. But they're actually just going to run straight over towards the Baron instead.
We'll see the replay of that again. OMG just trying to look for something, and I can respect that. But then they always look, and JDG punish.
Yeah, Gao on the flank there finds Cold. 369 in a great spot here. Doesn't even get the knock-up, but doesn't really matter. They have to find the fight. Now we got another fight happening.
We do. JDG don't want to stop. Oh, that True Shot Barrage does a lot of damage. They didn't even start the bear. They were just pushing the wave in mid lane. Now it looks like they might go back that way, try to push out this top side as well, get those minion waves crashing into the base of OMG. It could be a quick Baron to boot as well.
Oh, yeah, go.
Decent trade back. Gets the Banshee's Veil pop. as Cream is able to actually do a little bit of work. 369, looking for the picks, which I can appreciate. Because you got to have fun on the Scion at this point. You got the Warmogs. You're feeling real tanky. It feels real good. It is the Baron buff secured. It is a Baron power play for JDG. And the catch out there in the picture as well. So I guess Colt died again. And now we get to see Cream die again. And it's just going to be a slow take to that as everybody is going to end up dying. Shanji gets killed by Yagao. And now JDG, 5 members strong, blast forward, charm, another death to Cold. Will Abel bite the dust as well? Everybody from OMG are getting taken out. Aki is just having a good time, picking the flowers in the jungle, saying hi to the monsters, but his base is in tatters. This series is in tatters for OMG. And JDG, the big brain train, keeps chugging along as they'll hit 4-0 to start the season.
A kill a minute on average there for JDG. Absolutely insane from this lineup. Being able to estimate OMG in Game 2 and Game 3. And this is why a lot of people are looking at this team going, they are looking good. But you can't kind of forget about game number 1.
You can't.
This is where we need to see that consistency from JDG. But if they can keep up playing like this, this is a team that can definitely look towards those top spots in the LPL.
Absolutely can. And they make more and more cases for that argument every single time we see them on the Rift. Although I will say they do end up losing games a decent amount in those best of threes. You got to keep an eye out on those one-offs. But it has been a very interesting story for JDG, as it literally just felt like they woke up after that first game. They got smacked a couple times. It's like those videos where you see people pouring water on people that are asleep. It's like that a little bit, where OMG just came out the gate swinging. JDG woke up in game number 2, showed their dominance. And yes, game 3 wasn't the exact same, but it was still map control and map dominance from JDG. I will say as well, being able to see all these performers, we were talking heavily about Kanavi early on, but I feel like the laners really showed out today.
Yeah, I agree. I think they looked absolutely spectacular. And certainly game 1, I felt like, the little brother hitting the older brother a little bit, and the older brother then starts chasing them around the house because, God, JDG were absolutely insane. It's just the biggest issue for me is that, I want to see this more consistently. Like, the fact, look, obviously there was a coin flip level 1, game 1, that made it a little bit tougher. But coming into game 2, where you can see a slower pace of early game, where you're having people link up with Yagao, roaming topside to get those early wins for 369. In this game as well, you can see, okay, Kanavi getting some early plays, setting up for neutrals. This is the JDG way. And to just have that more kind of be their style and consistently seeing that is kind of what I think JDG need to find, because whenever they do start to slip behind, they almost play the game like they're still ahead, where you're still having Yagao look for picks. They're still overextending in moments to try and get vision control down and that kind of stuff. And when you don't have the tempo and you don't have the advantages in the mid game to do that, teams are punishing them super heavily.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you got to look at the matches on the horizon for JDG, especially. But that conversation will have to come a little bit later, as we do get to see the gold graph for this one. A little bit different, as the first 2 were blue favored. But JDG actually come out with the red side win this time around in dominant fashion. The steady gold graph we've seen all night, where it starts off with a little lead, eventually expands into plus 10K. And you see everybody really having a say in that for JDG. Full dragons, all 4 of them. 8 towers to 0 there as well, and the numbers back it all up.
Yeah, I mean, this was just domination from JDG from the get-go. I mean, you got Kanavi finding these early leads down towards the bottom side of the map, making sure that Abel and Cold weren't able to actually play the game. And the thing is, for Abel and Cold, Lucian Nami is a lane that is very, very strong, but definitely a lane that needs to be able to bully the lane and get ahead. When you're the ones that aren't even able to approach your wave because of the pressure from JDG, that's when you know you're in a bad spot. And unfortunately for OMG, as they start to slip behind, the double assassin, the Nami Lucian combo on the bot side just didn't have the damage in the tank to try and carry this one across the line.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. That's what I got from OMG that time around. But I can appreciate that. I shouted out in the cast, but I do still like the fact that Aki was willing in this 3rd game to pull out the talent. The team comp was willing to kind of go with this extra length in damage, at least, and try to pull it off. And again, if they find the early advantage, if they find those couple kills that they did in that first game, that this game I feel like goes a lot differently. But Kanavi was so good at keeping tabs on Aki, making sure that he is always forcing Aki into some weird pass or weird decision makings, and it just set JDG's win conditions off to the races.
Yep, and I think that's the big issue here for OMG is like, look, we saw them go in towards the talent. We're kind of looking at it going, okay, well, what's it going to be able to achieve? And it just felt like Aki's champion pool was already too pinched. The fact that you already had like Viego banned away, off rip, Wukong was gone as well, then leaving at the pick to the second rotation, it just meant that the Graves came through. You can't really pick the Lee Sin into the Graves. You do go with the Talon, which can be a good matchup, but it then needs a lot of attention from the rest of your team. And with the LeBlanc already locked in, the Lucianami, like these are all champions that want to dominate lane and not really work with a Talon.
Yeah, I think, probably back to the drawing board at some point for that Talon, and I'm hoping Aki keeps that confidence because I still believe, I know it's hard to say, I still believe in this OMG roster, even if they aren't starting off the split very well, right? They were keeping a lot of the same pieces from spring, even if they've had some substitutions, but tonight we saw the full roster, again, the entire series itself, and it's about those building blocks, I feel like, for a roster like this, and I know we're going to harp a little bit more on OMG as they lost, but I still think that you could see, like, some of this aggression, some of that unnatural style of let's just go full damage and see what happens. I think that's super important to have in the league because it throws a little bit of difference into the variety of a 17-team league where a lot of times we do see a lot of similar play styles as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what you kind of need to see is like the defining styles from both squads. I think JDG, like, we can definitely see it a little bit more with the, hey, we are going to play for neutrals, we're going to look for team fights, we're going to look for picks in the mid game. Like, I think that definitely works out well for them. I think the biggest issue for OMG, again, is like, as we brought up at the start of the day, it's like, well, what is the style that they want to go for? Because we saw them go for Shanji again in this KO, try and play the map. It didn't quite work out for them. We saw them actually look great, as we talked about with like the dives and the team fights that we saw in game number 1, where you are playing this hyper aggressive team fight focused style. And I think that is something that OMG just kind of need to fall back to. Because even here again, trying to mix it up in game 3 with like double assassins and all this kind of stuff. Honestly, I think you just go for something like a Jarvan in the jungle, like go for team fights, try and take it against your opponent. That can actually set up OMG for success.
Well, speaking of success, JDG were successful in taking the victory over this series, as well as 369 will be picking up the MVP for game number 3. So we had some great performances here from 369 today, but the Scion actually, interestingly enough, will pick up the final MVP.
Hey, I mean, he got the solo kill on the Scion, right? You can't really complain about it too much.
True.
The Scion getting some really nice moves, also some great engages, and just being able to separate out the fight as we talked about. Like, nobody was going to be able to kill 369, so putting himself in harm's way all the time to make sure that he could keep his back line alive. 369 knew exactly what his job was here.
Yeah, he did, and I respect that as well on the Scion. The fact that he was playing so aggressively into Shanji as well, finding some pickouts and some nice little bush plays. I thought it was always so fun to keep watching, and especially to see the answer come out, right? We had seen the Kennen banned out so many times in this series, and then it finally comes through. The answer is the Scion. Look at that. It does just fine, and that is some reassurance as well to the JDG style.
Yeah, I mean, look, for JDG, it's another win of the cards, 4-0 now, but still the cracks are showing, and I feel like it's going to be a case of like, okay, well, can they find that consistency before they end up going up against some of the powerhouses we have?
I cannot wait to see how that story plays out, but the first story of the night, this first series, is done and dusted. JDG come out with a 2-1 victory over OMG. We still got one more on the table here, though, another tilted match between Ultra Prime and Rare Adam. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not some mindless void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. As night has come upon us here, we continue the competition into the summer split. I am Zell, joined by Dagda, and we're going to be getting into our second series of the night. I cannot wait, as the first series delivered a lot more than we expected coming into this night, and this second one, we always do for the beginning, was going to be a bloody fist fight. It is Ultra Prime versus Rare Atom, both teams needing to find consistency in the summer split, both having a little bit of a rough early start, both sitting at 1-1, but it's about the way the games win. And Ultra Prime, looking at them first, it's about picking a style. Just pick a style, pick any style, pick a style here, because they have not been able to find consistency in that fashion.
Yeah, it feels really weird when you look at Ultra Prime, right? Because you look at them trying to almost pick these like team fighting compositions where you can see like with Kennen on the front line for their game 1 versus BLG. And even for their third game against BLG as well, where they have swapped over to Sejuani, but they've got this great late game team fighting composition with the Senna and the Azir, and it looks all pretty. But they still keep trying to play them like a pick composition, where they're like trying to separate out teams, look for like these weird engages, and it looks like from Zoom's perspective on the Kennen that he wasn't really able to find the moments that he wanted to go in because they were trying to not look for big team fights, but instead looking to isolate 1 or 2 members. And that's why I think their best style for JDG is to play more into that pick style like we see in game number 2 there, where they're looking to actually make these quick picks on towards people, with Zoom being able to use his ultimate to separate people. Hackers, you can see here, getting like plays onto the Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
And even when we look at like the way Elk is playing these fights, right? He's trying to play these almost like as a 1v1 rather than looking for the rest of the team. And almost all of Ultra Prime's wins in these games against BLG were in like isolated skirmishes rather than these big front to back team fights. So I think if that is going to be the style that you want to play, like pick a composition that works towards that pick oriented style.
Yeah, and it's about like when you pick something, maybe stick to the gameplay. Maybe like to stick to the style here. If you pick a team fighting style and you play side lanes, it can be a little bit interesting itself. But on the other side, right, we're talking about rough starts. It's 1-1 for both teams. We see that Ultra Prime need to pick a style. Where on the other side for RA, they may be rare atoms, but it ain't theoretical physics over here in the LPL. There's some tried and true fashions of experimentation, and it's not been going the way of RA.
Yeah, you just need to keep it simple for RA and kind of find the way to coordinate yourselves better when it comes towards these early stages of the game. Because they still are winning out a lot in their late game team fights, but it's the early misplays that are causing them major issues. And we can start to see this as we roll into the clips, where they'll try and make like dives and stuff happen in this top side, but it doesn't actually work out for them because they haven't coordinated properly on the waves, where Strive is pushed too quickly in the mid lane. Then you end up in a position where you're trying to use your ult tier's cube to like clear out the vision control, and this causes major problems. You can see here, like Leanne and Strive are just waiting here, but that gives time for 0909 to get to top side. Cold even resets and runs up towards the top lane, so you don't actually get this dive, and it all just causes a bunch of wasted time for Rare Atom, even with Yu Yanji moving up towards this top side. The next clip we have as well is where they try to go for this invade on this bottom side because they have Rare or OMG who've just done the Rift Herald. They're trying to do the cross map, and this works out nicely, right? Like you take the blue buff here as Leanne and you go, great, now we've got push in mid. Strive will have a lot more control, but he sticks around that little bit too long, gets too greedy, the coordination isn't there again, and Leanne then has to burn his flash, burn his ult and everything, get out of dodge. Now this one, at least he gets away with his life. The next one that we see from this same series against OMG, it actually is completely out of the window. You end up looking at bot lane who've just reset. You have no push there. Strive has no control over mid, and 0909 just gets to work with Cold here to pick up the kill onto Leanne and give it across. Like, they need to make sure that they're keeping their coordination playing. They're not over greeding on towards some of the early setups that they're trying to achieve.
And I think it's always so interesting for Rare Atom. I know back in early spring of 2021, they were known for chaos. It was a little bit chaos storm in a teacup or something along those lines. But RA themselves have a track record of beating teams that nobody expects them to beat. And I know this one might not be exactly the biggest, craziest matchup between Ultra Prime and between RA, but it's something you have to keep talking about, keep in the back of your mind when you're looking at RA and the fact that they can show up and just smash people.
Yeah, the thing is, though, like, when you look at the teams that they're able to beat in spring, right? There was, like, moments where they end up beating teams like Top Esports, but it was when Top Esports were still doing the RB Qingtian top, RB Zhuo bot lane, RB Zoom in the top lane. Like, there was a lot of, like, inconsistency in Top Esports, and then they were able to find some of those upset wins against teams like RNG, but if you actually look, they hadn't really beaten anyone that was in our playoffs apart from some of those weird upset plays, and they even had lost to 3 out of the 7 teams below them in the split. So it is about finding that consistency for Rare Atom that they really need.
It's all about consistency here in the LPL as we see our teams taking chunks out of this durability patch and we go. But one matchup I'm specifically looking at tonight, and a rock for both teams that I feel like if they perform can really set the stage on fire for both Ultra Prime and Rare Atom. It's Cryon versus Strive. Both these guys, Cryon specifically, first, I know it's only week 3, first in a ton of different stats, but has been popping off this summer split and a little bit into spring.
He has looked spectacular in summer, and as you say, a little bit in spring as well, kind of shaking off some of the misconceptions around him that had happened back in RNG, where people were like, oh, he can only play control mages, he can only do roaming, he can only do this, he can only do that. And actually stepping up now with Attila looking really good, where he's got good control of the lane, turning out a whole bunch of teams' damage. We are starting to move over into some of these more carry-oriented picks with things like the Azir, where he's still able to put up these massive gold leads. So I really want to see Cryon now kind of getting more opportunities here to show what he's capable of. But again, it comes down to a case of, okay, are we going to see Ultra Prime trying to go for these like team fighting compositions where they're not really playing like a team fight, or are we going to see them try and look more towards these pick-oriented styles?
Guess we're about to find out as bans and picks for game number 1 of this best of 3 are kicking off now. Ultra Prime on the blue side, RA on the red. I will say some differentiation in champion priority for both these two teams. Also, the fact that we have been getting some wonky picks from Cube. He got the Nasus top last time around. See if he gives us anything fun tonight. As we have a Viego hovered first for Ultra Prime, it will still be the Callista, Gwen, Ari banned away from them on the blue side. Swain, Lucian, and Wukong by Rare Adam.
So no massive surprises with the Viego locked in instantly, but we'll have to see what Rare Adam want to try and respond with. You have the opportunity here to try and go towards your AD carry if you want to. I'm still not a big fan of obviously taking the Ezreal off the rip, but could look towards something like a Zyre or something along these lines as they go towards the Ezreal off rip. Yeah, I mean, especially because you got Elk and Shousey, two of the most aggressive bot lanes we have. Elk, a really good Kai'Sa player as well. I think you just take the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus, and Ultra Prime are in a really good spot.
I know this is a side point. We'll get back to the analytics of the draft, but I feel like RA just win because their coaching combo is called Endless Water. Like they're endless and then water as two people, but together they form the coaching duo of Endless Water, and that is terrifying. Endless Water is a scary thing.
Or it's a really nice, relaxing place.
Or it could be like one of those infinity pools, you know?
Yeah.
The endless water because it looks like it ends. But enough about my distractions because we do have a decent amount of picks coming across. We have the Ezreal, the Lee Sin as well for RA. I think that's a huge pick for Leyen. It will be the Aphelios and the Renata as the duo pickup for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, Renata is terrifying with the Aphelios because it means you do end up having like that second lease of life, and the amount of damage this Aphelios can do as well. You have to be so careful about getting in close to that. The only problem that I see though is like with Rare Adam's composition, they can actually just start to go back over towards more of these poke oriented picks, right? Like Strive, perfectly happy to take something like an Azir, a Corki into the middle. Excuse me, sorry. And you can even have Cube just try and play like something like a Gangplank on the top side. Like as long as you stay without, or you're not within touching distance of the Aphelios, you're actually pretty okay to deal with this combo. So for Rare Adam, I think you just try and take a lot of range into your comp and keep Ultra Prime at arm's length.
We see a lot of focus towards this mid lane for these last bans. I can appreciate that one. It sets up perfectly because that's where I wanted to keep my eyes on. We'll see the champion pools for both these two mid laners if they grow a little bit more. Will be the LeBlanc and the Lissandra band. That matchup itself taken away, which I find interesting in its own right. But it's about these last bans. It's the TF against Cryan.
I love these bans because you're kind of looking going, okay, well, if we're going to try and keep Ultra Prime at arm's length, what are the things that can actually set up engages against us? Lissandra, Twisted Fate, both things that can help close that gap. The only other one I'd be kind of worried about is something like the Talia, which Cryan could still go to and has looked really, really strong on. So unless Rare Adam are like, okay, maybe Strive takes that for himself here. But we're already kind of saying, look, he can go back towards the Corki to have more of that poke. And now I think, Cryan, you take the Talia here and try and make sure that you're able to actually get some sort of way of starting these fights.
Yeah, I mean, he's super comfortable on the Talia as well. He's already played it 3 times, most played in Summer Split itself. I will point out for the Rare Adam squad, though, tons and tons of that ranged poke there, like you were mentioning earlier, and it's getting scarier as it goes. See that roundabout with the maybe tank top or something along those lines with Rare Adam, but maybe they go with Jace or something else. Maybe we just keep going poke. We'll have to see. That is the Talia. Thankfully locked in, though, for Ultra Prime. I think that's something comfortable for them. It's something that they can play around as well, and we've seen Cryan perform to a T with it. And to round it out, a little bit of tankiness, a little bit of similarity, a little bit of comfort. Zoom will be bringing out the Sejuani once again, and it's insta locked in as a Mordekaiser response to that Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, from Cube's perspective, this works out really well. You've got good ability to try and poke at the Sejuani in lane. She doesn't really have the damage to, like, outright kill you, and if Hacker ever tries to gank up towards that top side, you get to just ult away Sejuani and get out of that scot-free. So, nice round out to the composition here for Rare Adam, but also something that can do very well if you are trying to all in and jump into the face of Rare Adam as Ultra Prime. Suddenly, Elk is now in the Shadow Realm with Cube. He's not dealing that damage. You now have a few moments and a big window of opportunity to actually deal with Ultra Prime lacking their main damage dealer. So I think you've got a really nice composition from Rare Adam, and it's going to be an Ultra Prime to try and get the ball rolling early so they can actually get control of this game and deny Rare Adam the opportunity to play at arm's length.
And I want to go back to what we were talking about at the start of the day, right? For win conditions, or at least, expectations for both these two teams, because we did have a little bit of negative things towards these two teams as they have not had the most positive of starts to the summer split. But when you're looking at Ultra Prime in specific, you look at the team composition that they've drafted for themselves. You always got to check in. Are you going to play to your team composition's win conditions that you set out for yourself? And we'll have to check up on that as Ultra Prime go into this first game itself. But for RA, right, we were saying we just need to keep these dives, keep these aggressions simple for themselves. They need to just keep the game out in front of them and not get caught up in all the craziness, not get caught up in all the ridiculous strategies, things like that. Just find a way to win. Consistency is the name of the game, and it is something we need to see out of both these two squads. Ultra Prime kicking it off against Rare Adam as we hit the rift. Speaking of hitting the rift, Elk getting hit. He's getting hit real bad. He's getting hit real bad. It's an ignite, it's a flash, and it's a little bit of a win for RA early on.
Oh, Leon didn't want to take the Q, but the shot's not going to rain down. They're still trying to see if they can pop it. Yeah, Elk didn't want to, Leon didn't want to take the Q on towards Shousey, knowing that Elk still had the heal up and available, but that would have been such a close call. Still though, Rare Adam burning the flash from Elk already is a massive advantage for them.
Just a little cheeky around the corner there. Had no idea that was coming as well. It's nicely done there to get the flash out of the bottom lane. Got to see a return down here for Leyen, though, if they want to take advantage of the early pressure. iBoy is taking some advantage here. They've got it spotted out as Hacker's going to be starting out of his red, but it's iBoy getting some poke on Elk before he can get even into lane.
iBoy running that first strike as well means he gets the +6 gold, so just getting a little bit of an advantage for themselves in this, but Elk and Shousey are going to have a ton of pressure in this bot side. Shousey's E just takes so long to actually be able to come off a cooldown that Yuanja should be able to get a good amount of poke in, and even the handshake has a fairly sizable cooldown as well. So just from that perspective, Elk, as you can see already, going to be under a ton of harass in this lane.
It's about the poke, though. That's what RA came into this one with. It is the Strive, iBoy, Yuanja poke trio here. Let's see how much they can get out, and especially before fights, how much of those health bars can they chunk down. Bottom lane is going to be something to keep an eye out on, though, but as we see both junglers taking a bit of opposite side starts, it will be a full clear looking like for Leyen as he went up to the Krugs as the Lee Sin, and none of that early pathing shenanigans that we might be looking for. But iBoy still looking for the aggression onto Elk and Shousey in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and every time Elk and Shousey end up taking this punishment, it's not only hurting their health bars, you are getting that first strike gold into iBoy, so that's going to start to ramp up pretty sizably, and that's why you need Hacker to try and help out on this bottom side. Get Crying to go down towards this bottom lane as well, even opting in towards the Ghost with Crying. Like, you know that this guy wants to start roaming around the map as soon as possible.
As soon as possible, but it could not come soon enough, as we still are about 3 minutes in. 2 minutes till the Hextech Dragon comes on the Rift, but iBoy and them are still just pushing this bottom lane. You'll have Leyen down here too, just in case Elk and Shousey get a little bit scared and maybe are presenting themselves as a tower dive in bottom lane, but it's still just the poke game here, and Yanja actually getting a decent amount of damage used back onto him as well. So Elk and Shousey, no slouches down here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if or try and go for any sort of dive in the bot lane, just because iBoy did start with tier. He went for a bit of the greedier build, and it does make sense in this lane, right? You know you're going to have a ton of pressure. You know you're going to be able to push the lane regardless, so you're not looking to all in the 2v2, just get that poke. So the tier works out nicely, getting the regen, but also allowing you to stack that up nice and early. So at least for Rare Adam, they know they're in this for the long haul, where you're not going to have Leyen like trying to make crazy plays mid with Strive, because you don't really have the CC. You don't have the CC bot either. The only place you could maybe look for it is top side, but why do that when you can just try and deny Hacker from having any sort of influence on the map, and instead just look to play towards your strong mid game?
iBoy taking a decent trade there on the bottom side, but as we saw, the early attempt from Hacker to get something going on the Viego was just looking at the enemy side top lane, or top jungle side there against Leyen, but didn't find anything up there. Had to go ahead and reset. And both junglers just ships in the night so far. Opposite sides have been the key here. But Leyen now on the top side, while Zoom has a push going. We'll see. Leyen doesn't get spotted. No way. It's the secret agent, Leyen. This is insane. no way that Zoom is gonna. Oh my gosh, he's gonna find the back end of it. He does not have flash. He does not have anything to get out of this. Zoom is just dead, and this will be first blood for RA.
Nicely done by Leyen. Ends up dodging all the vision control that had been set up nicely by Ultra Prime, thanks to that ward hop over the wall. So nice job by Leyen, just spotting where Ultra Prime had covered all their vision and moving around it beautifully.
I can't believe he just did that. That is some dirty stuff right there, man. Leyen Zoom has to be like, what? We had the scuttle, we had wards. Like, what? How did this even happen? He died.
Yeah, it's the downside of topside scuttle is that it doesn't quite catch the edge of that Baron pit, so you're able to just skedaddle inches around it and make sure that you're able to get that play.
Scuttle, I like it. You're a man. You're a man that knows how to get to my heart, Dagda. I've always appreciated that about you.
I always knew you were a big Sibilance fan, you know. But yeah, this is the thing right now, RA. Get the control on that top side, so Cube going to be able to take over in this matchup. You got Lane with a nice early lead, and that extra little bit of gold is going to help out spectacularly if he has to try and face up against Hacker. Even Cube now, oh, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, Zoom is not having fun up here now after just that one gank. His Cube taking advantage now. He does have level 6 as well. That'll be something scary here. Xiaoxi in the mid lane, though. Yuyanja is here as well to find something potentially here. The handshake not going to go out just yet, as Cryan does take a ton of damage from Strive poke.
And this is the thing, Cryan doesn't have the opportunity to like TP back into the lane like Strive does, so he really needs to get the push down nicely. At least there is the little bit of a honey fruit there to help him out, but because he's got to move out of lane, Strive pushes mid, and now they're starting to get this vision control established on bot side. Rare Adam kind of realizing, look, now that Cryan has hit level 6, Cryan is going to want to move down to this bot lane, going to try and want to help out Elk and Xiaoxi. But if we can get that vision control down for Rare Adam, that just being able to spot that is going to buy us so much time.
And I do want to see what Leyen does with this early advantage. Something for RA as a whole, right, that we saw especially the last split was Leyen, a lot of the times, was the piece to the team that was getting everything going, was starting off plays, was looking for aggressive paths into jungle matchups and trying to force fights around those skirmishes early on. And a lot of the time, it was Cube and Strive joining those skirmishes to make sure things work out for Leyen. And this time around with Lee Sin not really having that, but still having the first kill, I wonder if we get to see that aggression tick up a little bit. I know it's durability patch, we're 7.5 minutes in, but Leyen is an aggressive jungler.
Yeah, I think the big thing here for Leyen is just like, why would you bother risking it, right? Like, you know that you're going to hit your mid game great. You know that you've got the range advantage. Like, you're under no pressure to actually influence this game too crazily. So instead, all he needs to do is try and match Hacker. And if Hacker is playing this style where he's just not going to gank at all, that works out wonderfully for Leyen. You can see here as well, like, he's even just shadowing Cube here. Doesn't have to go for the gank. All he needs to do is make sure that Cube can get this freeze off, and he's going to be able to punish Zoom even more.
Yeah, and Hacker went for that early invade, but besides that, really hasn't been able to be present for any of the engages, any of the fights, or anything like that. Has the Sheen now, though, and the Caulfield's Warhammer coming up here for the Rift Herald fight, potentially, as both junglers are going to be calling some teammates here. We got pings for both teams, but it is the support Xiaoxi from Ultra Prime who makes it up there first. Leyen gets the seismic shove used on him, does have the jump to Strive to get out.
You get a lot of damage on the spot lane turret for Rare Adam, though. Ultra Prime should get Rift Herald here, but honestly, you're trading it pretty effectively for Rare Adam down bot side. If Elk doesn't end up falling.
Got the red-white there doing some serious damage. They always say don't fight, but Leyen sees a by himself Elk and says, no, I do want to fight that. Nice healing back for the Moonlight Vigil, but it's a Lee Sin, and you're an ADC.
Yeah, just flash in from Leyen. He didn't want to risk the potential flash from Elk causing any issues, so boots him against the wall, lands the easy Sonic Wave, and then you get the kill on the bot side, you get the turret plates, and Hacker has disappeared back into his own jungle with the Rift Herald, so he's not throwing it down anytime soon to try and answer back.
That's really interesting the way this early game has gone. Hacker is now looking topside, though, but the Death Realm available means that it'll just turn into a 1v1, and he doesn't want to go for that. He's going to use the quick back with the Rift Herald here, but not utilizing that objective just yet.
At least it will give some control to Zoom on this top side to allow him to push out and won't lose too much underneath the tower. But as you can see, Rare Adam, like at the moment, good start. Nearly 3,000 gold lead for themselves, just off of lane advantages, off of the 2 kills on the end, the turret plates on bot side. Like, this is actually a great start for them, and I like that we're seeing a bit of a slower pace from them in this scenario, where they don't actually need to pick it up at all. They can just play towards their mid game where they pop off.
Essence Reaver has been grabbed by iBoy early on, still stacking up that tier, but that's a big damage spike in a lane that Elk is still struggling to get the first mythic, right? He's still just on that Noon Quiver. Did get the Berserker's Greaves, though, and that bottom lane will get left to its own devices for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, RA, I thought they were looking for Crying mid. They will be spotting out that vision. They'll get that control there, and now it is about the Dragon, potentially, for RA.
Yeah, Ultra Prime though,
I guess
have
not.
TP advantage in top lane. Good luck to see if Zoom can maybe come in, but yeah, I think you're just waiting on Cubes up, TP to come back up, get mid prior for Rare Adam before they commit to this, which I do like. Also getting bot priority here for iBoy is going to be pretty crucial. And now, with both mid and bot in their favor, they will look to start up the Dragon.
Hackers on the same screen that things are happening, Dagda. It's happening. It is
And
just the
he
Dragon.
quickly
though.
leaves.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He was like, oh, sorry.
Quickly finds his exit.
Sorry, this isn't where I'm supposed to be. My bad.
Oh,
This isn't where
I was
parked
going
my
to the
car.
cocktail party down the hall. Like, not this one.
Yeah. He quickly exits out of stage left, and now you again, Free Dragon going towards Rare Adam. They're not being like forced into having to fight against Ultra Prime in these early stages, and then they can start to move around the map as they like. Lian going straight back up towards his top side. I think he's a little bit nervous about where Hacker's going to place this Rift Tower, because you can see it's about 2/3 of the way gone. Probably going to try and use it towards Crying in the mid lane. So as long as Lian can try and hover in towards this mid lane, he should be able to try and help strive in clearing that one out.
Yeah, it's been, I put so much focus on this mid lane, and we've had a lot of movement from both mid laners, but no kills to speak of just yet for either of them. Slight gold advantage for Strive, though, because of the CS differential there. And a lot of what's been happening outside of the mid lane, at least. Where I was saying, it's going to be a rock for the mid lane for both these two teams. They have opted into focusing elsewhere as well. And I think it's really working out for RA here. But I will say I'm starting to see Ultra Prime group up a little bit more. You're starting to see Hacker not just sticking to the farming constantly. And I'm expecting some more skirmishing coming out as Rift Herald gets utilized by Ultra Prime in mid lane.
Yeah, I think I just want to see Hacker. Like,
I want to see him on my screen.
I think... And this is the thing, right? Like, I feel like you should have been looking for plays in mid lane. Crying is great setup with the E to try the Unraveled Earth to try and make sure that you can get the CC locked down. Like, Strive would have been forced to flash, then you'd repeat gank, suddenly Crying's out on the map, and everything looks great for Ultra Prime. But instead, Hacker has just been playing this PvE style. iBoy and Yuyanja are just terrorizing the bot lane because you got no help coming from anywhere in the map for Ultra Prime. And now you're looking at a 30 CS lead in the bot lane. 4 plates for Rare Adam's bot side as well, and in theory Ultra Prime still want to try and contest this later on, but you actually don't have a lead to set up or any sort of tempo advantage to set up at objectives for vision to actually allow you to cut off members of Rare Adam.
Yeah, I think that bottom lane is getting scarier and scarier as time goes on. iBoy's getting a lot of confidence on the Ezreal pick down there, but it's more so Elk just can't farm. Crying is about to get obliterated here. Leon just finds him out. Let's see if Crying can get out. The flash comes through, though. Sonic Wave followed up, but the Dragon Rage kick not enough to get the kill. Now Leon might need a little bit of bailing out himself here as the rest of the RA squad from mid lane come to help him out.
Elk and Jousey on the bot side will get some much needed gold as Yuyanja was in mid lane trying to help out, but they will just trade this for turret plates on mid lane instead. So iBoy going to be pretty safe under here as long as the Gravitum doesn't cause any issues.
We'll get it. Just a little bit of extra damage given down to the bot lane of RA. And at this point, we're getting our item completions across the board, and we'll check back in after this little quick sneak peek of Crying, surviving actually, but almost gets his life taken from him.
Yeah, you can tell our replay observers are getting a little bit bored because we're now doing replays of almost kills in this lane. Crying just have to get out. Leon had to kick Crying through Hacker so he didn't die himself, but again, I mean, you're getting some plates on bot side for this Aphelios, who is still only sitting with the Noon Quiver and a pickaxe, so not exactly that terrifying.
Differential. Like, that is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane. And again, you're starting to get Yuyanja just roaming around the map because you're like, well, you pressures iBoy. Like, bar some Gravitum from Moonlight or like some weird like flash handshake that iBoy should be able to avoid anyway because he has cleanse. You just don't get to kill iBoy in the bottom lane. So now he's just free to farm and Yan just free to terrorize the rest of it.
And terrorize they shall. Shalcy's coming back down to the bot side. iBoy playing up with a little bit of confidence here, but no graviton to set up a kill. And he'll get out. Yuyanja on the roam. Flash handshake. There's the flash handshake. The Weaver's wall coming across too. There's the hostile takeover. And after everything is utilized, Hacker finally gets on the board.
And that was what I wanted to see. This is what you can do with this composition from Ultra Prime, where you can actually get Cryon roaming around the map. It's just unfortunate they have to do it in response to Lian taking the Rift out on the top side. It means that they'll be able to crack up in this mid lane turret. You see Lian instantly puts that down. And Ultra Prime, yes, they can try and move in here to dissuade them, but that tower is going to fall regardless.
Oh, Elk gets the tower in bottom side first, though. He gets first tower for Ultra Prime. Will be quickly followed by RA claiming their own tower in mid lane for Strive. And now we have to look at the resets coming out more than likely. Lan wanting to get back, but we have Dragon in 15 seconds, just about less. And Ultra Prime are already in position for it.
Yeah, I mean, for Ultra Prime, it's nice that they're able to get into position to keep the vision control from Rare Adam, but they also haven't reset yet. Whereas Rare Adam have already. You can see Strive has just gone back. He's TPing into the mid lane. So if you're looking at from an item point of view and just a reset perspective, Rare Adam are in a much better spot, which Ultra Prime realized, so they have to back away.
Yep, Gale Force did just get completed for Elk. Obviously, he had to go back to base to buy that, so he's not out here for the fight. But at least you have a mythic item completion for the bottom side of the map, where iBoy has had a lot of the strength this whole time. But the Gale Force feels like there might be a moment for Elk to try and find some aggression his own right down there on the Ophelia. So it will be another tower, though, slowly but surely going over to RA.
And this is the thing, right? You're looking at a 700 gold lead in the top side for Cube, 700 gold lead for Strive in the mid lane, and now about 1800 gold lead for iBoy in that bottom side. That is an absolutely monstrous lead that Rare Adam pretty much have across the board, and it's why you can see Ultra Prime kind of scared to try and interact with Rare Adam at any point across the board. The next objectives aren't up for a good while, which means now maybe as Ultra Prime you can start to like sack a wave here or there, move Cryon around the map, try and get this Weaver's Wall to slow down Rare Adam, because otherwise they're just going to run away with this game.
iBoy has just bought some very lethal items. He finished his Miramana. It got upgraded. And he also got the Lucidity Boots. So he's on the 2 item spike now for the Ezreal over the Gale Force completion for Elk. And now it's about how do RA utilize that strength. They have moved iBoy to the mid lane. Zoom, pretty tanky target, but iBoy still doing some decent work there. And that's the AoE, or I guess the single target damage you'll be needing iBoy to put out here. But the CC is still something to be very scared of on the side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, so they're just going to end up backing away here once more. Now you got Rare Adam starting to split up the map. Strive is going to move in towards that top side because they know they want the ranged carry to have that potential to poke away at the top lane tower. Even starting to see if they can get pushed mid to then move even further resources up towards this top lane and get that last outer structure down. And once you do, that's where the vision game comes into play for Rare Adam. Deny access to Ultra Prime towards River, deny them access towards the neutrals, and it becomes way easier for Rare Adam to use the poke from Strive and iBoy, and even Yuyanja to a certain extent as well.
Exactly that. We do see Hacker moving with Shalcy up on the top side of the map that will be spotted out by the control ward. Gonna clear that one out. Mid lane is the focus for RA here, just trying to push in the lane. They have also brought Cube here and stuck Strive in the top side to try and take the tower.
Yeah, and hunting though. Trying to see if we can get Hacker.
I don't know if they want to go to this island out here. Hacker might want to find a ticket somewhere else because that island ain't going to be there for long. iBoy still playing pretty aggressively, does have the arcane shift, does get stunned. And luckily, oh my god, iBoy, you got to be real careful. Moonlight Vigil came out as well. Luckily, he just had the flash, so that is a big summoner spell burned, but it's a lot of potential evil, I guess, given over to Ultra Prime.
A bit of a mistake there from iBoy, but they still get what they came for. Strive gets the top lane turret. It's 2 minutes until Dragon, so now they can move Strive back in towards this mid lane, start to link up, get the push, and then just lean in towards bot side. You've already got some vision control established there already for Rare Adam, but it's just about making sure you can double down on that and denying Ultra Prime access to this river.
denying access is going to be super important, especially when you're looking to set up these fights when we get the objectives coming up. 27 seconds for the Baron to come up, about another minute 40 for the next Dragon. It would be soul point for RA, but the question is, set up around those objectives. We've seen Ultra Prime very much willing to give up a lot of these objectives in favor of better fights and better setups for those fights.
I mean, to be fair, I think with the way this game is going, Rare Adam are perfectly happy to just fight now. I mean, Tiamat now, Force Drive, he's hit his 2 items alongside with a little bit extra. You've got the same coming through from iBoy. Like, this poke is already really sore from Rare Adam. And for Ultra Prime, like, if you just let this game continue to keep going, you're never going to win. Like, you need to now find those moments to find these picks. And that's what we said, Ultra Prime were pretty good at attempting to go for prior to some of these objectives. Now they just need to make sure they can get it to stick.
Yeah, I don't know how sticky it's going to be. We'll find out, though. Cube does use the Death Realm here onto Zoom. Weaver's welcomed in from Crying as well. They're TPing Strive here. Cube is surviving. He flashes over the wall. Nobody has anything to say here. Strive packages in. iBoy gets the kill to Zoom. RA, they don't survive very much longer, though. Hacker gets one of the kills. The reset there. Hostile takeover. Crying does have the bailout. iBoy is just cleaning house here. He wants more kills, but here comes the resets. Hacker can't get it. He can't cut it. And a triple kill for iBoy.
I mean, I like the idea of the pick. I just hate the pick that they decided to go for. Cube by so much time. Strive is able to TP down. You've got Rare Adam who are able to respond, and it's Rare Adam who pick up the win. 5k gold, 3rd Dragon for Rare Adam. They are in firm control of this game.
It ain't the kills I could ask for, but it's the lead I could ask for if you're a fan of RA, because this is dominant for 21.5 minutes, and it'll be a sole point for the squad. iBoy is firing on all cylinders, and Cube, well, Cube is just Cube.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a good shout from Ultra Prime to try and make a pick happen, but you can see here how much time Cube is able to buy. Strive TPs in. You have the rest of the rest of Rare Adam able to move from top side of mid all the way down here just in time. And not even Cube and Strive, you see, they're the ones that strike first in this fight. So by the time the rest of Rare Adam show up, they're already in a great spot. Elk doesn't get to do anything in this fight either, because he's just not able to enter the play.
Unfortunately for Elk, I mean, that would have been a big game changer here, especially with the low health bars of RA and the damage that the affiliates is going to be having. But it's all about timings, and RA find the timing there on top of the kills, on top of the macro, and now they're in mid lane, forcing the hand of Ultra Prime, because Ultra Prime really don't have anything they can do but try and farm up and hope they don't get forced into a fight too soon.
And as long as Rare Adam aren't like overcommitting in like trying to contest vision here, like Leanna's.
Speaking of, oh my god, hostile takeover comes out. Wait! No way! No freaking way! Alright, well, Leanne, you just get to have fun today, I guess.
Durability patch. Let's go.
Feels
Leanne.
good, man.
You really should have gone down there. But this is what I'm saying. As long as they don't over contest and extend trying to contest this vision from Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime can get picks back, you can get so much poke coming down from Strive, from iBoy, like just being able to hit Ultra Prime as they start to move in towards vision. And it's just going to be a slow game for Rare Adam, where they just, every time Ultra Prime tries to contest the vision, poke them down. As long as one member of Ultra Prime is forced to reset, then you bring forward the wall of vision. It's this like slow taking of the jungle from Ultra Prime, and making sure then you can always just fall back to take these objectives.
Exactly. It's been objective dominance here, except for the early one, the first dragon for Ultra Prime. That was a circumstance of, I guess, vision game and movement around the map. Here comes Ultra Prime, though, utilizing the speed to try to maybe get an engage on iBoy, but it isn't Ezreal. It is an iBoy. It is a cleanse. It's a flash. It's everything available for the Ezreal itself, and RA just able to play how they want to here, keeping everything in mid lane, getting a side lane pressure with Strive over there on the Corki, still having the TP available as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, right? Rare Adam just looking to get the poke. They've got waves in their favor. Cube is here in case Zoom goes for the engage.
iBoy? might be in some trouble there. Red White is there for Elk. Weaver's Wall comes out. Hacker has found the end. The fight continues though. Cube is tanking up a storm. Uses the Death Realm as well into Zoom here. Leanne is on the flank. He has Dragon Rage kick. Look at the AoE coming down. Hostile takeover will not really hit anybody. Dragon Rage kick comes through, but this is where RA functioned best, when they could poke you down from range. And now Ultra Prime have to reset because of that poke, and RA take up the top side of the map.
Yeah, with Zoom gone, there's no front line, so Rare Adam gets to poke
Look how
on
fast
towards
they
the
do
squishies.
this.
And now they get it. Yeah, this is really well played by Rare Adam. Slow, methodical in these fights. And Ultra Prime, they TP in, but there's nothing left for them to take. They'll turn their attention towards the mid lane structure instead, knowing that Baron's already gone.
I feel like that's happened so many times for Ultra Prime, where it's like, just barely don't make it in time. We're just right there on the edge, and we decide to back off, and Ultra Prime don't really get anything for it. Here, they do trade it for the mid lane tower. How much is that really going to add up to in the grand scheme of things? Not that much, but it is a big lead in the grand scheme of things for RA here, as they have found themselves at step out, a little less than 7,000 gold. But it is the Baron buff that is scary. It is the Dragon coming up in a minute that is scary, because it's a soul point, it's siege, and it is all very hard for Ultra Prime to approach.
And Ultra Prime didn't even get vision control down around the Dragon as they exited out from that mid lane turret, so you don't even have the opportunity to try and spot out where Rare Adam are. Zoom even using that TP as well, trying to see if they can contest the Baron, means that he can't TP into some funky angles to try and get some sort of play, but they go into Cube again, and he's fine with this. He's so tanky.
He absolutely is, and iBoy's following it up with some serious poke on the back end. You gotta be careful though, because RA are working on 3 items for big carries here, and those are damage numbers you do not want to deal with. iBoy playing a little bit extra on the top side, might be in some trouble here. Stunned up. Everybody from RA comes forward, though. They say they cannot lose iBoy. Package across the middle. Strive is in the backline. Cube has used the death realm on Xiaoxi, kills him down, and this might just be a free ace for RA. They need one more. They're going for it. Look at iBoy with the confidence, but he's dying, and Crime picks up one of the kills back. It doesn't matter, though. It's an ace, and RA are smashing this game number 1.
I mean, you still have 20 seconds until Ultra Prime are up. You have Strive here who can get to work on these towers. Rare Adam look to close out game number 1.
You thought it was going to be the first series that was an easy 2-0 victory, but it is RA who come out with abandon here in the first game of this series. It's something that we, going in 15 minutes of this game, I was like, Ultra Prime still got a lot to live for here, but they do not any longer. Game 1 goes to RA.
And well played by Rare Adam throughout. Taking it slow, Leanne just making sure that he's able to spot out where Hacker was at all points in time, even getting 2 nice kills for himself in the early stages. And when you get to the mid game and you have no pressure on you, there's no dragons that have been taken, you've pretty much had full control of the game from start to finish, this long range composition is able to do a ton of work for Rare Adam.
Wow, what a way to kick off this series. I saw the poke, I was like, their strategy is very forthright. They know exactly what they want to do, but something else that we wanted to say for RA is, keeping it simple. You know what's simple? You use your abilities towards the enemy champions from range. I feel like that's pretty simple, and it ended up working out for them. I know that's a very dumb way to put it, but I can appreciate dumbness as a play-by-play, and I think as RA themselves, right, they will come away from this first game saying, this is the kind of plan that we really should be sticking to. Things that make us feel comfortable, and the confidence as well. iBoy playing on that Ezreal like it's back in spring, where you can just go for it no matter what. And it worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, I will say there is a very thin line between brave and stupid.
Very
and
thin.
iBoy was towing that really well in that game, because there was moments where I was like, oh,
that's what makes a pro player, though. Come on, right?
Yeah. But look, I definitely agree. I think Rare Adam played this beautifully. And as you say, look, League of Legends, at the end of the day, people like to make it sound more complicated than it really is. If you have longer range and that guy's standing over there and I hit him in the face with my abilities and he can't hit me back, we're going to win. And that's all that Rare Adam needed to do. And they knew that that was it. So they end up finding really good moments to do that. And all they had to do was deny any sort of vision control for Ultra Prime in towards these objectives. And they did that beautifully as well. You can see them setting up nice and early, playing this slow game on slowly inching their vision line forward. And it meant that you never really got that opportunity for Ultra Prime. I think that's the big talking point for this is like, Hacker,
Absolutely.
you could have tried to play around Crying in this mid lane. Like, you have great setup with this Talia for ganks. You have Strive, can't even try and Valkyrie away because he's going to go over the Unraveled Earth, and then it's an easy kill, but that's not what we got. Crying, because he didn't get help, didn't get the access he wanted to the map, and Ultra Prime, that slow, steady decline you can see in the go graph there.
Yeah, and the damage numbers. I mean, Crying, the only one that busted over 10,000, or we have 3 people on side of RA to do so, and I think, again, I like the conversation you brought up about Hacker, just wanting to see Hacker, wanting for him to do something, but it's also playing to your conditions. And we said at the beginning of the day, right, it's like pick a style for Ultra Prime. Well, they picked some pieces that felt comfortable for them, I feel like, especially in the way that they like to draft their games, but it's sticking to that and finding ways to play around that, right? Like you said, it's so easy to set up in the mid lane with the Talia, but we never got to see that. It was always Hacker responding to Lian and the aggression that he was putting down. So I'm very excited to see what we get for game number 2, as we will be stepping away for a short little break. While we do, though, go rest up, get hydrated, and be right back here.
JDG keeps his flash, but for how much longer? As Doonby's coming in, and he will charge up into the top side. He's looking for the gangplank, and he will not be able to find him. Yes, he will. He flashes forward and picks up the kill.
You got the flanks, you got a little bit of damage. Yeah, G very, very low. He goes gold, and he gets faded a little bit. The cannon! Oh my god, the barrels! The barrels! Dream is taking him out. V5. Okay, Assam at least gets the Baron here. Fearness goes down. Assam's gonna go down as well. Can't even pick up Rich.
That's got to be the next play here. As you can see, all of a sudden, Anyone's Legend on equal footing, pushing forward here, making sure that the side of them go in as they try and catch him out. Fate's Call is going to be used straight away. They're going to try and re-engage here on top of Iwandi, and with the barrels coming down and with the cannon barrage, you can see how difficult it is. That's a great hostile takeover, but look at Light. He's absolutely shredding through these players as Anyone's Legend just cannot deal with this Aphelios. As I say that, you can see Xiaohao trying to come back on top of it, but it is an ace, and finally LNG will find their fight.
Shiliu with the dredge line. It's into a wall, and over they go. LWX forcing out his flash. Culling as well, but the dunk down! Yue Kai once again! The rookie vibes are there, but Care's in the middle with a demonic ascension. The flare fires through, and Care is on a steamroll, but he has to escape now as Shun can't close the gap. IG still in control of this one as Counter-Strike. Flash down! Dredge line again!
Desperately want to fight for this one. Ricky, are we actually just going to flip this one? The answer is yes. JJ finds the smite for himself. Walks away with a little bit of HP, but that charm. Again, Gaga with these charms. And Kanavi once more on the fight as well. EDG being corralled here. 4 men strong, but they're outnumbered. And another charm lands. Barrels come through from 369, but JJ trying to answer his one. Is a triple kill. Comes for 369. Flantre goes down for the quadra kill. And 369 charging JJ down. He wants himself the Penta, and Mystic's there to give him the movement speed. The blast cone ain't enough, and 369's rolling only 9s today.
Yeah, Guilty Simpson. What? What up, though? Yeah. Listen. Yo. I be poking holes in the poker nose. The cameras reveal your real hand like the poker show. I got the dope flow, Coca with the pen. A winner, sure to show composure in the end. Closer with the wind. Pitch from a mile so high from here I can see streets of downtown. Visual, sick with rhymes with past physicals. Grimy, keep some gear and fresh tennis shoes. Kush got me putting off interviews. I don't wanna talk, I just wanna spark. Hood rats got a nigga watching like a hawk. I prey on them, lay off in them and lay on them. I keep smoking till I'm dead and gone. I keep that, accompany the lead and chrome. I won't change, catch me in the spot with a dime. Ready to pop nines, I'm ready to rock rhymes. Buckle up, what? Let's ride, yeah. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, what? Get live, keep it jumping. We light something, then touch the sky. the mic and it's like earthquakes, how I up the vibes. The dirt shakes and the dust will fly. Don't adjust your high five system, just recline and I'll supply fly diction to bust your mind. The art of rhymes like wisdom, it comes with time. You can't deny my gift cause I'm done with mine. 11 syllable patterns and that's just a line. So when the miracle happens you'll be justified to touch rewind. It's not for the unrefined. I serve food for thought to the hungry mind. And trust me guys, this is just a slice, but it goes up in size like a cup of rice. I rap with a frown, you're acting a clown. I'll be all up in your face like a custard pie.
Yeah, buckle up, what? Let's ride. Yeah, smoke one. Yeah, get high. What? Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one. Yeah, get high. Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky.
Gold smoker, LPL that goodie. I take you to Detroit, show you racks from my hoodie, and spin wheels bigger than some full-grown midgets. You think you find it live or somewhere else? Forget it, forget about it, nigga. I doubt it that you ever find it quite like these. Niggas get you high like you're smoking on weed, and give you bomb music, make your eardrums bleed. Nigga, that be weak.
Yeah, buckle up, what? Let's ride. Yeah, smoke one. Yeah, get high. What? Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one. Yeah, get high. Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Let's ride. Get high. Let's ride. Touch the sky.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh, you let me be me, as happy as can be, my shining light.
Welcome back to the LPL, one and all, as night has officially fully hit. And it is a beautiful sight to see Shanghai before you. But it is another beautiful sight to see RA taking game number 1 against Ultra Prime. I'm Michelle, joined by Dagda yet again. And I'm excited that we get to get another game, that we're further progressing through the day, and that Lien comes up with MVP of game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice game from Lien. Getting the kill topside in the early stages of the game, then being able to pick up another one in the mid-game. Like, Lien was looking damn good at controlling this early game and setting up Rare Adam for success.
It looks good on the Lee Sin. No deaths, and it started early against Zoom. And really, this is what I feel like set up RA for the rest of the game. They didn't ever really have to go back to Cube, even though they did. But it was such a strong point in the top set that they could just filter down into the mid and bot.
And even just the position as well when it came towards team fights, like threatening off on flanks, making sure that like Elk couldn't really get into a position where he could become that big threat for the backline, and then being able to get these early objectives for Rare Adam as well, so they could snowball through the likes of opportunities around the ocean. So using that Rift Herald as well, just really nice and smooth game from Rare Adam.
It was indeed, which at first it started off pretty slow. It was a pretty quiet game. We got the early blood, right, Zoom getting up on top, and I think that was good. But then we had a lull for a while, and it just seemed like during that lull, it was the passive goal difference that was coming out to favor for RA, right? It was the bot lane getting so many plates, getting iBoy ahead early on, and it just felt like Ultra Prime themselves didn't really have anything to say about the game. But that's where I want to dive into the Ultra Prime win condition here for game number 2. We said at the beginning of the day, it's about picking a style. Pick something that feels confident and comfortable, something that works for the squad. You got bits and pieces of that, I feel like, in this first game. It just didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, I think that was why I wanted to see a little bit more from Hacker. Like, actually having some answer in the early stages. Because, look, yes, you can end up losing out to the Lee Sin if you end up in the 2v2. But I think for Hacker, like, your ability to actually play around this Taliyah in the mid lane could have been so good. Just because the Unraveled Earth does so much against the Lee Sin, against the Corki as well. Like, it makes it really difficult for them to try and play that 2v2. You got great burst potential on towards the Corki as well. But we just never really got to see it work together. And then Crying had some opportunities to make plays on the Taliyah, but because they end up falling behind so early, you never really got to see the Taliyah have much of an impact. And I don't blame Crying. I think he just needed a little bit of help so he could actually make those plays more often.
I completely agree. We'll see if that help does come to the aid, as Gondor calls for it in the mid lane. It's not Gondor. But we are in the picks and pans for game number 2. Ari on the blue side. I'm having too much fun with this tag. Swain and Ari are the bands away on that blue side for Ari. It's the Callista Wukong by Ultra Prime, and the Karma actually sneaking in there as the final band for RA.
Yeah, not allowing Ultra Prime to go towards something like the Ezreal and the Karma in that bot side, but honestly, I would be kind of surprised if Ultra Prime were going towards that. I think Elk definitely prefers to be on something that's a bit more aggressive, but Lucian has slipped through, so iBoy and Yuyanji will go for that. Could actually get an answer of the Sen and the Tam Kench, though, for Elk and Chelsea here, which I think could be really nice.
I will say, after watching iBoy play that aggressively, I guess I'll say the word is, on the Ezreal, I'm a little bit scared for him to pilot a Lucian this time around, because you definitely don't have as much range as the Ezreal, and he was definitely overextending a little bit, playing a little hyphy. But it is the Lee Sin to come through this time around for Hacker, not Leanne, and that'll be a nice difference at least. But again, it's about the pick, but I feel like with the Viego, we already said, like, you could have been proactive in some ways, and on the Lee Sin, I'm hoping to see that come out for Hacker, as they do also get the Aphelios for themselves again.
Oh, do we get the pocket pick? Yes! Oh, we get the other pocket pick,
the
so we
better
actually get
pocket
the Rek'Sai
pick,
down.
Dagda.
Yeah, I love this from Rare Adam. They've already got a very aggressive bot lane, so now you get the aggressive jungler to go alongside it. And Rek'Sai on blue side has so many opportunities to try and play around bot lane because she can wrap around in behind the vision, and Ultra Prime have to be careful that they are defending all their flanks. Red Adam, though, will be paired alongside this Aphelios, so at least late game you've got a wonderful combo in that bot lane, but it's the early game you got to worry about.
But it is also a comfort pick for Leanne. It's a pocket pick, as you were kind of saying. It's a huge pickup for Leanne himself and RA in that aggression and the aggressive style that they could potentially go for. I do want to highlight these last bans, though, as it will be the Corki taken away by Ultra Prime, so that mid lane getting a little bit pinched. The GP banned by RA.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that, again, like, things that can kind of corral Rare Adam in the early stages, and also just have great late game scaling they're trying to get rid of at the moment. So maybe we even see a KO ban come through, honestly, from Rare Adam as well, just like denying Zoom the opportunity to become that late game monster. But I have to see what Ultra Prime decide to go for here. Maybe something like a Galio or Nazir could be the answer. Okay, Lissandra, yeah. Something that could, like, try and go for these early roams like the Galio was kind of where my head was at for Strive, and I think the Lissandra can fit that pretty well. But Taliyah still there for Strive, if Strive would like to go towards that, and that could work out very well for them.
Absolutely could. We do get the LeBlanc ban to finalize it. We've gotten a lot of the LeBlanc and Lissandra bans here in these matchups tonight. We'll see how it all pans out in that mid lane, though, as we're still waiting on these solo lane picks for both these teams. And I'm hoping to see a little bit of counter pick that is utilized for Ultra Prime, as that top lane did not go that great for Zoom. Zoom himself, addition to Ultra Prime in the offseason, that I think is absolutely gigantic, but it's about finding a way to play with the composition, with the team, and how they want to find wins in this one, as Azir actually the pickup for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the response is going to be from Strive in that mid lane. Cube, trying to figure out if you, I think going towards the team fight here is going to be better if you want to go towards the Ornn. Victor again could be nice, but I just feel like you have so much early aggression here from Rare Adam between your bot and your jungle. The Victor probably not going to have a huge amount of impact at the stages where you really want him to. Cube hovering the Jace, which honestly kind of fits into that mid-game Paris spike, and you got a good amount of range, but I think Ornn sets up nicer for the engage tools that you really want to know on Rare Adam's side, because looking at Ultra Prime, like with the Aphelios, with the Azir, the Renata, like you outscale completely on Ultra Prime, so Rare Adam need to hit the ground running.
And they have picks to do so, right? We've seen the dominance that a bottom lane like the Lucian Nami can have. Lian getting the comfort of the Rek'Sai coming into this split. We'll be playing it for the first time of the summer split here, and I'm very excited to see how that works out against the hacker Lee Sin. And we do round it out for Ultra Prime, going with some more scaling there, and it'll be the Kale.
Yeah, I mean, literally scaling across the board here for Ultra Prime. So, I mean, this is very much hey, that's hands off. Jesus, take the wheel. We're going to hope for the best here.
But that didn't go for them last time. It didn't work out for them to hold on.
I know, and that's what I'm worried about. I think Rare Adam have a ton of opportunities to make plays. You've got iBoy New Yanja, very aggressive bot lane that Lian can play around. Strive as well should be able to get good amount of control over the mid lane against Cryin, especially if Lian is going for these early ganks. And Cube, look, KO will have control of that top side, but realistically, all you want is Cube to be that engaged tool in team fights, so you can let iBoy take over with Yuyanja. So I'm kind of liking what Rare Adam have, just from the perspective of like hitting this mid game in their stride, and then trying to see if they can take this 2-0 series over Ultra Prime.
And that's where I just wonder, like, again, I think the question, first of all, begs itself that when we get into the game, what does Hacker look like on this Lee Sin? What do we see the early machinations of Ultra Prime? Because we've already said they're going into the late game, but you've got to have somebody to at least be present in the early parts of the game to make sure you can get to that point. And I think that's where we have to rely on Hacker a lot in this game to do a lot of what Lian was doing last time, and kind of just holding pressure wherever he can and forcing some of those decisions to be made by Rare Adam that they necessarily don't want to make. Because we saw when Rare Adam get control of the game, they really don't have anything else they need to do. They can take control. They know how to kind of play through the lanes and especially utilize their power spike. I think that was the biggest thing that stood out to me in that game, was that iBoy knew exactly when he could go for it. Yes, sometimes it was a little bit crazy. All right, I'll give you that one. But it was the fact that you could see the confidence thriving through RA. And as we get into the second game, they might be looking to make it a quick night here and go 2-1 in the season against Ultra Prime, as they are up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, and again, like Rare Adam should have a decent amount of control. The problem that I see for Hacker in this game is, what 2v2 do you win? Like, if Lian shows up, you pretty much lose every single matchup across the board, even the 3v3 in bot lane as well. So Hacker has to be so careful with how he decides that he wants to try and play out this game. That's why you can see Ultra Prime getting that early ward down, so Hacker can try and desync from Lian in these early stages. Looks like with that, Hacker is going to start up on this top side once he spots Lian on the red on the bot lane.
And do you feel, Dag, that this is kind of keeping it simple for RA in their team composition? I know that's something that we talked about a lot going into this day for them, that we wanted to see it stay simple. I feel like there's some bars of execution for this composition, but all in all, it feels like a very straightforward, straight at you composition for RA.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the biggest thing that we've seen is that they're not over-aggressing on plays, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're not trying to make these invades last longer than they should. They're not trying to go for dives where they haven't really got themselves synced up. Like, that's what I would really want from Rare Adam, was just a case of, like, keeping it simple, keeping it easy to execute. And this composition definitely is. So if they can actually play around Lian, making sure that they can go for these early aggressive ganks, that should be fine.
Boy is getting a decent amount of damage put on him by Xiaoxi and Elk in the bottom lane. And a little bit of that range advantage so far working out for Elk, but we saw a much different tail to take in this bottom side last time around. Is there a moment where, you know, we could really see Yanja and iBoy find something if they can get the bubble? I feel like is the question we're begging, but it's also about when do we see the jungle pathing kind of lean out this way, as we do have a bit of opposite side pathing for both these junglers. Lian this time again, the same that he did on red side, going for a full clear, excuse me.
Yeah, so bot lane, I mean, this Lucian Nami combo kind of just sucks level 1. You don't have all the double taps that you need to actually get the electrocute off. You don't get to proc all the vigilance. So they're going to be waiting for level 3, which is why Hacker is down here. We talked already about Hacker wanting to desync from Lian so we can look for plays where Lian can't be in a position to gank. Because you had that early ward from Ultra Prime on towards the red buff of Lian, they know he's on the top side, but Hacker not going to be able to make the play happen. iBoy and Yanja should hit level 3.
Oh, there you go.
See them start to progress.
Cleanse utilized by iBoy. He wanted to pull the trigger there, but the Calibur's going to help put a lot of damage back into his pocket. I feel like that was one of those moments, iBoy. You might want to be careful next time you do that.
I mean, the exhaust being down is actually pretty good because you still have Yanja with some decent mana. You can see he's able to heal up iBoy in this bot lane. And now you're about to hit the level 3, so you can look for the all-in. So that cleanse is kind of work getting rid of the exhaust, especially if Lian off his reset is going to pathing back down towards his bot side.
Looks like he's going to go for a little bit of aggression here. See if there's anything up here for him to take, and we'll spot out the Krugs, which second game in a row, Hacker has skipped over on his first clear. Second game in a row, Lian has not skipped over his, and he'll go up another camp here over Hacker.
I mean, for Hacker, especially when you're a solo starting on this top side, trying to do your Krugs early as a Lee Sin just sucks.
It's
it
really
slows your
bad.
clear down so incredibly much. So I can understand Hacker getting rid of them. And honestly, Hacker probably isn't going to be clearing them for a little while. You can see he's not even bothered heading up towards them at the moment. So you're kind of just resetting that camp for Hacker, which honestly you might be kind of happy with.
Get the level up on the Krugs, it'll be fine. We do get the back completed though from Lian. We'll get the first buy. It's a Serrid Durek. All right, a little bit of damage coming out for Land. He'll be heading down towards this bot side as a reset just came out for the Ultra Prime bottom laners. So won't be much down there for him to get. We do have Dragon up in 20 seconds, though, and it has been a bit of an early objective game focus for both these two teams if they want to get the first to start stacking.
Hacker's only going for his first reset now, so Lian might have a window of opportunity to make some plays happen on the spot side, especially, I think, with this wave in the position that it's in. May cause Ultra Prime to overextend. I didn't quite see... Oh, no, it doesn't look like it. Or the Rare Adam got the freeze on bot lane. So it will actually just slow push out. With Strive TPing into the mid lane and Crying will need to match this. Otherwise, they can try and set up for a dive on bot lane with this wave that Rare Adam are building up.
Yep, and we do see exactly that. Look at that. Big Brain Deck is on the case. We do see Lian in the mid lane, though, hovering around this area. We do see Hacker actually over there by his Gromp. Trying to keep clearing here, but Lian really wants to get something going here on the Rex side. Can't do so just yet. Just wants to help push this out.
Yeah, they're looking at this big bot wave, but unfortunately they've messed up the timing on it. The wave will crash before you can actually get that push from Strive, so we'll just be Lian going back up towards his top side. You can see Hacker is mid, though.
Oh, he got the Emperor's... Oh, Strive! He just walks. He just walks. I mean, I know he had to flash to start that off, but he just walks out of the Emperor's Divide there, Crying unable to make it connect.
Bit greedy from Crying not burn his own flash. Zoom using his flash, though, in response to that Ornn ultimate at the top side. Now, iBoy.
This is trouble. This is trouble for iBoy. The Graviton was huge. Flash from Xiaoxi will not get the handshake there. And Elk unable to get the kill here. They might still be able to lock down Yanja, though. He has to flash now as well. Graviton comes out, but it's not enough. The wave will be pushed in, though. And now Elk has red and white. They feel confident.
Yeah, good amount of healing, though, still on this bot side with the Biscuit still in Yuanja's back pocket as well. So they should be all right here as Rare Adam to pick up this wave. But burning both Summoner spells on iBoy and Yanja, I mean, you need to see Lian actually start to get in towards this bottom side because it going even does go better for Ultra Prime as this game goes on, because as we said, mega scaling on the side of Ultra Prime.
And you can see Lian is coming down this way immediately. They realize they've been pushed up for so long. There is an opportunity down here to punish Elk and Shousey and potentially get the first objective for themselves. iBoy, though, he might punish him anyways. Elk flashes forward. Elk is going under tower. The bailout is there. First blood goes down, but it's traded immediately back. Yuyanja gets the kill, and Lan gets the snipe. It's in favor of RA.
Yeah, the wave pretty much cleared out as well by iBoy, so doesn't lose out too much on that CS department. But nice job by Leanne to be in that position to get the kill. But that's what we're talking about, right? Like, you needed to be there a little bit sooner for Leanne, but unfortunately not able to get there in time off the reset. And you'll see it here, right? Like, nice job by iBoy, a ton of damage put down, but just disrespects the fact that you do have the W coming through from Shousey. Swelk stays alive, he gets the kill back, and ends up falling to the Nami rather than actually falling to the AD carry. So at least a bit more gold over in favor of Elk.
Will be nice pickup for Lando on the Rek'Sai. I think that's what stands out the most there for me. I know, like, the trade back and forth, the first blood for Elk, huge. But Lan getting a kill on this Rek'Sai is gigantic. See if he can continue, though. Hacker trying to make something happen in mid lane. Will be showing up here, but Rift Herald is getting started up by RA.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, though, Ultra Prime, go for the play on bot side, right? You've got iBoy and Yuyanja overextended, no summoner spells across the board, and Dragon is up and available. So iBoy and Yuyanja start to back away, realizing that they're in a bit of a precarious situation, but they got the wave crashed before they had to retreat.
Which is, I would say, a good thing. Hacker, though, I will say, not utilizing this time to do anything else. That's something I find really interesting so far we've seen from Ultra Prime is now they'll be going on to the Dragon. It will still go their way, but the timings are a little bit behind the ball, I feel like, so far today.
Yeah, I mean, Hacker just not actually making any sort of plays. You can see there, now he's starting up the Dragon, but, I mean, he's just been hopping around in Leyen's jungle for so long. Before he started this up, it means that Leyen will actually get to clear his top side, reset, and potentially look for something on this bot side. Now, Hacker can also match the reset and then try and make a play on bot side, but it looks like they're just going to use pushing mid to go for the dive.
Yeah, RA don't really have anything to say down here. First divide comes out, tidal wave on the backside, Cried almost goes down, hostile takeover utilized beautifully. Wait, the bubble! Hacker's going to go down because of it, and that's a trade back. I don't know if he'll take that all day, but you'll at least take it. The tower plates will also go down to Elk, so that's a lot of gold influx into Ultra Prime.
Finally, we're getting something out from Ultra Prime, which will even up the gold. Elk getting some much-needed kills and also the turret plates as well. Now, Strive will get some in the mid lane off the push, but honestly, this is pretty big for Ultra Prime.
This is continuing to push there. Land can't really do anything as the bot lane for RA come back up the lane there. I did want to highlight before that, right, that we did have a huge CS differential for Leyen on the Rex side, but when you get plays like this for Hacker, it all works out.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really well orchestrated by Ryan. Hacker is in position, but great ultimate from Shousey as well. Means they get the kill. Unfortunately, you end up going down as Hacker there. Honestly, I think it was a bit of a mistake there from Ultra Prime to kill Nami. I think they could have left that for Hacker, so he could have got the reset and then maybe flashed away, but it's a lot of damage coming through the ramp up on the turret, so maybe it wouldn't have been.
Hey, we'll see how it all pans out in the end. Leyen does show his face mid. Hacker going to match going towards the top side as Leyen actually going for a little bit of aggression in this fact. Both of them just passed by as the one chicken is going to be there still that Hacker has to clean up, but Leyen is waiting in the bush here, and Hacker realizes he saw a scary monster go into the jungle up there, and he realized he doesn't need to go up there to find out if it's going to be there. It's like the horror movies, you know, when you're in the movie theater and you want to tell them not to go in that room because you just saw the villain be in that room. Well, Hacker was smart and he walked out, but Zoom not so much. Zoom like got into the house with the villain and is now just about to die because of it. And there you go, Leyen, the villain of the story, gets the kill.
And will just about manage to get out. Hacker, though, trying to respond to the bot side. Has flash and kick Yuyanja. I don't know if you want to try and test that one there. As bot lane tower will go to Ultra Prime. So, again, we're seeing this Lucian Nami, not only just in this game, but across the board, not really getting the resources that it needs, and not really looking as terrifying as it should in the LPL.
And I feel like when you're picking this lane, it's supposed to be because you want to smash down this mid lane. You want to down smash that thing. But nobody has been putting any focus there. Instead, it's been everywhere else across the map. And Here we go with more plates, more objectives being taken for RA on the top side. They don't get the second tier tower just yet. But that Hacker kick will bring Cube back. Hacker's in some trouble though. Hacker needs to be careful, but here comes the rest of the team to help out. Big Emperor's divide and Zoom gets the kill.
And that's kind of what we're talking about. Rare Adam sticking around a bit too long for that top side. This is some of the small mistakes we see creeping in that can cost them. So kill onto Cube. Tower doesn't go down. Lane will escape, but Ultra Prime now keeping the gold within touching distance and making sure that Rare Adam aren't actually taking over on the map state so they can try and turn this into a victory. So at the moment, Ultra Prime in a really good spot here thanks to the scaling that they have.
Some decent gold going to RA's pockets though here, as you do have decent CS leads in jungle, in mid lane as well. Some of that is diffused though because Ultra Prime, especially Elk, has a decent lead in this bottom lane, has the full tower that they already took. We also get the lane adaptations coming out here where we do see Elk going towards mid lane to prioritize some of that farming there, and Cryan will now assign the side lanes here to kind of clean those up for themselves. And again, go back to the main win condition for both teams. We set up Ultra Prime are fine. They are vibing. They are chilling. And RA themselves are the ones that need to get it going. Prowler's Call completed there for Leanne. You've got to get the ball rolling continuously for this RA squad.
And at least at the moment, Ultra Prime are going to try and deny that with this next dragon. They're getting control over the river, but Rare Adam, if they can actually find the fight, this is where they're in a good spot. You got first items completed across the board, as you said. And with Cube being able to find this ultimate, you can find opportunities at these fights. But Ultra Prime can always just look to go, nah, we're not interested, we'll make a play topside. But at least Cube has already pushed that top wave in so deep that it's going to be hard for Ultra Prime to actually find a cross-map response.
We're still under 14 minutes, so plates are still up. We'll see if actually Strive can get one more there. He does get the gold, I believe, at the end of that one. So nice little last-minute pickup here. But it's all about a lot of plates for RA, and that's how they've stayed in the lead in this game, even if we've seen some chaoticness go the way of Elk for Ultra Prime. But all bodies conjoining in mid lane here as we have a bit of a 3v3 standoff. It's going to be meaning that Leanne can take the dragon for RA.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about though, right? Ultra Prime aren't really able to do anything with the time that Rare Adam committed towards the dragon because Zoom had only just pushed their top side. So now you've still got Ornn is able to rotate back up, he'll clear out the wave and keep this pressure up. And you're looking at Rift Herald again about to spawn. So Rare Adam just translate that pressure bot into new vision on the top end and are going to rinse and repeat on the potential fight that they can take against Ultra Prime.
And I still think that with RA, like, the pick potential is so scary, and they've been so good at moving around the map, it feels like, as a team, even with some of the catch-outs. But here we're going to get a team fight potentially around the Rift Herald, and Ultra Prime are coming in mass. They don't have Zoom here just yet, though, as he needs to come down from the wave and topside, and we have the full might of RA here as the tidal wave comes across. RA not able to get the combo there. As Rift Herald does go down, Ultra Prime realize they don't need to fight these.
Yeah, Rare Adam are okay though. They get to move back. They should be able to still clear out this mid wave as well, because you do have Strive who can one-shot it, or even iBoy as well, but a Q should be totally alright.
Oh, Zoom. He has to use the Righteous Judgment. The CC still layers though, and RA, again, it's iBoy on the Lucian. You see the potential there, the damage potential, but it's the range that's coming back to bite them.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, like, at the moment, Rare Adam are doing all right here. Like, they don't really need to get the kills. They're kind of getting the Rift Tail and the opportunity to, like, clear open and expose the map a little bit more, which is going to be far more valuable. But if they could have found these fights, if they actually could have, you know, got the Nami wave into the Cube Ultimate, it would have been such a nice gold boon for them. But unfortunately for them, they're just not quite getting these plays to stick.
Not just yet. The duct tape will hold at all for them, as we do have item completions majorly done here as the first items for a lot. Zoom has completed the Nashor's Tooth there himself. Just trying to farm up, has hit the level 11 mark. That's our first check mark. Dagda, I'm smart, I know. It is the Frozen Heart, though, completed there for Cube, getting even more tanky. And I guess this is where I want to ask the question, Dagda, because when it's talking about terms of scale, how much do you value the absolute damage potential that Kale can have over the ornament that Cube could have on this Ornn? What do you think? Who comes out on top on that?
I think Kale. Kale is just so insanely strong. Even like, it's not only just from the perspective of like, hey, she does really well in team fights. Like, her split push power is so strong. Like, her ability to take over in the side lane becomes absolutely nuts. Then you look at her ability to output damage in team fights, protect people. Like, say even Brian wants to go in to start up the team fight with the swoop and boop. Like, you ult the Azir, he gets to go in for free, deal all his damage, and then probably still get away scot-free as well. Like, it's such a valuable combo to have. So it just means that even though you have the ornaments there, the outright potential on not only just the Kale, but everyone else on Ultra Prime with the scaling as well, it's just going to be so nice.
We'll see the scaling aspects come out. The ornaments have not been started just yet. It's still very early into this game. It feels like the craziness had led it to a lot, feeling a lot more longer, I guess. As now the engage, big hostile takeover. Ornhorn comes back though, and Ultra Prime are getting a flank here with Cryan. The Emperor's Divide not coming out just yet because they don't need it. They have picked apart RA. Strive has to run away himself. The Gravitum not available, but the damage from Elk is available here, and he'll slowly but surely catch them up as Strive will die to the Aphelios. Oh, he almost dies himself. Crying in mid lane in some trouble, but will not die as the Sun Disc is there to help save the day, and Ultra Prime come out.
Really nice engage from Shousey there. Starts up with the hostile takeover, flashes over the wall, so it basically hits point blank and sets up Ultra Prime for that fight. They do end up losing out on just Zoom in the top lane, but getting so much more back was a ton of extra work for Ultra Prime. You see it here, starts it up, flashes over the wall, and iBoy just caught out immediately in the middle of that. He gets no damage off, and so essentially this becomes a 4 versus 5 for Ultra Prime, which is why they're able to win out so heavily.
Yeah, that bailout on Hacker was absolutely huge as well, to be able to save the day. Has less than 200 health after that one. Crying gets some trouble there, but luckily gets out. Elk almost dies to Strive waiting in the bush, but it's coming up Ultra Prime, and I think that's super important to highlight here is, they still find themselves in a deficit, but it's these team fights, it's the scaling that is getting scary and scary, and it's starting to feel like RA will not be able to have these fights go anyway their way.
Yeah, I mean, the only saving grace is Strive. Like, Strive is going to be very strong come the late game on this Victor, but it's just how many threats you have on Ultra Prime that are going to be scary. Dragon, though, should go here to Rare Atom, but Ultra Prime contest.
They are contesting. Dragon does get taken out by iBoy. Crying on the side does have Emperor's Divide available. The Shrima Shuffle in the back pocket. And 5 members of RA grouped up. It's so scary. Every time I see this Azir next to all those grouped up champions, like, man, Crying, I know you want to go in so bad. We'll see the Ornhorn go in here as catches Zoom on the side. Won't be able to be enough to take him out. It's just the tower defense that comes out from RA. And I don't know if it's going to last that long, though, because Ultra Prime are sticking to mid lane.
Yeah, good job from Zoom not to panic, though. Like, didn't flash. He still had his ultimate there. They didn't use on the engage. Knew that Lian had no flash to try and follow up on any sort of engage, so ends up walking away for that one. So just gets the ult out. At least still Dragon, though, for Rare Atom, as the timer is ticking away before Ultra Prime come on.
Hacker's on his way up here, but they've already found Cry, and Emperor's Divide still there. There's huge, but the Void Seekers are going to do it. The Prey Seeker helps secure the kill. Lian gets it, and now they push to the top side. And this is exactly the kind of snowball thing that works out in RA's favor.
Yeah, I mean, nice job there. Strive should be able to take this solo. Just has to be careful for Hacker.
Oh, that's a huge kickback, and Strive is just going to die. He's dragged out. Almost takes down Elk again, but almost is not going to help you in this situation.
I mean, greedy from Rare Atom. They didn't want to commit more people to the top side because they thought, oh, we can get top and the mid lane turn off the push, but it means that they don't get the top lane. They give a kill over to Strive, and Elk as well, and is sitting 4-1 and 2. His IE going to be completed off this back as well. Like, you're starting to see Ultra Prime leveling up, and these are just small errors from Rare Atom that could almost be good plays, but not quite working out for them.
Yeah, it's the little things that end up adding up in the end, especially as time goes on. Crying a lot of resources from RA used to take him out here, but it still comes out with, the pick off onto Strive. Meanwhile, bottom lane back in the live game, Ultra Prime almost making a play on the 2 top.
Orin is just too tanky at this stage, though. Not enough damage to get through that guy, but you're seeing Zoom very quickly ramping up. Level 13 now for this Kale. Crying as well, starting to hurt, so you need people on Rare Atom to actually start making these plays happen. But Ultra Prime are basically just bouncing waves, keep themselves in check. 2.5 minutes until that next dragon, and it's only the third dragon, mind you, as well, for Rare Atom. So the opportunities here for Ultra Prime again to say, hey look, maybe we don't want to fight this dragon, maybe it's not worth it, maybe we just go instead to try and play towards sides and keep Zoom scaling it.
Yeah, and that 1 5-minute extra added on to the dragon stacking it always blows my mind how impactful it is and how much of a difference maker it can be. As you see, RA just kind of fumbling, trying to figure out what they want to do in this moment before they get resets in, before they set up for this next dragon. Because I will say, Infernal Dragon would help a lot here, and Hacker is going to feel the brunt of that damage. Moonlight Vigil came out big time, but it's still a knock-up CC chain against Elk, and Elk will die. Bailout comes out. He saves the day. Righteous Judgment is there too. No way! Elk is going to survive. The healing coming through, and Ultra Prime turned the scaling on its head. RA are taking it out.
Strive was still in the top lane, he never TP'd in. So again, Ultra Prime just get more members to the play faster, and this comp that doesn't let anyone die with the W from the Renata, with the ultimate from Zoom, and now it's Strive on his own!
Oh, that's a huge pickup. Oh my god, he gets another one! No way! Hacker! Okay, you had to end it there. If Strive pulled out another one, I don't even know what to say at that point. But it is a triple going over. It is big time crying, and Ultra Prime coming to bat.
Big save from Strive there, denying Ultra Prime the Baron, but I mean, it never should have got to this position, right? Strive should have TP'd in at this stage. Like, they go for the one pick. This is great. Again, one nice pick. But they then go, okay, well now we're going to over-aggress. iBoy is out of the equation. So your only damage here is Leyen, who instantly ends up running into Chelsea. So Elk managing to stay alive here because he gets the reset on the back as iBoy dies. You get the ultimate coming through from the Kale, and still Strive is just pushing top lane. Like, what did you hope for here? Where's your damage source when iBoy is out of the equation?
Yeah, I will say the get down, Mr. President comp from Ultra Prime is getting a little bit dirty there. But it is a big time movement from Strive. Yes, he does end up dying, but it's to stop the Baron. It's to stop the snowball from continuing to go Ultra Prime's way.
And now, Rare Atom, 10 seconds until this next dragon. Ultra Prime feeling pretty happy the last few fights, so going to see if they can try and contest this one. No flashes on Strive, but everything else up and available.
Comes the TP down. Culling was utilized here. You have the Ornhorn, you have the Tidal Wave. The setup is there for RA. This would be sole point for RA as well. Ultra Prime, they don't necessarily need to fight this, but they want to try to burn it down. They want to try to get the timing a little bit worse for RA, but RA need to get into the fight. The Ornhorn comes down. It's not going to be enough. The Dragon secured RA pick off on the side, though. They get crying, and that's a big pickup, but iBoy doesn't have health. The range isn't there, and there's more stacking for Ultra Prime.
And Rare Atom now can push this mid wave and run over towards the Baron, though. You have to face check this as Rare Atom. Yanja still has Tidal Wave. You still got a lot of damage here on Rare Atom. This is dangerous for Ultra Prime.
Chaos Storm available, the Void Rush available, TP now coming in from Zoom. They want to try to stop this fight, but it is a scary one to do so. Hacker, he gets the kick, but he's just dead. Moonlight Vigil comes across and obliterates already one of the members of RA. Strive goes down, but the Baron is back in target here. Hostile Takeover is actually doing so much work. There's the smite, but it's not enough. Zoom is in the fight now. Triple knockup from the side of RA doesn't mean jack diddly squat, because it is Elk that comes out with more kills. It is Ultra Prime who now find themselves in front of the Baron, and they are wanting to bring us the 3 games.
And this is what we said. So many threats on Ultra Prime that even when you deal with one, there's just another one that steps up to take their spot. Crying out of the equation. Zoom steps up, Zoom goes down, and Elk flashes forward. That's the barn for Ultra Prime. And the late game scaling, oh, it's here, baby.
Rapid fire cannon ain't gonna save you today, iBoy, as he just completed that item, and it's a replay of that fight and RA getting caught out.
Again, though, very split up from Rare Atom. You got Strive, who I think is making the right play, which is to turn and take the fight, but the rest of Rare Atom are still sticking to the Baron. Sets up Chelsea beautifully here to get another fantastic hostile takeover. Gets the end out of the equation, and as we said, Zoom steps forward. but now it just opens up for Elk to flash in with the Gale Force and find the kills onto Rare Adam's backline.
Elk is feeling himself in this one. 6-2 and 7. 3 items now completed for the Aphelios, and there is no team fight in which it feels like RA can come out with a win unless they find picks. And even when they did, it still didn't end up their way. And we're 1 level away from Zoom hitting level 16.
I mean, it feels like you need like one big wombo from Rare Adam. Like Horn into Tidal Wave, straight in with the Chaos Storm from Strive, like basically one-shotting 2-3 members of Ultra Prime. Otherwise, you just have too much damage and too much survivability on Ultra Prime's side. And now Rare Adam hovering around, trying to see if they can find maybe that window of opportunity.
Zoom still farming it up in the side lane. Not much to speak of for RA to do in this moment. You got about 2 minutes for the next dragon to come up. You still have a little bit of time for Baron to fall off of Ultra Prime. And meanwhile, they're just getting poked under tower. Yanja just doesn't have a health bar anymore.
Yeah, tower is gone. Ultra Prime just grouping up and pushing with this Baron buff. Now they're going to rotate over towards the wave on the bottom side to try and take up their next turret as well. All 3 other turrets still standing in the top side, though, means it'll take a little bit longer for them to get through. But you just see there on the the picture-in-picture, the shots coming through from Elk really hurting this Nami.
That IE really helps. I would say in the damage profile. It's going to feel really good in these next little fights, though. Zoom has hit that level 16 mark. And even if, Ultra Prime are only up 2,500 gold here, it feels like the lead is much, much bigger than that. And they have had a lot of control around the map. But that's also where you're, like what you were saying earlier, like if RA can find one of these magic combos, like the Avenue perfectly for the Tidal Wave, the Horn, everything like that, that is where it all adds up for RA. But those moments are few and far between at this point.
But that's why I love the build from Zoom as well. The Banshee's Veil now just completed. It means that if you end up in a position where the perfect Aura Node comes across, the perfect Nami Wave comes across, Zoom will still have time to get that ultimate off, save one of the key members, even having the stopwatches there for himself. The Zonya's is there for Crying. Those moments become so much more difficult for Rare Adam to find.
Indeed. Baron does just fall off, although Ultra Prime want to go forward. iBoy has to separate from the rest of his team, and Ultra Prime are coming on the flank here. Crying wants to come around behind, but won't actually pull the trigger on that one. RA setting themselves up with the group here as red buff taken by iBoy. Ultra Prime are in front of the Dragon Pit, and that's exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, Rare Adam going to take the long way around the scenic route to get themselves in towards River, but, I mean, that just means Ultra Prime are going, okay, cool, let's just shove mid. I mean, if they ever, fully commit to mid, they will tear
They
through
found
those
him.
citrus.
Oh, wait. That was a really interesting flash, though, but Lan is out of there. He has to leave, and now no flash available. They're still in front of the pit, though. iBoy going forward with the dash. There's some of that damage that the Lucian can have, but it's still the range that's the biggest issue. Hacker does hit the Sonic there, but won't do it. The Horn comes across. The Dragon is the focus now. Kick back, though, onto Land. Hostile takeover. Dragon secured by Elk, and the rest of the fight's going to go easy for Ultra Prime. They're moving forward. Elk is feeling confident. They actually back off for a moment as the Chaos Storm came out, and the rest of RA are still in it. iBoy is feeling himself here in this one, as he doesn't really have much, and Ultra Prime back out, get the soul point for themselves.
That was all that they wanted. It did get a little bit messy in the back end of that for Ultra Prime, where they end up using all of their survivability in the early stages before the full commit from Rare Adam, but it meant that there was nothing really left in the tank from Rare Adam either. Cube, I think, could have maybe made the hero play there if he'd actually gone for the engage with his E rather than trying to escape. Big knock up into the Chaos Storm might have won that fight, but he tries to escape, and Ultra Prime get the dragon for themselves.
That'll be 1 away from an Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime. Still 2 now away for RA, as they haven't been able to get themselves the Dragon since that early little bit. And now it's more so looking at the Baron as the next big objective here, about a minute away from that one. And you feel like Ultra Prime just has all the say in the world to set up vision, set up control around this top side of the map.
Yeah, Strive did get the wave pushed out from the top side, though, so he's going to TP in towards the mid lane, making sure that they can come in as a unit here on Ultra Prime. Horn is just up and available. Crying no flash. Ultimate still coming up here for Elk as well. Maybe you have a brief window here for Rare Adam, but They're just going to play this slow, make sure they can actually get that vision control down and spot where Ultra Prime are.
You've gotten 3 items completed as ornaments here now for RA, so they're starting to get some of their scaling. I know we talked earlier, it's not necessarily the same kind of scaling, not necessarily as good maybe as the Kale will be, but those benefits will help a lot. And we'll see iBoy with the upgraded Gale Force there, trying to have something to say here in this game, but that range makes it so difficult, and I just think that RA, the bar of execution is a lot higher on this composition than we saw last game. And they actually
trying to
find
get into
it,
a good
though.
spot
Yeah,
here.
the Ornhorn across. Hostile takeover is already used, but Elk is about to just kill iBoy. Strive responding in kind, though, says, you want to damage my ADC, I'll get you right back. Ultra Prime, though, with priority in mid lane, are going to keep pushing up and heal up from this wave. Elk is already going to be back at full health.
iBoy has reset though, so he gets the healing off, and Rare Adam are still controlling this river. Now Ultra Prime going to move in. Strive.
A little bit of damage from Strive. The Chaos Storm not available, so the big AoE isn't there, and Ultra Prime feel confident moving in with 5 around this Baron pit. But again, flips could happen, and flips could go the way of RA. Baron not the target just yet from Ultra Prime. They're kind of moving back and forth between mid lane and Baron.
Keep your eyes on Yuyanja. Has that tidal wave still there? No ult for Xiaoxi, which means the only real big survivability tool you have is Zoom. Still will have the W from Xiaoxi to keep people alive, but if the engage is right, that could be what brings RA the win.
They're just going to start it up. They know they have the strength here. They're burning it down so quickly, and this is going to force RA's hand. But now Ultra Prime taking it slow. It might not help them as the poke is coming down from Strive here. They are going to pull the tidal wave down into 3, though. Handshake comes out, not going to hit it. Double knockup. This could be the fight for RA. But what about it? The kick from Hacker. Hostile takeover again. But that's a big pick for RA as they've already taken out Hacker.
And that's the thing, you've got the Ornn ultimate up now as well, so Rare Adam starting to get their game plan in action where they can find these engages onto Ultra Prime again. Hostile takeover down, Hacker's dead, Rare Adam moving in. This could just be a bait for the Ornn ultimate.
Could be. Chaos Storm is also available now. You've got all ultis pretty much except for the tidal wave for RA, but the health bars are starting to get chunked here by the Baron. Elk is what you've got to be careful for. Moonlight Vigil, AoE, the Inferno, but Crying is making it happen first. iBoy using the culling. The Baron is getting so low. The Baron goes down to RA, but afterwards, Ultra Prime getting engaged on the 3-man Ornn ulti, but Zoom is now in the back of the fight. Lian goes onto the ADC, but Xiaoxi is surviving for a little bit longer, and Zoom is just shredding the entire team of RA. Strive backs away. Yuyanja gets away as well, but it ain't coming up aces for RA.
No, Strive is going to get caught. Doesn't have the gravity field. Just puts it down now, but won't catch Zoom. That's going to be it.
Judgment. Oh my goodness. Just using it to flex on him a little bit. But Ultra Prime are right into the mid lane, right onto the inhib tower.
Yeah, he should be able to hold this though with the barred up minions and the wave clear on Strive. He should be able to clear out this minion wave, but he's going to have to put himself in harm's way to do so.
They're pushing. They want to end the game right now? That's an interesting conundrum here for Ultra Prime as they're already onto the towers. They get the Emperor's Divide, and here we go. We're going the distance, Dagda. We got all 6 games in the LPL, and we got Ultra Prime bringing it to RA to get us the distance. 6 full games, baby.
We ain't stopping in the LPL here. Great composition from Ultra Prime, taking a nice and easy early game, playing for those late game fights, and they executed perfectly on it. And Rare Adam, you can see there, a bit dazed from what they just happened.
Honestly, they should be. I mean, that was a heck of a game plan coming out from RA in the beginning, but Ultra Prime just composition diffed them a little bit there, draft diffed them a little bit there in that one.
Yeah, and this was what we were saying, like, Lian needed to get active in the early stages, needed to actually help out iBoy in this bottom side of the map, because you could see we got to the mid game, and iBoy was just getting absolutely decimated, didn't have the damage to churn out, was getting picked apart, and the only reason that we actually saw Rare Adam being able to hold on in any way was because of how Strive played this Victor. Tried his damnedest, but unfortunately, as we said, you just have 1 late game carry versus 3 on the side of Ultra Prime. There's just very little you can do to try and hard carry these fights.
Why are these teams picking Lucian Nami and then not giving them resources? I gotta know. My big brain can't handle it here. I don't know what's going on, but every time we get the Lucian Nami, they just get left out on an island, and you're wondering why you're losing games in team fights, because you don't have the range, you don't have the damage, and your team fight is just not coming to fruition.
But it's even just the control that it gives you on the bot side as well, right? Like, okay, so we get a kill, Lucian can very quickly take a turret. You can move that into dragons. You can turn that into a lot more. Like, the fact that we were kind of looking like 20 minutes into the game and it was like 2 dragons a piece, you're not really getting that control for for Rare Atom. And that's why Ultra Prime could end up leaning so heavily into that late game, just knowing that Rare Atom aren't a team that are going to like explode in the early stages and just take over the game.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing here, and wondering what we get for our third game, if we do get just the early game shenanigans at all, or if it's going to be another long, drawn-out game or so. But it's been a lot of, again, going back to the matchups we were highlighting at the beginning of the day, mid lane, a little bit quiet there. I mean, we did get some pop-offs there in the last one, but it's been centered a lot around the early game machinations of Hacker and Leyen as we come into this.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why they've been able to get so much... well, I suppose they got a ton of control in early stages of game number 1. But game 2, we could still see Leyen was dictating, to a certain extent, how the early game was happening. It was just a case of, like, not actually getting to put his resources in towards the bottom lane. Like, he got good ganks onto Cube. You could see them, like, nearly get the tier 2 in top lane off the Rift outplay. But it's just... no damage going in towards the bottom side of the map, and that's why Elk ended up with several turret plates. He was 4-0 coming into the mid game. You can see iBoy's damage just not there from having any sort of impact in the early stages.
And that gold graph is one we have not gotten to see a lot of this night, as we've had very steady gold graphs, but that one is a doozy, as we get to see a little bit more of the breakdown of stats and how really Ultra Prime were drafting to a potential that they finally sought into the second game to push us all the way, Dagda.
Yeah, you can see Strive was trying there, nearly 40% of his team's damage to try and carry that game. That's the unfortunate part, right? It's like he was trying his hardest and nearly able to carry some of these fights, but there just wasn't enough in the tank to deal with every carry that Ultra Prime had.
Exactly that. Well, we will see as the culmination of the day is upon us. We'll have a short break, and we'll come back for our final game between Ultra Prime and Rare Atom.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Neela does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Don't you dare leave me here standing alone. time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip that drink. I don't want deep conversation. I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door. The night is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep tonight.
Leave our cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only one.
Dancing to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light
and the sound of the band,
if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
the music might stop.
if we get a little closer,
Her heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long.
Another beautiful view of the skyscrape as yeah, I don't know, combining words at this point. It's been a long night. It is Shanghai. It is the LPL. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda. I can at least get those right, Dagda. But it has been a full night of games, and here we find ourselves in the culmination of it, the 6th game of the night, Ultra Prime versus Rare Adam, and none other than Xiaoxi gets MVP for game number 2.
Xiaoxi had a fantastic performance on this Renata. The hostile takeovers were absolutely insane, even having that flash hostile takeover in the mid-game.
I didn't even know you could do that, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty. Then as well, having those bailouts being super important. Like, this was so well orchestrated by the Ultra Prime support.
I hope that they show, yeah, I was gonna say, they better be like the first thing that comes up on you. It was actually kind of nutty. And getting to see him pull that off, but as well as the rest of the game itself, when you're going up against iBoy on the Lucian, who is always looking to play aggressive, but in a lane like the Lucian Nami, where you still come out on top and you play to your win conditions. That's what I love so much about this the first win for Ultra Prime in this series, is they stuck to a composition, they played to it, they didn't take fights necessarily when they didn't have to. And there you go. They picked the style, Dagda, back to the top of the day.
Yeah, that's the one, is like just kind of going, okay, well, we realized, look, you're very much kind of focused on this early game with the Lucian Nami and also having that Rek'Sai as well in the jungle for Lian. So they just go, right, we'll just go for that late game and kind of or at least see if Rare Adam can actually play for these early stages. And unfortunately, with iBoy not getting that attention from Lian down towards the bottom side, the Lucian Nami starts to fall apart. The Rek'Sai isn't able to have the big impact that you want. And Strive, God bless him, he tried his hard, but there was just nothing there. There was just no help.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate also to see the Lian Rek'Sai, not come out the way it wanted to. But a lot to do with the early proactivity that you needed to see with the pick that wasn't there. And now we have to see what Rare Adam go to as Ultra Prime find themselves on the blue side. They ban the Kalista, Ahri, and the Gwen. RA over there do ban the Wukong, Swain, and Lucian on the red side.
And I like that they were kind of seeing Ultra Prime prioritizing the Lee Sin. You saw in the last game where it does mean that if you go towards the Viego, you already have the good matchup, but gives you a little bit of an opportunity to be slightly more proactive. Now, Lian could always go for the Rek'Sai counter pick again if he would like to, but I think that at least for Hacker, he's far more comfortable on this pick.
Let's see it. Let's get that locket of the Ezreal for iBoy. Let's make sure he's got some range for him this time around, some escapability and a little bit of safety there, as I do love to see that. I know I'm making a little bit of a meme of it, but it is a good thing for Rare Adam if they want to find the win condition. And here we go. We're getting the poke composition coming through from RA so far.
I mean, if you go for the Kai'Sa here, I think you have a pretty good spot, though, because, like, Ultra Prime can still take something like Kai'Sa, maybe something like an Ornn here in the top lane for Zoom as well. Like, the range advantage works out when you don't have a ton of engage tools that Ultra Prime can now draft pretty handily for this. So, I mean, they will take the Nautilus, and I think you just take the Kai'Sa, and again, just look to go for more and more engage tools to close the gap on Rare.
Yeah, it's a very terrifying first trio pick, but it's immediately RA picking up the Braum as their third pick before going into the ban phase here. And I think that will be interesting to see where that kind of fits into the mold here as this frontline tank for the rest of the poke composition of RA.
Yeah, it can be good in just denying things like the Nautilus engage, like trying to dissuade things like the Zoom going for the Ornn and that in the top lane, but I still think like things like a Scion can go really well into that top side. Like, you should be pretty okay. My big question though is if Ultra Prime start to ban away some of the jungles, what do you actually try and go for here? Like, if I was Ultra Prime, I'd ban Trundle, maybe start to look for bans like Kindred and this kind of stuff as well for Lian. Like, just try and make sure that you can't have any sort of survivability for the backline, or even just something that can help to dissuade engages like a Trundle.
Yeah, very true. We've seen some interesting things from Lian so far. I mean, we've already seen the Nocturne from him this split as well as the mainstay junglers of the Wukong, the Viego, and the Graves as well, the Rek'Sai last game. But I do want to see what it all pans out to be, at least especially looking at how impactful the jungle has been in this series so far and how boom or bust the jungle has been so far. I feel like you really need a pick that's going to make it stand out, as we do get the GP banned by Rare Adam. Waiting on the last ban from Ultra Prime. Wonder if we're going to see more of that jungle pool pinched.
Yeah, I think they're trying to question if they go for the Rek'Sai ban, because
Yeah.
Rek'Sai, okay, there you can go, is like actually relatively good at finding peel as well and can give a little bit of structure to the early game here for Rare Adam. But I mean, Leon, just going to look at the Italy and go, hey, you know what, this comp that already has a ton of poke needs? More poke.
Let's put two together. It's like peanut butter and jelly. We'll see how it works out though. I like that. I would appreciate the lay-in in Italy. We'll see what it ends up being though, as they're gonna save that pick potentially. I mean, I guess it could be a Sejuani jungle, but we've been seeing a lot of Sejuani top, and they lock it in before Ultra Prime finish out their draft.
Yeah, it looks like they're super worried about like Zoom trying to go for this kind of big engage tool, but I wouldn't have been as worried about something like the Sejuani. I also don't think we'll see the Zoom's Ornn come in, just because you can get blocked by the Braum, but we'll have to see exactly what they want to go for. I think you just want something like a Scion or something here that can actually like have a decent time on the top side, but just run in towards Rare Adam and find those windows of opportunity to engage.
Yeah, we've already seen the Scion today as well earlier on, and it's the Ornn they actually go with, so they're just going with the scaling aspect. They engage there to go with the Talia that they locked in for Crime.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure if we get something like a Camille in the top side, something that provides that lockdown, but it does feel like now, okay, you get the Ornald, but you're still going to have the Braum be able to block up a lot of that. You're not going to have, like, the Sejuani has a really good matchup into the Ornn in a lot of situations as well, but it is actually going to be Lien piloting the Sejuani, and Cube will get the counter pick, which will be this Aatrox in the top side.
Yeah, I know I saw Kelsey on Twitter say, no more blinding Sejuani. Well, hey, we're going to get it in jungle, so no need for that one anymore. I can appreciate this, though, adaptation from Rare Adam, trying to find something that can facilitate the lanes a little bit more, maybe take away a little bit of that priority in terms of Lien being the carry, but being more of a facilitator. I still think the Sejuani early skirmish is going to be insane, but it's all about where these early pathings go. Do we see Hacker be proactive, where we've seen that success now from Ultra Prime?
Yeah, I think for Ultra Prime trying to play up towards this top side is going to be... for Rare Adam trying to play up towards this top side, it's going to be your best bet. Where you're able to utilize the Sejuani passive alongside this melee Aatrox to set that up, get some kills on Ornn, and then have this Aatrox become another big damage threat in the composition. Because I think the Kai'Sa will have a good time against the Ezreal, but if you end up in a late game team fights where Kai'Sa is trying to kill her instinct in and she's suddenly in arm's reach of this Aatrox, that's where a lot of the issues can start to stem from. And honestly, your Ezreal and your Corki are just fine to scale up, so having this another threat in case Ultra Prime are able to close the gap is going to be a good shout, but we'll have to see exactly how this early game is going to play out.
At this point, what I'm feeling is that we're about to get another 50-minute banger. That we're about to get both teams taking it slow, taking it respectful, and they're going to scale up into infinity, and we're just going to get both of them swinging at each other. That could happen, but it also could go a little bit skirmish heavy. I guess we'll find out as the final game of the day kicks off. It's Ultra Prime going up against Rare Adam in a full-length series that has been an interesting one to state, as both teams have come out with very different looks.
Still, though, you can see Rare Adam definitely going to be opting in towards the later push of the game. Double first strike coming in. Even the tier picked up for iBoy in the bot lane as well. They are all very much about, hey, look, we want to try and get as much gold as quickly as possible onto these long-range carries. Whereas on Ultra Prime side, definitely going to be looking to see how Hacker can link up a Crine in this mid lane, if he can get that damage onto Strive and unlock Crine to start rotating around the map.
And indeed, we will see the, maybe for the first time. Okay, no, I was going to say Hacker's going down on the bottom side. Maybe we were going to get the same side starts, but that's something that I do want to keep an eye on that's been interesting. To me, rather, I know you were explaining it a little bit in game number 2, but the pathing differences that we've seen with Land, where he's gone consistently for the full clear, even to the Krugs, where Hacker has consistently tried to go for something a little bit quicker. See what they go for this time, as well as we haven't seen the Sejuani jungle, and so I'm very excited to kind of pick into that a little bit and see where that skirmishing lies with that pick, because again, crucial piece to the puzzle for both these teams are these junglers, and this one's a new one.
Yeah, and Leanne should be able to get some early ganks off, and will be a little bit slow just on his initial clear, but once he starts to stack up some points into the W, should be relatively okay. The big question though is, as Hacker once more starts to go for a full clear, if Leanne can actually find a window as iBoy.
Yikes, iBoy? He's just dead. He commits his life. He realizes there's not a way for him to get out. He's already flashed. He's already used everything.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have the TP to get back to lane, so shouldn't miss out on any of the CS, but that's a big whoopsie, and giving that advantage towards Elk and Chelsea already is going to be crucial as this game... Oh, wait a second!
Oh, Zoom survives. He's got the healing there. He knows what he's doing up there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what Leon's pathing is now going to be, because there is always the opportunity to try and go for some sort of dive on towards Zoom, especially if a few more of these Qs hit from Cube, but we'll have to see, as this has just been a bit of a bloody start to this game.
I will take it. We need a little bit of excitement, a little bit of energy in this long day. Shout out to everybody that's been with us from the start, you the real ones. We do have the Q sweet spots coming to fruition here for Cube, though. He's got a lot of damage on the Zoom early on. Again, I like that you brought up, like, where do we see the pathing adaptations come through? We'll take a look back at the bottom lane and see actually what happened to iBoy. It looks like he just got caught.
Yeah,
Lollipop
Rain finishes off the minion, and then they're just able to delete him. I mean, full damage coming through from Elk off the passive and the extra ignite.
Wait,
and
what?
We got the kill on the top side. This was what I was about to say, was we needed to see Leanne adapt his pathing, because you've got Hacker moving up towards this top side and Cube's lane is overextended, but Leanne decides to do his Krogs and leaves Cube out to dry.
I can tell you the future right now, Dagda. We're going to get a replay of that one. We're going to get to look at that one again. I am a mind melder here. At least I hope we do, because I do want to see how Cube died at the top lane. But we'll get the gank in mid first as Cryan gets away with a nice little seismic shove. They will have pathing for Leanne now spotted out.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
look,
there we go. There we go.
Yeah, but look, I mean, it's just going to be a case of, like, Hacker just comes up here. Look at where the wave is positioned, right? Basically, you have Cube trying to see if he can crash the fourth wave, which is super risky, but can net you a massive advantage because you get to reset and then can walk back to lane without having to use your TP. But it does mean that because Leanne didn't actually support him, now Hacker's back here,
no. Hacker has flash as well. If he wants to follow it up, they do burn Cube's flash. So keep repeat gank and keep forcing out the resources of Cube from RA.
And this is really good from Hacker, though, right? We talked about the only real lane that Rare Adam can try and play around in these early stages is on this top side. So the fact that you have now Zoom getting some help to try and shut down these early plays means that Cube now won't be that monster that we were talking about. Now Rare Adam trying to see if they can respond by getting some control on this bot side, but I mean, Shousey more than likely will actually clear this out as he goes back down towards the bot side.
And also just Hacker being proactive. Right, like getting to see that come through for Ultra Prime, I think is super huge. Where we were asking in the first game, like, where is Hacker? I want to see Hacker on my screen. Now we made the arc happen throughout all three games, and we got to the point where Hacker's the first one on the board. Hacker's the one getting into and forcing Leanne's hand.
I would have to see if Hacker can kind of keep this one up. Leanne now still eyeing up this mid lane, but Cryan
spotted out on the ward. There gets the ward back though with the sweeper there. We do see a lot of bodies down bot lane, though, as we'll get the trade back between Cube and Zoom. Zoom taking a bit of a worse trade on that one, I would say. As we did get land spotted out, Hacker will now try to loop around towards mid lane and Strive. Might have taken the bait here. Probably still does have the Valkyrie. I think he just used it, though, so it might be just coming up off cooldown. Has to flash.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, and this is what I wanted from Hacker, right? Gets to play his top, now helping Cryan in the mid lane, and especially as Cryan is about to hit 6 off this next wave, now you can start to use the Weaver's Wall to try and make plays. We'll need to reset, though, just with the amount of mana he has, will pretty much be useless on any sort of roaming plays at the moment, but now you're getting those opportunities for Ultra Prime to make the plays happen.
TP utilized from Strive to get back into lane, though. Get that push going for himself. Dragon has been started by Hacker. And looking at that proactivity, it's starting to work out for Ultra Prime. Leanne looking to go for a bit of aggressive pathing, maybe towards this top side. It's just the Sejuani, though. And this will be first objective secured for Ultra Prime on a come-up in this third game.
And I love that Ultra Prime are doing this because it means you get the Dragon, you get time to reset, and still contest the Rift Herald on the top side. Because when you've got the... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, a little bit dicey down here for RA's bot lane. It's been rough waters all along since that first kill went over.
Stealing away the blue though for Ultra Prime. Now they get the reset. They get pushed on bot side. This is pretty nice. And Yanja actually has to cancel the reset. And here we
He's in
go.
trouble here. The Weaver's wall to back it off as well. There's a blood about to happen down here in Ultra Prime's side as they are still baiting out, trying to push this wave in to make sure that they can do this. It's a 4v2. See how they can handle this dive in the durability patch. It looks like the damage is going to go down. It's going to be a clean one. 2 kills, a flash from Elk just to make sure, but it's 2 right into Hacker's pocket, who now is 3-0 in this game.
Yeah, big wave lost. Zoom totally fine on the top side. He's going to be able to clear out that wave, so Lian can't respond. And now you can have Ultra Prime move up towards this Rift Herald as well. Ultra Prime, our botline still shoving in this wave. Might be a little bit dangerous with iBoy having TP'd in, but should be able to clear it out, as I say that. iBoy still hunting, but yeah, I mean, now you can start to rotate and make sure you're able to keep up this pressure. Ultra Prime controlling the early game, and I mean, you could see it from a mile away, right? We talked about Crying hitting 6. Didn't have to go for the reset because of the honey fruit that was in the river,
Yeah.
so he gets the mana off the blue buff, and it's just about poking them down as this wave goes in. I think it was a bit of a mistake here, where I'm not actually sure why Shousey didn't take Terra aggro there, now that I say it. That was a bit of a weird one. But either way, the gank still goes well.
Yeah, it does. And yes, it was the flash for Elk, but you'll take that all day for 2 kills on Hacker, who is now just running away with this game at this point. iBoy and Yanja are on a roam here to try to get to mid lane. Rift Herald is on the table. Seismic Shove does come through here and hits Stride for a decent amount of damage. But you see RA want to make a play on this first objective for themselves in the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, you've got no Ignite there for Shousey, but exhaust here for Yanja. Flashes pretty much across the board. Purple Strive. Cube should be up.
That was huge. The Glacial Prison goes wide there. Hacker gets out by the skin of his teeth there as a lot of CC was about to come his way from RA. Oh.
Yeah, I like that Ultra Primer playing this slow though, because you've no ult for Zoom, so waiting until that is back up before they try and fully contest for this. So nicely done by Ultra Prime right now.
Looks like they are just going to start up this Rift Herald as well, forcing RA to stick around. It looks like Land does not want to contest this. True Shot Barrage will spot out what they already knew, and RA look to just try and pick up some pieces left from this.
Yeah, Elk going to be able to move back down towards the bot side, so Ultra Prime get what they came for, and should be able to get themselves into position to defend all their turrets. As I say that though, I mean, Lian getting into the bot side to try and steal away some of these camps, but should be pushed off the other remaining camps by Ultra Prime.
The most important part of every breakfast, as it's now morning and I hear all the birds outside.
Chicken nuggets are part of your breakfast.
They are when you cast the LPL in North America, because it's morning time. But, chicken nuggies are part of every breakfast and every meal. In all actuality, though, getting that protein, getting those stacks, Lan actually trying to find something back, right? And I think that's super important to highlight as we kind of zoom down on the stats coming into this game. There is a gigantic CS differential in the jungle right now. And it's just because Hacker has gotten 3 kills, right? And we do see ultis popped in topside. Weaver's wall came down. Seismic Shove comes down as well. Cube just getting everything used. And now Hacker picks up his 4th kill. Speaking of him.
Yeah, flashing forward to take that kill as well. I think you probably could have given that across the Crying to try and help him out a little bit, but Hacker is huge and is all over the place right now. Strive, though, will get some presence back in this mid lane, so at least getting some turret plates for himself, but should get one answer back here for Zoom in the top lane. But I really want to see this Rift Child used in bot. Get Kai'Sa ahead, because right now it's great that you're getting some plays topside, but Ornn is not going to carry you.
He is not, but his ornaments might just do that, as Rift Herald still needs to be utilized now as Liang comes back on. Maybe he can try to defend against it if he can spot out where Hacker wants to try to pull the trigger on that one. But we have both junglers here. Liang still looking for something towards his bot side as he takes the aggressive path here towards his bottom lane.
Yeah, Shousey regretting life choices a little bit there.
A little bit,
Elk
little bit.
Feels like there's something up here. Doesn't want to push too far forward. Hacker is leaving the bot side as well, so Lian may be able to get something to work here with the ultimate.
He's just waiting. He's like, Elk, I know you're going to fall for it. It's going to happen. I'm just going to be here. You're going to come into my waiting arms, and I'm going to get a kill. It's going to be perfectly fine. We're going to get on the board. But right now, Elk is like, no way, Jose. I know there's something fishy here. I can smell it. And it'll
He's a
just
goddamn elk. They know what happens when they're
He's a
halted.
damn elk. Oh, no.
Yeah.
We do have a return, though, and Cube not going to be having fun this game. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I didn't speak to him. I don't know him personally, but 0-3 is not going to be the way you want to go.
Yeah, he's called Cube because he's no longer around.
He needs one more.
Adam
He
now,
needs one more to
pushing
make the
his
cube.
mid lane. Yeah. Crying, though, should be back here. Strive going aggressive.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little turret base race here. As it's not much of a race because Ultra Prime get the first one, no problems with the Rift Herald there. Mid lane actually didn't even end out in a play for RA. They still haven't gotten on the board.
Yeah, Crying, panicking a little bit, slamming every button that existed on his keyboard. But, I mean, it still means that he gets out. Ultra Prime still get top tower as well. I mean, massive wins for Ultra Prime. And, I mean, all
it continues.
Oh, God.
The dominoes keep falling. I just feel so bad for iBoy. He can't do anything in this one. Strive is here now, though, and Strive has damage. Strive can back this up. The rockets start landing, and he gets one kill. Now Elk is trying to go for some Alcove gameplay, dodges out there for a second, but it's not going to be for much longer. One more auto attack will do it. Oh, my God. Zoom just snipes the kill with the Horn, so it's another trade back. Yes, a double kill for Strive. RA get on the board, but Ultra Prime are absolutely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're still going 2 for 2 in the bot lane play, and it's nice that it does go across 2 Strive, but Zoom able to get one back. You still have cover moving up towards the top side as well, so Aatrox can't get too much there. But again, why Ezreal doesn't work when Kai'Sa's open. Elk just sits here, cleanses the exhaust, killer instincts past the Braum shield, and there's nothing you can do. I still am so perplexed every time I see this picked up. At least here, Strive is able to come back into this and manages to get 2 kills back. But Zoom, as we said, finishes it off.
I can't believe Yanja gets sniped. I mean, that last auto attack was huge, actually. So, not bad for Elk, right? He got a decent amount of gold for that, the kill back and the assist. As we get back to the game live, we do have this mid lane coming at it. Let's look at that gold, though, before Hacker engages on iBoy. He does anyways, and iBoy has to use the Arcane Shift away. But a lot of blue names up there, and Ultra Prime feeling good about it. But Strive himself, not too shabby with the 2 kills for RA.
Yeah, First Strike helping out in that regard as well with the goal, but I just don't know if Strive is going to be big enough to carry this one. Elk is in a great spot. You have really good engage coming through from Ultra Prime, and Rare Atom haven't really managed to slow down the game, where Ultra Prime are definitely picking up the pace. I mean, nearly, well, just a 3,000 gold lead for Ultra Prime right now. Rift Herald going to be up momentarily, so they can use that again to try and crack up a mid lane turret, and I don't think you can really fight this as Rare Atom, because you've got a 0-3 top laner and a 0-3 AD carry.
I'm just going to say this is my big brain analysis. Poke works a lot better when you're in the lead. And I'm sure RA is going to want to come back to that at the drawing board a couple more times after this one. But Ultra Prime are back in the mid lane now, looking for engages here. Both teams actually looking for engages. But now you have to look because Zoom has to respond to Cube in the bottom lane, so it's going to turn into a bit of a 4v4. And at this point, Ultra Prime, they can just keep looking for picks with the seismic shove.
Yeah, these flicks not quite landing though from Crying, so just barely playing on range. Leanne is able to avoid them, and now Strive going to be able to push in mid. You still got the Rift Herald up and available, and Rare Atom are going to very quickly move over towards that. You still have to be so careful of Zoom being able to find these engages, but he's moved down to the bot side and has no TP, so Rare Atom kind of realizing, hey look, maybe we've got a window of opportunity here.
I'm wondering if Ultra Prime do want to go up here. They actually start initiating a back here for Xiaoxi. So the Rift Herald at least not on the table just yet, but RA sticking around. I feel like actually they've been hovering this mid lane for quite a while. We now see Pink going that way up towards the Rift Herald. Maybe they'll look to take this objective, but it's a dicey situation for them to do so in any case.
Yeah, I mean, we're just playing ARAM at the moment. Zoom is going to be able to clear out bot side, so you're not really getting anything here as Rare Atom. Now Ultra Prime get the resets in first, so they're moving up towards this Rift Child, and they're instantly going to start it knowing that Rare Atom aren't on the map.
Nothing they can do about it. This is going to be another objective secured for Ultra Prime. Rift Herald's going to be huge, especially, I just feel like when you're getting in at 16.5 minutes, you have so many options. And yes, they've already busted down the 2 towers and top side, but you're looking at mid and bot. And also, as distractions, or as another way, you know, to get cross-map plays while you're trying to take the next objective, say the dragon coming up here soon, and things along those lines.
Rare Adam moving into position, though, trying to see if they can support
The
push
seismic
the bot side.
shove. They tried to get out. They're just stuck. It's everything slowing them. The glacial augment, the kill comes to the Elk. Weaver's Wall now coming out, and Ultra Prime just want to continue this. Oh my God,
Oh,
Chelsea over the wall. What a monster. And now Cube has to run away. Ultra Prime are taking this game and running.
That was so sick from Chelsea. Just about clipping Strive on the Valkyrie and making sure that the wings of that plane go down. Ultra Prime now have the push as iBoy forced the arcane shift away.
That's Rift Herald. They don't even need it as a distraction. They can just use it to go straight up the gut of RA. As Cube looking for a flank here. I don't know if it's necessarily the right angle as the tower does go down. Ultra Prime make it out.
And that's it from Ultra Prime now. They'll be able to push in towards this mid lane, get control over the top side jungle, and prevent RA from being able to really get that poke down around the Baron. And if you ever have to face check this on Rare Adam, it's not going to go well. Leon just isn't really tanky enough and doesn't have the escape options available because Cryon can throw down that Revolver.
Prime getting pressured off the mid tower. That'll be a tower secured for RA. So getting onto the board. They've gotten 2 kills now and a tower. We'll go ahead and look at a replay of that one. And you know, I know Swain has a move called Never Move, but at this point, it's the theme of the game.
I'm just surprised Rare Adam went for this. Like,
They
I'm
thought
not
they
gonna
could
lie,
get out.
I look at a Sejuani and I look at a Braum and I don't see damage, but they went for that play regardless, and Ultra Prime punished correctly.
Also, I just want to say it's the first day of the week for week 3, but I feel like we've already had 2 plays that are like candidates for like, best plays of the week. Like, we've had some insane plays. That Chelsea hook was absolutely incredible. The reason why this guy got MVP last game, might be looking to get it again this time around, as he's had a huge influence in this one so far. But we do see reset now on the top side of the map coming out for Leyen. It means we do see also resets coming out from Hacker as well as Cryon. And we'll just get a little bit of time here. Baron coming up in 40 seconds. We need to look at where the vision game lies for both these teams, as also some item completions start coming across the board. We still don't have our mythic yet for iBoy, but he has completed a couple items now for RA, and that's where you're going to be looking for some damage potential.
I think the problem is, like, the damage is slowly coming through for our Adam. The tankiness is already there. For
It ain't
Prime.
slow, Dag. It ain't slow. Cube. That happened. And, you know, Cryon gets the kill, I guess.
Yeah, but this is why I was looking, going, oh, yeah, you know, like, cool, you got 2 items for the Corki, you got 2 items now for the Ezreal. I mean, Zoom is a tanky as all hell in this top side. You've already got the Even Shroud completed for Chelsea as well, so he's in a good spot as well, where you can try and be a little bit of a tank, but also just have that extra damage coming in off of that support item. So overall, the pick potential sky high, the ability to play the map is incredible, the tanky stats are there. Like, Rare Adam are just running out of options here.
They are, and it's getting a little bit scary outside. It's 4,000 gold in the lead for Ultra Prime. It's not going to get any easier, it feels like, as the ornaments are going to be coming online now, as we have the first one completed. We'll be getting them as levels come through, and RA are going to start losing a lot more of their map, their own side of the map, especially jungle and things along those lines once Ultra Prime feel confident. Right now, they're able to clear some of that up, though, as Ultra Prime taking the moment to back, as 1:30 out from that next dragon. I'm looking right now, not much vision down that way. It could be soul point for Ultra Prime, so I'm sure that'll change here soon.
And this is the thing, Ultra Prime have made it so easy for them to just get mid-party because that mid lane tower is gone. And then you can just kind of lean whatever way you want. You can go left, go right, whatever side you need that objective to be on, you can start to get that vision control down. Rare Adam, though, trying to compete on this mid wave so that Ultra Prime can't actually establish themselves in river. So we'll have to see now if this ends up setting themselves up nicely, or if Ultra Prime can try and contest Rare Adam in the spot side jungle.
Maw has now been completed there, and as well for Hacker to have a little bit of healing, or a little bit of sustain rather, not healing rather. a little bit of shielding, and that'll be really nice for the engages, especially with a lot of magic damage coming across from the Corki now, working on the third item. But RA are setting themselves up pretty nicely here to try and pressure Ultra Prime as they come in. They're also committing the TP here from Strive, who does have package. Glacial Prison goes in. Shousey in some trouble. They get Leendo on the seismic shove. They might be in some trouble. Package still available, and there's the Killer Instinct to go in. Elk is a monster as well. Him and the bot lane for Ultra Prime are insane. Package goes through, but Strive is just dead. Ornhorn comes out as well. Cube is knocked up, knocked down, and taken out. Slowly but surely, he's getting a lot of healing, but Elk comes up clutch yet again, and only 2 members survive for RA.
I mean, there's just the Aatrox being knocked all over the place with all the CC that Ultra Prime have. Now there's only 2 members of Rare Adam left, and Baron is up and available. Cryin has the Weaver's Wall, but he spawns as well to help him get back over into position.
I just want to say, Elk is insane, but it is so clutch. He is killed with so much abandon, I feel like, and those Killer Instincts are insane. Baron getting so low, 3,000 health. They're trying to poke. iBoy's trying. iBoy is trying his darndest, and there is nothing that they could do but just watch and try to poke in some damage, as Baron does go over to Ultra Prime, yet another objective.
The Ultra Prime have to reset those, so maybe Dragon goes the way of Rare Adam, as Ultra Prime will have to run out of the base, but you'll see it here, right? Lien tries to get the engage. Shousey is the hero to stand in front of the ultimate for Cryin, and it just means that now you get the answer from Ultra Prime. Elk able to go in and get the ultimate, and manages to start slowly but surely working their way through the Rare Adam help lineups.
Yeah, that Strive package just trying to make a difference there, I feel like, and a little bit of desperation coming from RA just in those kinds of moments. But you've got to try something. You've got to be able to find picks, and in some way, Strive is a big damage source right now for RA, even if he hasn't hit the 3-item spike. See True Shot Barrage come across, but the tower is the focus right now for Ultra Prime. The Baron minions helping a ton here as they present all 5 members here in the mid lane try to knock down this tier 2.
I mean, they should get it here, right? Zoom is the bodyguard for this cannon minion.
Oh my god. And they just catch out Lien. There's nothing. And the insect comes through. Strive knocked up. It's a bouncy castle. And it's not RA's birthday today. Cube taken out again. They are getting decimated right now. And Ultra Prime want to make this a 2-1 series for themselves. They take down the inhib tower and the first inhib of the game.
iBoy and Yuyanja just standing in front of their Nexus going, lads, boys, somebody help us. This is all falling apart.
Where's the help? It's not coming today. Nexus towers are the folks. They don't have minions, though. They need to back off. They're playing a little hypey. Now they have the Baron minions to come, but they've realized they've overextended, and they'll back off for now.
Yeah, Ultra Prime going to be able to get away. That was absolutely beautiful from Ultra Prime. And Rare Adam, they're just getting destroyed. 17-3, an 8,000 gold lead. And yes, it's 2 dragons apiece, but it feels like Ultra Prime, with the control they have, can do whatever they want. Lien getting caught there by Cryin. Hacker, incredible there. Gets the knock up. The bounce house, as he said. Zoom even as well, kind of predicting the flash there from Strive, knowing that that was only the real place he could try and go to. And Ultra Prime, they're styling on him.
Doesn't even have control of his character. He gets the flash, he gets the Valkyrie, but that's about it. You don't get to decide much else after that one. We did have 3 items completed now for iBoy himself, but at this point, the gold lead circling around 8,000 now. It's very difficult for RA to come back into this one. It's looking like a tried and true win for Ultra Prime, as they have been just out decision making RA, it feels like, across the board. Another tower falls now in bot lane.
And these last 2 games have been so much more comfortable from Ultra Prime. Actually finding these fights where you've got that strong setup in the front line, where you actually have the team fighting working out well for them. We said, like, they've been trying to play these compositions almost like they're pick comps, and that's not really what you want. But in this scenario, in this game in particular, Zoom has been playing spectacularly in the front line. They found really good opportunities to enable Elk.
Lien just eats rocks, apparently. Because he just keeps taking the seismic shoves to the face every time. And I don't know if Cryin is just secret agent man with those at this point. He just keeps getting them. Not that time, of course. They cast the first. But every time Leanna's around, it's hitting.
I mean, they just hit different with crying around. Now starting to push in the top side. You got the opportunity to meet up with this lane in top if you want. Baron not up for another 2 minutes, a minute and a half until the dragon. Ultra Prime are kind of just toying with their food, seeing if they can bait Rare Adam into some of these objective fights.
Now we'll just have Inhib open in the mid lane, so that'll mean a lot of super minions coming there for RA to try to farm up. Maybe bring down this gold lead a little bit if they can, but it's not going to mean that much. And we still do have a little bit of time till the next objectives come up, about a minute and 10 seconds for the next dragon, which, again, RA got the last one, so it evened up 2-2, meaning that's making it a little bit easier for them to stall some time, but it's another minute and 30 until Baron, and you got to expect, if the Baron goes over to Ultra Prime, they could just end the game.
I mean, at this stage, it kind of just feels inevitable. Ultra Prime are in such a good spot, and as we said, Rare Adam have good poke. They have good items coming through on the likes of this Ezreal and the Corki, but unfortunately, they just don't have the depth of vision to try and make this poke stand. They don't really have a front line either, as Lien is just being battered and bruised by Cryin every time he steps up. And even when you try and have Hugh provide that front line we were talking about, he's 0-6. He's only just got 2 items, and you're looking at 4 completed on some of these Ultra Prime players.
I'm going to pour one out for Cube, but I'm just saying he's 2 away from getting a Cube structure in his deck. So maybe there's a goal there. But yeah, Cube not having the greatest time. Definitely pouring one out for him in this one. It's a rough time to be at Aatrox, especially with the way that Hacker just kind of bullied him early by showing up so many times and just making it really difficult to play in that matchup. And now we see the fruits of the labor as Dragon goes over to Ultra Prime. It'll be sole point for themselves, and they can continue to pressure around this mid lane.
I mean, look, what we need, all right, is for Cube to die 3 more times.
3 more times. Is
then,
it 9 points?
All right, then he's 3 cubed, so he's 3 to the power of 3. They've lost in game 3 with 3 kills, and this game would end at 3 p.m. Irish time.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just saying.
All right,
that
we
would
got a
be
goal. Audience, we
beautiful.
got a goal. We have a goal for this game. If we can get Cube to 3 more deaths. Okay, that feels a little it is what it is. It's happening in front of us. All right, Cube is not having a great game. It is about the next engage, though, and Xiaoxi's already looking right, and Zoom has the trigger pull on the Ornhorn. Baron is up. There is potential for Ultra Prime just to force a fight here and end the game if they want to.
Ultra Prime, I mean, Strive here with the with this package, try to see if he can play frontline, but as you can see, it doesn't really give options. It will end up clearing it the way pretty nicely, but that's kind of it. As Ultra Prime now starting to step forward again, establish vision control for themselves. Cube is on bot side, does have TP, but Ultra Prime will just start up the objective.
Yep, and look how fast they burn it. Got poked, but how much is it going to do? We got to see it come online here, but it's not going to be enough time. Xiaoxi is just looking for the engage. Eyeboy arcade shifts away. Here's the Ornhorn to come across, though. It tries to go, but it doesn't. It only hits Strive. And now we have a front to back established for RA, where Ultra Prime have lost all confidence, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost all their engage tools, so now Rare Adam actually do get to land some of that poke that we were talking about. So we'll have to see if Xiaoxi can try and find the hook here.
Beaver's wall is still there. Leon just keeps eating those seismic shoves. He's getting a lot of hell taken off of him, but Ultra Prime do back away after that, and Eyeboy, RA, still finding prominence here in this game, even if they are at a deficit so heavily.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, I mean, look, they don't get the engage, but it's only going to be a matter of moments until everything else is back up. It's not like they had to invest anything that's on that long of a cooldown, so they'll take the L, they'll move back, and then they'll start to move again in towards this top side. Even getting the quicker resets here means that they get to contest this vision before Rare Adam are even in a spot.
They've almost got all 5 ornaments, all 5 Infinity Jewels, or in the Infinity Gauntlet, I mean. It would be nice to finish that last one for Xiaoxi, but maybe they don't even need it. As Hacker is now moving in, this is going to force the hand of RA. Xiaoxi does not hit the dredge line to go into land.
It's okay. Cryin will eventually hit the twisted flick, the Wingardium Leviosa that seems to just finally end every single time.
That was so good. All right, well, what's else so good is the Baron going down. Hacker goes in, goes out, takes the Baron, and now it is all up to Ultra Prime to finish the fight here. They've already gotten Lien on the side. Cryin takes out Eyeboy. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust, and Ultra Prime will come out on top. They're bringing Zoom back to base to TP in. They have Baron, and now it's Elk. He's a crazy man. He might have mad elk disease, but it's a beautiful time to be Ultra Prime. A double kill for the ADC.
And this is the time. Ultra Prime moving in for the base. Nobody on Rare Adam left standing. It took 3 games, but Ultra Prime will find the win.
We had to have the bangers. We had to have the full 6 games on the day. It is a pleasure to be in the LPL, and it is a pleasure to watch Ultra Prime win their games. What a way to finish the day. My goodness. What, like, the way that Ultra Prime did that in the end, right? So dominant. When we had such chaotic, it felt like, first game, second game, and then to come out, they had found their style, I feel like. They have found the strength that we were looking for them to have.
Yeah, having great front-to-back team fights, crying again on point on this Talia. Definitely, I think a champion teams need to start banning away from because he looks so damn good on it.
He really
especially with Hacker on the Lee Sin, having aggression that we've been calling for all series long to actually make these plays happen. This was Ultra Prime putting a statement on this game.
It was a statement indeed. Maybe a little bit of a long statement, but it was a statement. And I love that we saw the progression, right? We literally, the words came out of our mouth like, I just want to see Hacker on my screen for at least one time in the first game. Get to see the adaptation go into game 2. They pull away the win. We get to see a little bit more influence from Hacker. Game 3.
Yeah, all we needed was him to just not be camera shy.
Yeah, apparently. Game 3, he flashes for kills to steal away from his teammates. He is literally controlling everything. And I think that's a huge, just in its own scope, potential for a player, right? To be able to see that adaptation in the moment. We know that we've seen Hacker be this aggressive jungler, especially in spring, and to come here, prove it against Leanne, who it felt like had a little bit more strength in the jungle, especially after that first game when you control that much, and to come out on top. I think is an incredible story just in the night.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that to kind of see to see Hacker have these moments is really, really good. It's just trying to get them more consistently. And I think that's kind of the problem that we see across the board with Hacker. And I think one of the big issues with Ultra Prime is, the fact that they don't have the consistent strength from the jungle that they need. But Hacker this game definitely stepped up, and you can see there, Crying and Elk were the main beneficiaries of that. Elk and Chelsea finding like the 2v2 kills. Crying again. I am so glad that we're starting to see Crying's true potential, because one of the big things that people talked about, like when Crying was on RNG, was that, look, he had to play a specific style to facilitate Xiaohu in the top lane, so we never really got to see a huge amount out from him. But now that he's kind of been let loose a little bit more, we're starting to see just what this guy's capable of.
And that's what's incredible, man. We came in the day, he's first in a ton of categories and stats. He has been performing well. It's been a come up since spring, it feels like, and it's just continuing into summer. You see games like this where he is doing an enormous amount of work. Leanne is going to have nightmares. He is going to have nightmares of being tossed from the ground by rocks as a pig. Because, at this point, the seismic shoves were hitting every single time. We saw so many times the fights were kicked off by that, Leanne getting caught out, and then everything dominoes falling for Ultra Prime. That was integral to the win condition here for this one, and especially to the rest of the win conditions for Ultra Prime. Crying has been the standout, and I know we're harping on him a lot, but I think he deserves it. And I know that in this game it was a big team effort. Elk himself was playing so instinctively, and I think that is something super big to point out as well. But Crying, he's got my heart at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's well earned at this stage. And I think the thing is that there was major step-ups across the board, right? As you say, Elk having a phenomenal game. Chelsea supporting that through a lot of these great hooks in the early stages, setting up Elk for success. Zoom as well, doing what Zoom was known for back in JDG, at least in 2020, like having this very strong front line that he would play through great engages to set up the team, and having the support there from the rest of the squad to actually find those moments for the victory. So I think Ultra Prime, we're starting to see what this team can be capable of. It's just about stopping that from being brief glimpses and actually making that much more coherent.
And that's where I want to turn, before we get to MVP and those kinds of things, just a quick little checkup on RA as we go through the summer split, right? I think we saw some benefits here, especially in that first game, right? They get something early on they can snowball with that. And I think that was proven with that one game. But it's about the other games. It's about, again, back to the top of the day, it's not theoretical physics to play League of Legends. And I think sometimes you're getting caught in situations that maybe you shouldn't be, a little bit of over-aggression coming out. It worked for them in game number 1 because they were so far ahead, but then you see it not work out in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of that is, as you say, the mistakes we see creeping in with them, like staying too long on side lanes or trying to make things happen on plays that aren't really there. iBoy as well, like playing very aggressive at moments throughout this series that end up getting caught out. It's these little mistakes that continuously start to add up for Rare Adam. And unfortunately in this game as well, just the fact that you have that initial mistake from iBoy where he gets caught out, Elk suddenly has an advantage over bot side that they turn in towards Dragons. You end up getting the Aatrox overextended on top side, not because I think it's Cube's fault, but realistically Leon should have been there to help shadow that push so Cube could actually win out in the matchup. It's these things where they're not really playing as a team or synergistically or thinking about what does each of these different players need. Unfortunately, it ends up getting them caught out.
Yeah, it does. And it's where you're looking for some of that to be cleared up as the season goes on, right? And always looking to the positivity for this squad, right? You still have Strive. That's why we put a big focus on this mid lane, because Strive himself has been playing so well for Rare Adam in its own right, in his own right. So I really want to keep an eye out on some of these players. Maybe iBoy's aggression gets tempered a little bit, but again, it's the Ultra Prime show at this point. It is about the victory. It is about going up 2-1 in the season as well, and that in its own right is huge. But I think it's about the upturn and about Shousey getting another MVP, baby. I swear, I said it to you in the break. I swear somebody talked to somebody to make sure we get more support MVPs, and Shousey is the beneficiary of that. He played out of his mind.
That flash hook onto
so good.
Strive was nasty. It was so sick. But look, I love seeing these kind of plays, and I love seeing Shousey as well getting the credit that he's due, because this guy is a really good support and a very big playmaking support as well. And he has been since he joined on E-Star, right? But as we talked about, right, playing very forward, because sitting at 1-1, weren't exactly in the best of spots, just coming off the back of that loss to BLG. But now, going forward, they're going to need that confidence, because they still have to go up against Weibo Gaming, OMG, JDG as well as their very next series.
I was just about to say.
There is a lot of teams that they're going to have to try and go up against that are looking pretty damn terrifying.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest thing, is now you get the true tests coming through, and that's what is so interesting about the entire LPL season is, it's a slow progression, but it's a long progression. And I think watching that next game, that next series is really going to be a true test. I know we say that all the time, but it really is going to be a true test, because we've seen JDG be able to pull out seemingly the impossible sometimes, even if it's a little bit rocky, and Ultra Prime a little bit doing the same there. And I think that matchup is going to be really interesting. But again, a test for Ultra Prime themselves, who want to find themselves in the conversation of the top 10, in the conversation for the playoffs for summer.
Yeah, and I think that's where they'll kind of, well, at least try and settle that in the coming weeks. But I think when we look across at Rare Adam, this is again where I think now we're going to be looking at this team struggling as a team that was in that top 10, that was in our playoffs bout in spring. I mean, losing to Anyone's Legend, struggling against OMG, now losing out to Ultra Prime as well. They're not exactly having the best of starts. And when you look at, like, they still have a ton of our, well, pretty much every one of our top teams still to play. Like V5, JDG, BLG, Top Esports, RNG, EDG, like LNG is their last one. They have so many teams that they still have to play. It's not looking so hot for Rare Adam.
Yeah, it has been a long day, and it's been a fun double series back-to-back of games going all the way. So let's go ahead and look at that journey that we took, and maybe somehow reach back into the back of our brains and look back at that first series where OMG and JDG went the distance. Still OMG not able to come out with a win on the day.
I mean, look, the first series feeling so long ago, but JDG looking a little bit ropey, as you say, managing to settle into it game 2 and 3. And almost a similar story for Ultra Prime, where they struggled in game 1, but able to bring it back in the third game of the series.
What a way to have a day of week number 3 to kick off here, as we do look at the standings working themselves out ever so much more. We didn't have much movement, as OMG already didn't have a win, so they'll be sticking in that clump in the bottom side. But JDG move up to secure first place solely since they are the first ones to play, at the top table here in the third week. But it's panning itself out. I just can't believe we're already getting into the nitty-gritty of week 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, a 4-0 start is going to be nice when you got total of 17 teams in the league, but we'll have to see how it pans out, as V5 tomorrow will face off against FPX, and RNG will have their second game of the split, facing off against Weibo, and they've definitely had an interesting start to the split, so we're going to have to see if they can keep that up against Weibo King.
Yeah, they really have. I'll say that those games are going to be very fun. I put V5 as my favorite for the split at the very beginning, and I think I'll stick with that. RNG themselves, though, I put very high regard in mind, because I still think that even with some of the interestingness and the early start here for RNG, the sky is the limit for a lot of these teams, and I think tomorrow's going to be a very fun day to kind of check that out a little bit. And again, like you said, only our second time of a series seeing RNG.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table, especially after coming off that win. It feels like we're kind of waiting to see if RNG can keep up their stature from MSI.
Indeed. But it's been a long night here. It's been a long day wherever you are. Thank you all so much for tuning in to another day of the LPL to help kick off week number 3. Huge shout out to the production team behind the scenes for making us look so darn good here. I don't know how they do it. Dagda, an absolute pleasure. I'm so happy we got to cast this long day together. It's finally good to be back together again. And everyone, have yourselves a wonderful night. Be kind to each other, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.